I'm standing here in the studios of Sirius XM Satellite Radio. It's a weekly morning, approximately 6 a.m., and this is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Never before has one radio show been so extreme. So vulgar.
I'll fucking shove my face up a chick's ass in a second.
Someone said we curse a lot. Do we? I have no idea if we do.
So flatulent.
Who just farted?
I did, but I didn't know what to
Like rotten eggs and sewage.
Oh, wow, thank you.
I can't believe that us sitting around like this is actually a radio show. This is not going to get any better than this.
Are we on the air? Oh, we are? Oh, okay.
Quite simply, the greatest show in the history of broadcasting.
O&A every day, that's what I say.
You guys having a good time or what?
Rules are destroyed and conventions burned to the ground. Would you like to make the fucking circus? With Opie, the Destroyer.
I would eat Betty White's ass. She's 90, right?
It doesn't smell too bad.
Anthony, the Rage.
Holy fuck, how much more fair you want it? Tired of these people up my ass all the time trying to get me to help. Fuck you.
And Jim Norton, lover of the transgender.
Every time a transsexual walks in the room, party horn should go off. Like, surprise!
It's the Opie and Anthony Show. Strap in, dicks. This one's gonna hurt.
Oh, you want to hear the greatest of all?
Double gun, bitch.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Yeah. Coke floats in my cup.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Coke floats in my cup.
Oh, yeah. E-Rock. Hoagie in my mouth.
Hoagie in my mouth.
I was watching a movie last night, and halfway through it, I turned to my chick, and I'm like, oh, did you hear that jingle yet? She's like, what are you talking about? And I actually had to pause the movie. I stopped everything. I went over to my computer, and I listened to the Hoagie in my mouth jingle twice.
E-Rock on me, nigga.
Laughed for a little bit, and then I was like, all right, time to put the movie back on.
Coke float.
I like that one.
Yeah.
The jingle contest.
Did you see the video?
Oh, yeah, it's great.
Where it almost looks like the dude singing. It's got all the features. Of course, we're talking about this, the big jingle contest underway.
Feet up on the board like I run the show. Hoagie in my mouth, hoagie in my mouth. E-Rock Army nigga. E-Rock Army nigga. Fat boy in the seat, bikini girls on the screen. Coke floats in my cup, Coke floats in my cup.
That is a goddamn good one, man.
Sure is.
Yeah.
Well, should we talk about this debate for a minute or what?
Well, yeah, I guess so.
That was boring.
It was pretty Dullsville, the debate.
I think people have had it. I mean, the undecideds are really undecided still.
They shouldn't be.
Fucking make up your mind and let's do this.
Come on already.
2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
2 weeks out.
2 fucking weeks.
Holy
Let's
fuck.
get it over with already, for the love of God.
Enough already.
How
Yeah.
funny is Ann Coulter on Twitter? I was
Oh,
reading
my
her live
God.
tweets to the debate.
Yeah.
And when Obama, I thought Obama was doing well. I watched like 10, 15 minutes. And there was one answer where Obama said, I did not apologize. I did not go on an apology tour. And she twittered, no, Obama didn't apologize. He rolled over on his back like Fido.
Jesus.
She's
Fido.
fucking,
She's a tough broad.
dude, she's brutal.
She's tough.
Yeah.
She really makes me laugh, though.
I wonder what gets to her. It's got to be something.
Yeah.
I wonder what it is. Got to crack that code someday.
Yeah.
Yeah, the debate last night was on foreign policy. It was dull. None of those real, holy shit moments. I mean, there were a couple of funny one-liners.
I think it's a dumb debate topic, considering where we are as a country. I'm sure you got to know where these guys stand in some foreign affairs, but I don't think you need 2.5 hours or hour and a half of it.
It was ridiculous. It's very hard for them to stay on topic, too, with foreign affairs, because it's just... I don't know. They didn't really delve into foreign affairs. It was pretty much Middle Eastern affairs.
Right.
So, I mean, they never got into anything about Korea or Mexico. There's apparently a giant drug and gun murder problem south of our border and immigration problems.
What about Ireland?
Ireland.
Yeah, we didn't hear much about Ireland last night during the debate.
I didn't think there was maybe that much to talk about with Ireland.
Yeah, but I mean, let's see what's going on with the whole world.
Just
Enough.
pick a country.
I'm just going with your whole thing there. Enough with the Middle East.
Enough about the Middle East.
Yeah, and Romney's in a bad spot because he's never done foreign policy.
Yeah, the president always has the upper hand against the challenger for foreign policy debates. And even with that said, it wasn't a trashing. Obama, I'm not blind. Obama won the debate last night. That's what I think anyway. A lot of other people do too, but there's some staunch blind people that say that Romney won, which is kind of silly.
You're gonna get that.
But there's the blind people on both sides that won't admit to anything. But I don't know.
But I mean, but Obama's doing foreign policy, and then when you ask Romney, he's like, "Well, this is what I would do," and Obama almost smiles at him like, you don't even know how this is done yet.
He's got the job.
Just like you said a few minutes ago before we started, when Obama took office, he had no clue about foreign policy.
No, he's some Chicago guy. And, he didn't know shit about foreign policy.
Next thing you know, he's thrown into the Middle East crisis.
Yeah, you just got to hope you can surround yourself with some wise people, listen to the people that you have in place to deal with foreign policy and get yourself up to speed on it. That's pretty much what every president has had to do over the course of the years. And I think Romney could do that. I don't think he's retarded. I think he could get in there and do the job if need be. And I personally think better than Obama, but it's kind of hard to say at this point.
Based on what, though? That's the problem.
Based on the fact that Obama, contrary to some people's beliefs, even in this very studio, I don't think Obama has done this bang-up fucking job as far as foreign policy goes. He did the work that anyone would have done. Again, people can debate that as far as killing Osama bin Laden goes. I don't think that was this great, difficult decision for a president to make. After 9/11, Jesus Christ, everybody was looking for him. Let's not...
Bush never found him.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
Pakistan found him in
looking.
November of 2001.
Right.
Yeah, gave exactly. Him a nice, comfy spot for a decade.
They're the worst.
I don't know. It was one of those fucking debates where the one that got the most zingers seemed to have come off as the winner, and Obama had a couple of funny lines about the battleships.
Smashed him with that one.
The battleship line was like the big one.
We got that clip.
Our Navy is smaller now than any time since 1917. The Navy said they needed 313 ships to carry out their mission. We're now down to 285. We're headed down to the low 200s if we go through with sequestration. That's unacceptable to me. I want to make sure that we have the ships that are required by our Navy. Our Air Force is older and smaller than any time since it was founded in 1947. We've changed for the first time since FDR. Since FDR, we've always had the strategy of saying we can fight in two conflicts at once. Now we're changing to one conflict. Look, this, in my view, is the highest responsibility of the President of the United States, which is to maintain the safety of the American people. And I will not cut our military budget by $1 trillion, which is the combination of the budget cuts that the President has, as well as the sequestration cuts. That, in my view, is making our future less certain and less secure.
Bob, I just need to comment on this. First of all, the sequester is not something that I proposed. It's something that Congress has proposed. It will not happen. The budget that we're talking about is not reducing our military spending. It's maintaining it. But I think Governor Romney maybe hasn't spent enough time looking at how our military works. You mentioned the Navy, for example, and that we have fewer ships than we did in 1916. Well, Governor, we also have fewer horses and bayonets because the nature of our military has changed. We have these things called aircraft carriers where planes land on them. We have these ships that go underwater, nuclear submarines. And so the question is not a game of battleship where we're counting ships. It's what are our capabilities.
Wow.
That was a fucking... And the funny way was to watch him get into it. Like, and you mentioned the Navy, and it was like he was just setting up...
He was waiting for it.
That fucking chin pop.
Yeah, that's just based on experience. I mean,
why didn't
Obama's in there, and Romney just doesn't know how that works yet.
Why didn't Chris Matthews mouth off about how disrespectful that was? He was being very condescending, like he mouthed off about how Romney was actually going against the Constitution when he would call out the president on certain things. Chris Matthews is a fucking idiot.
Well, I can tell you why Matthews did that.
Why?
He's biased.
Oh, that's right.
Kind of like, Hannity might be.
Oh, last night it was hilarious.
And O'Reilly might be.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, really, coming out and saying it's against the Constitution of the United States to call the president out on something? What a stunning victory! It was unbelievable! Someone get my men's hairspray! My hair's flying all over the place! Yeah,
I watched I watched CNN. It seems to be a little more in the middle. A little bit.
A little bit closer to the middle than
way closer
MSNBC,
than MSNBC
or
certainly.
Fox is, that's for sure.
Right. Those two networks are completely out of control.
Oh,
now.
It's really crazy to watch people that are supposedly delivering the news, and their bias is so strong one way or the other that you can't possibly watch them and think you're getting a fair assessment of what happened.
Fair and balanced, right?
Fair and balanced.
And then they use slogans that are
lean
completely
forward.
Not what they do.
MSNBC is lean forward, which is like, we're not left, we're not right. No, we lean forward. We're doing, and then there's Fox, fair and balanced, as long as it's on the right.
Mm-hmm. You could go back and forth and swear you're watching two completely different fucking countries.
It's amazing. Yeah, because I was going back and forth after the debate.
I don't know how that's good for our country in the end.
Well, as long as we know it. I mean, there are people...
Most people don't know it.
I get accused constantly of being a Fox shill, and why don't you... I love this one, too. It's like, Anthony, why don't you turn Fox off once in a while and stop just repeating talking points? Shut the fuck up.
Faux news.
Faux news, man. And it's like... The truth of the matter is, I go I look at every news station, and if I want to hear something that someone's saying, I'll watch it on goddamn C-SPAN without people chiming in. I make my own goddamn decision. But if I like Romney, of course, I must just watch Fox, and I'm brainwashed, and that's why I like Romney. No, I like Romney because he's not Obama. I think Obama's horrible for this country. I think just looking at where this country is 4 years later is reason enough to vote for somebody else than Obama. The fact that there are still people with blinders on that don't see the shitty shape that the economy is in, us on the world stage, how we look silly, and how he just wants to keep decimating the things that have made this country great in the past. That's reason enough for me to vote for anybody else but Obama.
Thank God, 2 weeks to go.
Yes.
Thank God.
I can't register.
Thank God.
I missed my registration. I didn't know it was fucking a month out.
Doesn't even matter. Obama already won this state.
That's actually, you're right.
Unless you care about the local guys. Unless you care about the local guys, it doesn't even matter in New York. Yeah. It's a landslide victory for Obama in New York
doesn't
State.
Matter.
And the Democrats almost every fucking time.
It
Some of the
doesn't.
local elections go this way or that, but
yeah, it's all about the local elections and
this election comes down to what? 3 states at this point. That's it.
It really is.
Stupid
all
Ohio,
about
stupid Florida. These dumb states that can't make up their mind.
Are there 3 or 4 swings? I've said it. I think they're the only smart
about
states.
4, I guess.
It really is crazy, and I think.
But they're really
popular
saying
vote
Florida and Ohio at this point.
I mean, I know they could come up with some formula that would incorporate the popular vote into the electoral college and make it a little more fucking interesting for people that aren't in the goddamn swing states.
Right.
You know, it's
and man, this country
frustrating.
This country really has a lot of red. This country is ready to split in half.
Well, that didn't work well back in the day.
Wow. Might as well give it another shot. Look at that.
Give it
map.
another shot.
Look at that map.
Yeah.
Look at that map. There's no blue.
We just need to agree to disagree.
Just agree to disagree.
There's blue on the left and some blue on the top right, and that is it. That rest of this fucking country is red. A lot of red.
Yeah.
So what is it down to?
We're down to pretty much, what is it, Ohio, West Virginia, North Carolina, Florida,
Well, it says
Michigan,
that,
Colorado, Nevada.
From recent poll averages, the closest races are in Colorado, Florida, and Iowa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Iowa.
Yeah.
They don't really talk about Iowa that much.
48-8 for Obama and 46-8 for Romney.
All right, 2 weeks, and then we finally figure this shit out. But then again, it looks like it's going to be really close, and we're going to have some hanging. What were they again?
Hanging
Chads?
Chad. Remember the hanging Chads?
Are we going to have some hanging Chads this time around?
Yeah.
What's a hanging Chad?
Remember the fucking, well, they weren't, well, it wasn't completely, you know.
It was the stupid
punched through.
the ballads from Florida.
Remember those assholes holding it up to the light? Well, I see a hanging Chad here.
They called
Let's put it in
those
the
little,
hanging Chad pile.
They called those little nubs that would pop out of the ballad a Chad, and if it wasn't all the way popped out and it was just hanging there, obviously the person popped it out for that. But if it was just hanging there,
how do we know for sure?
Yeah. Oh, it could have been this.
So they had a whole pile of hanging Chads, and one by one they're like, "Well, this hanging Chad."
Oh, hanging Chad.
Look, there you go. Look at these idiots.
Hanging Chad.
We're looking at a guy lifting up his glasses. His eyes are bug-eyed, so he can check out the hanging Chad.
Yeah.
Sounds like something the Klan is doing.
Chad.
Exactly. Look at this guy.
Yeah.
Look at this guy with his.
Guy's got a magnifying glass up to his eye, looking for hanging Chads.
Fucking hanging Chads.
Oh man,
this country is ridiculous.
Well,
why did we even allow this? And who were these people that had to decide on the hanging Chads?
I love how, like, that's how they're voting for the president of the United States in some states.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we've had in New York we've had touchscreen MetroCard machines for the last 15 years. Like, I just don't understand.
Yeah, when I go in,
we don't want to make it easy for people to vote. Right in.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is, and that's against black people apparently. If you do anything, if you change anything in the vote, they come out and say you're racist and you're trying to prevent people from voting. We've had like my polling place. You got the piece of paper and shit,
right?
And then you fill it out, and then you got to put it through some machine.
That's it,
and it reads it. Yeah.
So it doesn't do hanging Chads.
No hanging Chad.
Chad.
No, but then it reads it. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
This election's gonna be really fucking close, man.
Yeah, this it is a
Will
close.
this be closer than
one.
Bush Gore?
Yeah,
it's gonna be closer than Bush Gore.
I think it's gonna be closer.
Will there be a recount?
My God,
of course. Any close vote, there's gonna be a goddamn recount on this thing.
Yeah.
But I really do think it's gonna be closer than people think, especially people on Obama's side. I really still think they think it's a home run. They got nothing to worry about. Yeah.
Really?
I think a lot of the Obama people can't even conceive of him losing. They can't even fucking imagine it.
I don't know, man.
No, dude, please. They're crazy as far as that goes. They really don't think he's even got a chance of losing.
Stupid. I'm obsessed with the hanging Chad now.
Chad.
Obama looks like Gilbert Godfrey in this picture, doesn't he? He looks like fucking Gilbert.
He's making a scrunchy face.
He's a dork from the side.
I don't like that they shake hands and they're all pally-wally.
Yep.
Because the rest of this country, fucking, you pick a side and then you hate the other side.
Yeah.
So why are the two main guys like shaking hands?
And then they go to things and joke.
Yeah,
they're kind of making jokes.
Yeah, the joke night was fun, right?
Yeah, they were having fun making jokes. I don't know.
Romney should have the thing that he should have won this. I think Romney needed to win this. I know he had a great one the first.
He didn't
one.
have a chance of winning this thing.
It's
because he was in a bad
tough.
position with foreign policy.
I think he, on purpose, I think he laid back. He was agreeing with Obama on a lot of things. A lot of people were saying he was trying to not come off like an extremist,
right?
Trying not to challenge the president in such a way where the president can turn around and make him look silly, which he did on a couple of points, just like that battleship thing. But I also think it's very hard foreign policy for a challenger.
Of course it is.
Obama had a good moment too, which I watched one 15-minute hunk where he said, Governor, you agree with us on a lot of things, and for some reason you think that if you say it louder, that it changed. He was basically saying you're just saying the same things we are, but you're saying it louder, which I thought was a good point, whether or not it was true.
But I mean, why can't the challenger agree with the incumbent on certain foreign policy issues? You should be. I mean, it's not that far out to say, wow, Osama bin Laden being dead is probably better than him not being dead. Yeah. Wow, you're crazy agreeing with the.
It's good to agree
on that. Yeah. There's
happen a lot with either side, but it's good when that happens. Did you see the honesty graph? Were you studying the honesty graph since last time we talked about this?
No.
The undecided voters with the line going up and down?
I wasn't watching that.
You weren't watching that version?
No.
Which version were you watching?
I watched C-SPAN, so I don't get distracted with any of the stupid...
C-SPAN.
That way you don't get distracted with any of the news station's own fucking personal bullshit that they throw in. Do you honestly think on Fox News or MSNBC or CNN, whenever they have a certain poll that they're showing, that it isn't biased because the people watching that and participating in that
want to hear that?
They're the ones. Yeah, of course they're biased.
MSNBC will find a positive Obama poll every time.
Of course they will.
Yeah, well, I call it the honesty graph because every time either Romney or Obama had a little taste of honesty, no one in this country wants to hear that.
No.
They'd rather hear your candidates and your politicians just lie, obviously.
Of course.
Keep it all above the line.
Liar, pants on fire. And they both call each other out for being a liar constantly. Now, that isn't true.
But soon as
that's not true. No, sir, that is not true.
But
Governor.
Supposedly these are undecideds, and soon as either guy was like taking a little shot or saying it's not true, it would dip down as well.
Yeah.
The stuff from the side, when you watch their profiles looking at each other, Obama had a better stare down on this one because Romney had like a weird half a smirk that he looked almost gay. It looked really weird.
It's I couldn't imagine having to sit there and look at the other guy as you're
trashing him.
Well, no, as he's talking, because you're on split screen. You know people are seeing you. You can't be blinking like a lunatic. You can't scratch your nose like
candidacy.
Picking.
You try to tell me
you're picking your nose. You can't fucking make a
candidacy.
I know, really.
They can't.
You got to think they want to pick their nose once in an hour and a half.
How do you not want to scrape a good one off the roof?
And admire it.
They never drink water.
Right.
They never go like and open their mouth and do it.
Why is
weird.
that?
Every single move.
But what's the water thing? Obviously, they've learned.
It makes you look guilty.
Don't put a finger to your nose.
Yeah.
Is that what you learned?
It makes you look guilty if you're drinking water. Yeah. It makes it look like your mouth must be dry. There's a problem here.
Or if you have a sip, maybe. But
yeah.
And they probably do it at strategic time. But like me, I drink water every 10 seconds.
Of course.
These guys fucking never do.
Pull a flask out of your back pocket and fucking take a swig.
Yeah, it's a beer.
I'll loosen up.
We're not talking about Joe Biden right now.
Oh yeah.
See, because he.
Old Joe Biden.
What else happened last night? We should move on because we got a lot of guests today, man.
Oh, yeah?
You got the Giants going to the World Series, Anthony.
Yes, the Giants win the pennant.
Remember
the
baseball?
Giants win the pennant. The Giants win the I have no idea.
Remember baseball?
No, it's over, right? That's it?
Well, fucking...
That's it?
I guess you got the Giants and the Tigers. Sorry, San Francisco, but you got to push for the Tigers. They have some tough times up there. Give them a World Series.
All right.
Give them a World Series.
Are they actually in?
San Francisco is a beautiful fucking city. Detroit, not so much. Let's give the World Series to the Tigers. How about we all do that, huh?
The D. Yeah.
Give the D something to celebrate.
At least the town won't go up in flames. Like there's just nothing left of it.
You know what?
Nothing left to burn.
They might as well at this point.
What are they going to flip over?
Win the World Series, burn the rest of the city down, and let's start over.
Well, if you ask Florentine, because he's a Giants fan, about that, like, what about Detroit? Yeah. Well, why would they want to do that? Because Florentine will have the most logical answer about why Detroit should be burned to the ground and San Francisco should win. Yeah, but where was everybody in the '60s when San Francisco was fighting for gays? Exactly. They should win. What's the problem? I want to be fantasy football.
He's a Giants fan?
Oh, he's been a San Francisco. He's a fucking creep.
He's a weirdo.
He's a Giants and Dolphins fan.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Back.
He's a weirdo. weirdo being from Jersey. How does that happen?
That is strange.
I know you get one team you kind of take interest in for whatever reason, but not hardcore two fucking sports like that.
San Francisco, yeah.
You guys didn't discuss the fucking Jets game yesterday, did you?
No.
Did you watch the Jets game?
No.
I twittered about it at the end. I thought Sanchez looked good.
Yeah, but that's Sanchez.
I mean, at the end.
No, but that's Sanchez. That's what us Jets fans have to deal with. He's got pretty good above average skills, but he fucking panics every fucking time, and he can't do it. Yeah. In the end, he can't do it. I could show you 10 games where he did that exact same shit.
How annoyed were you?
March, I didn't even tweet it. I was just so depressed. We should have won that game. Marching down the field, and then I'm sitting there going, well, all right, how is Sanchez going to blow it this time? He can't do it. I don't know what it is.
He's like Romo. He's a choke. Romo's a choke. He's
Romo,
a choke.
above average skills, but when it comes down to winning the big,
he's a first ballot Hall of Fame player. He's one of the greatest fucking home run hitters. He really is great. But in the playoffs and pressure, he sucks.
Pressure,
dick.
And that's what we should do one of these days. Pressure situations. Who fucking blows it? And Sanchez is on that list. Yeah, he's got skills. Of course he does. But man, when the pressure's on, I don't know what the fuck happens to the guy.
Look who didn't blow it. Fucking Manning in the Giants Super Bowl. It was 4th down, and the man caught the fucking ball in his helmet, Tyree. And it's like, that's a guy who gets it done.
Say what you want about Brady, but in pressure situations, for the most part,
amazing.
The guy hangs in there and tries to get the job done. He doesn't panic.
Joe Montana stunk under pressure.
Did he?
No.
Oh, you scared me for a second there. I'm like, what am I missing?
Yeah.
But fuck, I mean, Eli Manning under pressure, he doesn't fucking blow it.
You know, it wasn't good under pressure. Theismann's leg.
Oh, wow! And then he gets away. And
Eli Manning doesn't fucking fall apart under pressure. Oh, that's the famous catch, of course.
That's one of the best catches in the history. Well, I was at your house when we watched that.
Yeah.
That's one of the best catches ever.
Was that more than a catch?
It's got to be the greatest catch ever. We've had this argument. What catch is better?
Lynn Swann had a few good ones.
The Franco Harris weird one.
Yeah, that might be
off his leg. No, he caught it off whose leg? It's been too long now. Whatever.
I like those wacky
Eli
ones
Manning,
where they bounce around.
He gets it done. He had that fucking pass to Cruz on Sunday when everyone thought the Giants were done, and then Sanchez. Stay out of football, Ed.
Believe me, you don't have to sell me on
Why
that.
don't you like football, though? It's an amazing sport to watch. It's a great sport to watch on TV. Way better than basketball, way better than baseball, and way better than hockey, which I love.
If there's nothing else on, I'm not doing anything else. I might.
You never got into
pop it on. Not fanatically. I'll fucking watch it occasionally, but I won't make sure I'm seated in front of a fucking television every Sunday to fucking watch.
And I finally got that
multitude of football games.
Finally got the red zone too, man. I'm
red zone.
I'm all in. Matter of fact, I need 4 tickets for the game this Sunday with the Dolphins.
Oh boy,
who's stepping up?
Oh boy,
who's stepping up for me?
Oh boy.
Do we have any connections? Roland might be my connection on this one. We'll see.
Roland.
Roland, I've seen the Giants. The Jazz is the same.
Hey, your boy Trump says he has something very, very big concerning the president. What's that?
My boy?
Trump.
My boy Trump?
You love Trump, don't you?
Not really.
Just joking, dude. He's fun to fucking watch.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
The headline is, I have something very, very big concerning the president of the United States. He's planning a big announcement about Barack Obama.
Boy.
I have something very, very big concerning the president.
Very big.
Good thing you're teasing it as opposed to just getting it out there.
I will be announcing it sometime, probably Wednesday, and it's going to be very big. He's teasing his big.
What a fuck! Another one, guys. He's got to make it about himself.
But I'll tell you that as much as Trump can drive you fucking nuts, that genius
he knows how to market.
Knows how to market
Yeah,
himself.
he certainly does.
Fuck.
He goes himself into the election.
How does he do that? Who cares what you think? You build houses.
They were fucking talking. The president and the challenger were talking about him on fucking.
That
one of the
motherfucker
debates.
gets him. His whole thing is he builds fucking buildings. You're fired. And he does that dumb show, and yet he's somehow in the mix.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Fucking genius, man.
It is. You gotta give him that.
Gretchen Carlson asked Trump, will it change the election? Trump replied, possibly. It's very big. Bigger than anybody would know.
Oh, boy. Did it happen in Gurney?
Yeah.
Is that
where's
something?
the Gurney guy?
Did it happen in Gurney?
I like to think that the Gurney guy was completely telling the truth, but he's such a fucking weirdo. Yeah. No one bought it.
Yeah.
The good old Gurney guy. So Trump will announce that tomorrow, I guess.
The Donald, as they call him.
He's had some funny tweets lately. Trump. Yeah, man. He's a good one to follow.
I do follow him. Yeah, I do follow him. Twitter's just mutating into a very strange thing. It really is the be-all, end-all of everybody's discussion now. It's just, no one does anything without having to comment on it on Twitter.
I know.
I'm guilty of it.
Of course, we all are.
It's just such a weird thing to want people to know what you're doing, and it's just an odd thing.
Facebook is kind of like
sitting there.
Just sitting there, and Twitter is sort of
people
the thing
realized.
right now.
People do realize they didn't need all the bells and whistles and stuff. I mean, when originally the MySpace thing was hilarious with the fucking 20 videos playing the second you logged on someone's page and fucking music starts playing. You click and mute on 20 windows that are there.
The spam was unbearable.
The spam is crazy, and it just reached the point where it's like, look, here's fucking 140 characters. That's all you got. You could link stuff, pictures, videos, and things like that. But for the most part, good. Be funny, be interesting, whatever.
I've been, I was late to Facebook. I've been there about a year and a half now, maybe closer to 2 years. I'm not really sure. And the design of the page is what fucking is horrible. They can't figure that out.
Yeah, it's
Get some
pretty
people that know that shit, and you could save Facebook. I still don't know what the fuck is going to have to do.
I don't even know what I'm looking at.
Like I'll do. I'll have two updates. One's right at the top, and the other one's like, I don't know, the eighth one down on the right side now. I'm like, what? There's no rhyme or reason to it.
No sense. It's fucking Shelby sent you an invite. Fuck you, Shelby. I don't want to go. I want to talk to people I know. So-and-so sent you a pillow fight invite. Well, so-and-so should get leukemia. I don't fight with pillows.
But it's how the page, when you go to your Facebook page, how it looks.
Oh,
it's not inviting.
And you can't work the fan page properly.
No, of course not.
Those fucking idiots. And their fucking app still
stinks.
The fucking stock is half of what it was, and this fucking cunt won't fix his app.
Still stinks.
And then people, write comments and stuff, and I want to, reply to them. I don't know where those replies go, because I want it right next to the one.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Stinks, dude.
You can't have it as a sub thing that happens only if it's the last one that commented. It's just stupid.
Yeah, it's terrible.
They deserve everything that's going to happen to them, because look, we're looking at it now.
What is all that shit, Danny? What is that?
I swear.
Hold on, I got some app requests that are outstanding. Hang on a second.
All right.
I don't want app requests.
Oh, Marianne wants me to play Buggle.
Tell Marianne to fuck herself with a stick.
Wait,
go play Buggle on the fucking.
Hold on, let's slow down.
Hang on.
There's a cunt.
What is Buggle though? It sounds like it might be fun.
I don't know, but Alan wants me to play Township.
Who wants you to play Township?
Alan.
Tell Alan to go fuck his mother. Alan stinks.
And Rob invited me to try Into Now.
What's Into Now?
Well, get more from TV. Connect with your friends and show the TV.
These sounds like.
Why should you be bothered?
That's the only way they can make money.
Fun.
Yeah.
I got some more. Beth wants me to check out Disney's Ghosts of Mistwood.
Hey, I like the one on the bottom. What's that?
Oh, that's Dice with Buddies.
Hey, it's Dice with... Hey, look, it's my buddies. Come here, Jay. Let's go out.
Who are your friends, Dice?
My buddies.
Like Happy Face?
Happy Face. Kenny.
Wheels.
Todd. Dice with Buddies.
No, that one I would play. But the page is, I update mine, but I don't enjoy it at all.
It's really all about Twitter.
I really don't like it at all.
Betsy wants you to guess the weight of her hysterectomy organs. To win some jelly beans.
What? If we didn't know any better, that Facebook page, what year is that from? You know what I mean? The design of it, maybe.
Well, I guess the
early 2000s. It's about 10 years behind.
Too busy, man.
It's some of the things give it away as new, but a lot of things really have that old feel to it because like the amount of advertising. That is
just
on
the
this
white
page
background.
these days.
No one uses a white background.
What's on the left end? What's all that shit under your picture?
Thank you. It's
Well,
all that
there's
shit.
favorites, and then there's the ads manager, and then there's pages, and then groups, and then there's apps, and then there's more.
You should be able to clean your page up where you only have to look at 2 or 3 things, and I understand a couple of ads so they can make more money.
And then what they do also is you have this ticker which you could open up on the right hand side, and so that's kind of like it's like picture in picture. That's like Facebook in Facebook. It's just like if the regular Facebook is too confusing for you, you can just open this up, and this works like a stock ticker. It's ridiculous. I don't understand what this is becoming.
Yes, E-Rock?
Anytime we post something on the O&A Facebook, it gives you the option now of do you want to make this an ad for $75 so that anyone that likes our page, it'll show up on the right-hand side each post like a banner ad. So they want to charge. They want you to pay for every time you post something to make it like.
Well,
a
if it's an
commercial.
ad, I understand that, because they have to make money. It's like Twitter has to find a way to monetize. Or they're going to die. You have to make money, and like I paid for one ad one time to promote something. It's like $300, but it got to extra.
On what? Twitter, Facebook,
on Facebook, and it might have been.
Did it work?
Hard. I mean,
it's hard to tell.
For Epics, it did very well. The special. I mean, but I just wanted to do something a little bit extra.
The Opster might be interested in this.
For the amount of money
Get
that
a few
you pay,
more extra views on those viral videos of the
for
Opsters.
what you end up paying per like, you might as well just go with Google Ads.
Yeah,
honestly.
No.
But I didn't mind doing it because I felt like it's showing you how many pages you're exposed to, and if it works, it works.
What's the Trump announcement, you think?
Oh, it's just going to be
New
awful.
season of The Apprentice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it going to be something about...
I talked to a nurse in Hawaii.
Yeah. Is it something about the birth certificate?
Cares?
What could he possibly have?
Nothing.
And why is he teasing it if it's that important? Why wouldn't you just do it? Why does it have to
Just
be this whole
say it.
thing? Why does it always have to be this thing
It's a
with
thing
him?
with him.
And then his son is so down to earth and nice.
There are different people there.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with all his politics, but as a person, I like Donald Trump's son a lot. And congratulations to him, by the way. He had another kid.
Did he really? Oh, that's nice.
I don't know. I think Sunday. I believe it was Sunday. So congratulations to him.
Oh.
He's so different than his father, though, man.
Yeah, the Donald just loves publicity.
And actually, I like the Donald, too.
He's like a fucking...
But he's sort of, I mean, for a
P.T.
billionaire,
Barnum.
he's kind of cartoony.
It really is. When you think back to how long he's been around and in the public eye as kind of a showman, builder guy,
mogul.
It's a weird thing. You know?
I remember being, I thought maybe I was in my 20s, but I felt like I was a kid coming into the city. We would go to that Trump building on, Fifth Avenue.
Yeah.
Beautiful inside. And then he had that first book of his. Do you
Yeah.
remember the first book? I forgot
Trump.
the name of it. Was it just called Trump?
I think it was Trump.
I heard parking is $700-something a month in that fucking building.
Really?
It's in Columbus Circle. I mean, it's prime real estate in
Columbus
Manhattan.
Circle.
Is that the one you mean?
No, I'm talking about the one, I believe it was on Fifth Avenue.
Oh, that big. Okay, I'm thinking of the one in Columbus.
The one that's been around forever. I'm talking.
Okay, that's the
Got to be
original.
25 years old at this point, I would assume. Maybe more.
That's where he
even.
lives.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, there's the original book.
Oh, Art of the Deal. Yeah.
Art of the Deal, of course. That's when everyone started knowing him. That book
Art
did very, very well.
of the Deal.
He's a smart guy, man. He's not again. He knows how to make his fucking name have value, and it sounds like a dumb thing to say, but when you look at real estate, it's like Trump's name. People have faith in it because you know stuff's going to be well maintained.
Yeah.
His buildings don't go to shit. That people who work in them are competent. Like he's really smart with that stuff.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, well, his big announcement's tomorrow.
Whatever that is.
I don't know.
Whatever it is.
Oh, we have a lot of guests today. We got DL Hughley coming in a few minutes.
I love DL, but we have one guest.
The Big Show.
He's cute.
And
The
me
Big
and,
Show.
Me and Aunt get to go home early today because Peter Criss is coming in.
I will handle that one.
I'm not going to sit here and just stare at him as you talk to him for a half hour straight. So
It's going to be wonderful.
I wouldn't miss watching Jimmy talk to Peter Criss.
Wait,
this is the first time we've met him.
I've never spoken to him other than a quick photo.
Oh,
Did we have Peter Criss back then when they all came in?
I don't think so.
No, I think we did at NAW.
Really?
The big interview where they all came in.
Yeah. I didn't sleep last night. I was fucking tossing and turning. He's a gun packing fucking animal.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably the most revealing, and I swear to you, probably the most revealing fucking rock book.
You've read the whole thing already.
Oh, it was.
Give us one. That really a story that
this is just his mentality. This is not even a great big. This is just why he didn't like going to dinner with Kiss during the reunion tour.
Oh, what year is this now? Because there were a lot of reunion
I think
tours.
This was the 03 or 04 around there.
Okay, fair enough.
He was just talking about how much he didn't enjoy it. He was saying, they weren't my people anymore. You had one pompous asshole in Gene, a supreme egotist who would drool over every woman in the restaurant. If the waitress was attractive, he would take her hand and lick it and try to give her his room number. It was so embarrassing. He'd be wearing his stupid Kiss baseball hat to cover his balding, weaved hair.
This is great.
He used to have this weave that looked like Davy Crockett hat. It looked like birds were living on his head. And his stupid cap would sit on top of it because it couldn't fit over that plugged-up monstrosity.
Holy fuck.
That is the tone of the book.
And that's sort of how me and Ann think of Gene
shit.
Simmons.
But
we've seen it ourselves in the few times he's been in here.
He's rather brutal.
Yeah. Well, that's
Good for
rather
him.
brutal.
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
But what is that based on? He feels like he got screwed over as far as money
Many
goes?
times, yeah.
Because Ace Frehley thinks pretty much the same as Peter Criss at this point.
Oh, boy, is there some good stuff about Ace, too.
What do you mean?
In
the book?
Yeah. I'll ask Peter about it.
Oh, I can't wait for this interview, man.
Yeah, there's a couple of amazing things that he says that I'm. But the fact that he talks like that, and the tone he takes when writing about things that he's angry about, I just like the honesty of his opinions.
I got a question for you that I need to know.
Sure, that's great.
The whole Beth thing, because even Gene Simmons tried to take credit for Beth, even though it's Peter Criss's song.
Well, it was called Beck originally,
but Gene said something about it didn't sound right, so I said, let's go with Beth.
I think
even though Peter Criss wrote the entire fucking song.
Well, I think Peter addressed that. I think it was the producer of Destroyer, I believe, was Bob Ezrin, who's a genius producer. They said he was a cokehead. Peter tells whoever was a cokehead, Peter said they were a cokehead. And apparently this guy did a lot of coke, but was brilliant and figured out the tempo of Beth. And I think it was Ezrin that said to change it. We'll ask him when he comes in. But
Gene Simmons tried to take credit for it
mention
on our
that
show.
to Peter. I'm sure he'll have something to say about it.
Well, E-Rock, can you find that clip? Do you remember? Were you listening?
Yeah, I'm looking. I don't have anything from the old NEW stuff where you had everybody in.
No, that's fine.
No, this is newer stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, he was listening.
That
what were you
Do you know
asking
what we were just
for?
talking about?
Yeah, you were asking for Gene Simmons stuff with Peter Criss.
What
Gene Simmons stuff?
Yeah.
All right, that part.
Oh.
I thought the older shit.
Sitting right there. What are you sitting right there?
Hoagie in my mouth. Coke floats
Right
in
now,
my
at
cup.
At this second, I was giving DL's breakfast order to the intern who's downstairs.
Why would you do that?
Because I was told to give it to
Well, how about somebody this right? Not yelling at E-Rock.
Yeah.
This right here is the type of fucking shit. Stop with only E-Rock talks to the interns.
Yeah.
E-Rock's kind of got to...
Because that's not E-Rock's fault. He's been told to do that. We're on the air.
He's in the nerve center. He can't be like doing...
What the fuck? How about somebody else gives the fucking order to the interns?
Well, our guy on the board pays attention to the show.
Yeah, he's got to pay attention. It's hard enough. No disrespect, E-Rock, but you are a blithering fool.
Coke floats in my cup. Coke float in my cup.
That's not Eric's fault. He was told he's the only one who can speak to the interns.
Yeah.
So how about that changes? So this doesn't have to happen.
You talk to the radio wizard.
E-Rock intern, nigga.
Yeah, I don't bitch anymore, if you haven't noticed. I'm all good now.
But I wanted Beth clips, and all of a sudden the fucking...
E-Rock, what we're looking for is...
Gene talking about Beth.
Yes.
I don't have that one isolated.
Okay.
No, you need to find that.
Yeah, I'm looking
It's kind of important for today's
We have
interview.
time. He's not until 9:30.
I'll find it.
Yeah, please find it for after the break, because I want to hear exactly what Gene... Because we brought up Beth, and then, of course, Gene had to make the whole Beth thing about himself, even though everyone knows it's a Peter Criss song.
Can I tell you how much that must drive him crazy?
Gene Simmons?
The biggest song in their history, as far as that's concerned,
Has
is
pretty
Beth.
much nothing to do with Gene Simmons.
Yeah, it was Beth.
Pretty much.
And his balding weave.
Dude.
Oh, is that fucking nasty?
He talks about, like, a lot of guys will gloss over how they felt during a moment.
Yeah.
It's the things he says are fucking brutally, whether or not he's right or wrong, at least he's saying honestly how he felt.
I would imagine he's pretty accurate.
Oh, hell yeah.
I would imagine.
I would too.
It looks like Ace and Peter at this point are done with Kiss, right?
I don't even know if they're... Yeah.
But there have been times in the past where they were sort of done and they came back.
But when you hear the money that they got compared to, like... He talks a lot about feeling very fucked over financially, even in these later times.
And there was plenty of money for everybody.
Plenty of money.
Right?
Plenty of
How
money.
much less did he make than Gene?
I think at one point... He said, and this was almost Stop the Reunion tour, was in 2000 or whatever when it came, or 2003, whenever it happened. No, 2000, or 96, I'm sorry, because I went with Jeff Ross to Philly.
96, is that when we went to Boston and saw that?
It probably was around when that was happening.
That was the first reunion?
That was the first one, started in Detroit.
Yeah, okay.
Gene and Paul, and again, Gene and Paul kept Kiss going. Like, Peter was gone and Ace was gone by 82.
Fair enough. I think they should get a little extra bucks. I wouldn't argue that point. It's the difference that I want to know about.
Right?
They were taking 70%, 35 each, and they were giving Ace 20 and Peter 10%.
Oh.
And Peter said, I'm not making less than Ace. I'm not... me and Ace can make the same.
What was their reasoning?
I think their reasoning was that it's something to do with Ace just won a big guitar award or something. There was some weird reason they gave.
That's sleazy, man, because Beth...
That, according to Peter.
That song, Beth, got him to places. Obviously a big band, Kiss. Can't take it away from him.
Oh, yeah.
But Beth puts him on a whole nother stage when you have a fucking pop song like that.
It just...
That
it changed
everyone
things.
knew.
Man.
Yeah, they've sold over 100 million records. I mean, they're fucking... And again, Paul and Gene kept the band going, but to the reunion tour, he wound up getting more. Him and Ace, he said he wound up talking to Ace, and they fixed it, and Ace was actually cool going, look, man, I don't want because Ace was fucking... Ace comes in...
So Ace knocked down his percent to take care of Peter Criss?
And they did something to do with the percent. They might have gotten more from Kiss. I don't know. We could ask Peter that. I just don't know. But you know how Ace comes in and he's kind of fun, like, hey, man, he's a little nutty, and he's a great guy. That fucking big-cocked monster couldn't stick his dick in a girl's ass fast enough.
What? What, Ace?
Yes! With his big, giant cock.
Is that in the book?
Of course it is!
Oh, that's fantastic.
I knew he had the biggest cock in Kiss.
Who wouldn't fucking buy this book?
I'm not overselling it. This book, I felt like I was just fucking drinking liquid gold every page. Fucking
good for Peter Criss.
I fucking love...
Most of those books suck because they don't want to be honest.
Because they don't want to be honest. They don't want to say things that they feel. And I like the fact that he said things he felt.
God, is that fucking great?
That they offer. And this is how much I want to interview Peter Criss. I was supposed to do Leno tomorrow, and then they canceled me because Obama's on. So they said, "Can you do Friday?" And I said, "I can't because I'm working Helium in Philly." Plug. But then they're like, "Could you do it Tuesday?" And I said no. So I could be doing the Tonight Show tonight, and I said no. I'm interviewing Peter Criss. Now watch him cancel. It would serve me right. Fanboy jizz bucket I am instead of thinking about my career.
Well, that's later on this morning. Right around the corner, DL Hughley.
Yes, DL is coming in.
And the Big Show coming in today. Ooh. He's just a monster. We've never met the Big Show. We will today.
No?
A little something going in a break.
No?
I've met him.
I thought we had.
I don't know about on a show. I've met him at a wrestling event in the 90s.
I don't think we've ever had him on. I don't think we've ever had him on.
Wow. The Big Show.
Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony. Opie and Anthony, if you like grody jokes.
The Opie and Anthony Show on Sirius XM.
Thanks for calling the Opie and Anthony FU line. Here's the latest batch of FUs.
Fuck you! I'd like to give a big fuck you to whoever screams these fuck you calls. I've left like 5 of these fuckers, and alright, they might have sucked a couple of them, but I've never heard myself on there. So fuck you and let me on. Fuck you! Jerry Shepherdini, eat my ass. Fuck you, I hate that. Fuck you!
This goes out to Anthony and Jimmy. No FU has been sent. Thanks, guys.
Fuck you! Suck it on a weenie! me drinking a martini. Look out! Fuck you, Jerry Shepherdini. Fuck you!
Hey, fuck you, Sam, for your viral video. Apple phone 5. Every time I see someone with an iPhone 5, I ask them, oh, is that Apple phone 5? They look at me like I'm a retard. Fuck you.
Fuck you! Who's the man that came to town tugging on his weenie? Stuck his thumb in his bum. Jerry Shepherdini. Fuck you, Jim Norton. Fuck you!
I'd like to give a big F you to all you fucking douchebags who call in and talk about how hard your girlfriend is that you fuck. Fuck you.
Fuck you!
There was a man who had a name called Jerry Shepherdini. Jerry-Shepherdini. It's Jerry Shepherdini. Fuck you.
Fuck you!
This FU goes out to the dumb idiot in the parking lot who saw my wow sticker on my car. And she's saying, oh, I always promised that if I saw a wow sticker, I'd flash my sister. I'm sitting there going, I'm not going to fucking bang you, lady. They're showing the mirror. I'm driving away. Fuck you!
Fuck you!
This FU goes out to Anthony. Anthony, fuck you for having to say what I like to refer to as back in the day. Shut the fuck up every time. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
I'd like to give a big fuck you to everyone who's not down with the pound. Big fucking puppy. Take us out, you fat, disgusting blob.
Call the Opie and Anthony FU line. 866-FU, line 1. That's 866-FU, line 1.
XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
This?
Nice, STP. DL Hughley entering the studio. What's up, DL? DL. How the hell do you dress like that this early in the morning? He's working the room.
You saw your boy get his ass whooped last night, right?
Shit,
Yeah,
I
definitely saw him win. I saw Obama win that motherfucker. Yeah. I said it already. Yeah, you did.
Now, the first one I gotta say, Obama, when you see a Mormon...
Wait, get on mic there, DL
First
Hughley.
one.
When you see a Mormon whip a black dude's ass like that, something's wrong. Watching Muhammad Ali get slapped by Donny Osmond.
How the fuck do you dress so nice this early
Dude,
in the
I just
morning?
fuck, it's what I do.
This is
DL, sorry.
Jimmy.
This is me trying, and I don't even come close to DL Hughley.
I sleep like this.
You sleep like that?
Just
That's
in
your
case something
pajamas?
break out. You know
Roll
what I mean?
out of bed.
That's a
Oh
solid.
my God, the place is on fire. I know, but you know, just have
You gotta look
have
good.
that pleats.
I want that leather jacket. Is what I
man.
want.
I got this like 10 years ago.
Yeah, but it's nice, all worn in and shit.
Yeah, that was worn
I
in
like
that.
it.
I have to pretend like I wear shit.
Yeah.
I stole it all from wardrobe.
Did you really?
You know I'm
Yes,
talking
of
about.
course.
You
I've snuck off
this
with a few
is
things.
Supreme.
Jimmy, we're going to have to update our colognes.
But
There
the
you
first thing
go.
I'm thinking of is as I'm walking down, I'm like, I can't wait to see what DL is wearing because I fucking wear everything he wears.
Yeah, because of you, we got that one.
Black Organo.
Organo.
But
And they don't even carry it anymore.
You're done with that, though, obviously.
I have it, but I can't find it.
Oh, this new one is nice.
Yeah, this is I don't know.
We need to know.
I got the other one you had on last time.
What is that?
I'll say it off the air. Yeah,
Seven,
that one too. Yeah, 7 Bills.
Yeah, Jimmy buys his cologne that he smells on gas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and I smell it. Yeah, usually, but DL is the fucking best.
DL's the king.
Yeah.
Of smelling.
But who was the older actor that was in here?
Donald Sutherland smelled
Donald
good.
Sutherland. You
Does
got
he?
his.
Yeah, it smelled great.
Now, you know, speaking of old, the other night I was doing stewards, his roast, his celebrity telethon for
Right. Night of Too Many Stars.
Night of Too Many Stars.
Right.
And Al Pacino walked. And who doesn't want to meet Al Pacino?
I was telling Auntie Al Pacino where you get to take a picture with Al Pacino for your Christmas card.
But just
pretty
before
funny
that,
bit.
he walked into a wall, like right
Oh,
there.
shit.
And I saw it, and I was like, oh, my God. Michael Corleone just walked into a wall. And it fucked me up the whole day. Like, I'm like, oh, my God, I just watched.
He really did just walked into a wall?
Walked into a wall.
What's that about?
Like an old dude walked into a wall. Not
Oh, man.
Like, is this all there is?
Did you meet him?
Certainly is no
Right
kid.
then. Right after there.
So what? You could get a picture with him for a Christmas card? What a great idea!
It was a bit they were doing, to the highest bidder. It was pretty.
Yeah,
it was
it was
pretty
very
funny
funny.
bit.
How much did
Louis
it go
C.K.
for?
was the one that was getting the bid.
I like 20 grand, right?
20
Because
20,000.
Louis wanted it to be 25, but he wanted that somebody take it off his hand, and they did. For
Yeah,
20.
but Louis had to pay his 25.
Did he?
Yes.
Did he get it?
He didn't get the picture though.
Yes, he did. I was watching at home,
I thought the family got the picture.
and then Louis came in.
Oh,
I
at the
took a picture with
last
Al
minute, 'cause I
Pacino.
couldn't
It was
see.
all
I-
awkward.
After he walked into a wall, I was done.
You were done.
Couldn't.
Yeah, you just. Oh boy.
After I found out about the Boy Scouts fucking all those kids, I was done with them too.
That actually made me want to support them. Like, finally, they're admitting it.
I never trusted them. Anytime somebody wears tight shorts and a kerchief, I
I was a Cub Scout. Thank God.
man.
I had no interest in the boy.
Isn't it the
I
same
stopped
thing?
it. I stopped. It's the lower. It's like the minor leagues. I think down there they only just like kind of breathe on your pee-pee.
Yeah. They give
Just
it-
some-
when you come home, the Scoutmaster wants your son is to teach your son how to start a fire with 2 dicks. You know? Are you sure you're saying that right? Yeah.
No. It's,
You rub them together real hard and they go to sleep.
I remember even.
you rub them together real hard, then light a match.
I remember even as a little kid that just seemed like a weird world
did.
that I didn't really. I tried it and I was like, nah, this isn't for me, man.
Yeah, you gotta.
I was out.
And the thing about it is the people that are the most the organizations that are the most opposed to gay people are generally the places
All
full
in.
of gay.
Of course, they're all in.
yeah.
It's like because any dude that wants to be around children and it ain't court ordered, like, like
Yeah,
it's
there's
not
always an
necessary.
odd thing. They hook themselves up in those weird positions of, soccer coach. And fucking, yeah, I'm just volunteering my time.
Yeah,
what?
Yeah, where's your son? Oh no, he's out of the house.
I can't fuck him.
college.
Yeah, I can't fuck him.
Yeah,
His mother would never go for that.
I like being a father, but I can't imagine being around like other
I don't like.
kids. No, man, you're onto something there.
I'm very like when my kids were growing up and they were in the house and they would have company over. I was very aware and always had somebody around that was an adult in case one of those little fuckers snapped and said he touched
Exactly.
me. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But I grew up next to a pedophile.
Did you?
And little
You're
kids
sitting next to one now.
not registered. Kids would leave the house crying and with candy in their head. And like true story. And they were like, "Do you want candy?" No, motherfucker, not that bad. Like, because booty for Skittles is not a deal. That's not optimal.
It is a strange situation where people.
But is that based on really your
That
neighbor?
really happened.
And did you see some shit?
I wouldn't
Or
ever
some
see it.
some suspicion, certainly.
No, everybody knew.
Everyone knew.
His wife knew. Everybody knew. And my father said, "Don't you ever go over here." And kids would leave the house. Like it was always these dudes who wanted money or whatever, and they would come out with this dazed look on their face. And and I was like, "Wow, is this what even money does?" to
No one was
people?
protecting us when we grew up.
Yeah, no.
You can't get away with this shit
Not
now,
now.
where everyone knows.
Not now.
I could only imagine what his house looked
Yeah.
like around Halloween.
Probably fun.
Spotlights, like those big movie premiere lights. Come here.
Look at all those toys. They look so fun. It's the tunnel of love.
Did he ever get caught?
And nobody ever told him.
No,
He
he got
died
beat
died
A happy man.
Yeah. Big fat dude, too. Big fat dude. And he had a pretty wife, too.
Wow.
He had a pretty wife. And
Is,
a van. And a van. What is it? They always buy
Oh,
vans.
they love the vans.
Because you don't have to climb up. Well, I'm a speculator, but you don't have to climb over the seat. A van, there's just so much room to operate. Go ahead, run around, tire yourself out.
That's a little specific for speculation. But
Yeah, really.
Is Boy Scouts, is that a black neighborhood thing or just a white neighborhood thing? Is that pretty much?
All.
It is, right?
Boy Scouts.
I mean, is there like a
Across
lot
the
of black
board.
kids in Boy Scouts, or is it mostly white kids?
It was black kids, but they were like kids that, like I knew an Eagle Scout. Like he was an Eagle Scout, turned into an Eagle Scout. But it's just going away on camping trips with dudes with tight shorts and kerchiefs was like strange dudes.
No good could come of that. You're staying in tents.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Why are you bringing KY jelly?
Yeah. What the fuck?
They're for bugs. I just never thought that was a good look. So I never liked any of those civic-minded kind of.
Yeah, it didn't look.
things.
It didn't look cool enough military. I mean, if it was like, if you looked like you were fucking some kind of Navy SEAL or something like that, that might be cool. But yeah, the shorts, it looked like you're wearing some kind of bastardized lederhosen or something.
And it was always like they always had to go away at the most fun times. And they would come back, like my friends who were in it would come back and it would be fucking cold. Like black kids from the city camping, that's not
your thing.
What the fuck are we doing out here in the woods? Like nothing ever good happens when we're in the woods. Like, never hear a great black person in the woods story. Like there's never one good thing that ever happened. So you kind of go, what was the point of that? So my cousin was in it and he wandered off and they lost him for 2 days and this
Holy shit.
Like, nobody, they found him like emaciated. And why do we get emaciated after 2 days? How the fuck you a fat ass American kid? He didn't even lose weight. and now all our kids look like Honey Boo Boo.
That little kid's getting fat, man.
Oh man.
Yeah, she's gonna be a slob like the rest of them.
She's making the talk show circuits, but wow, she's blowing up really.
She's chubby cute, but another year or two, forget it.
Not even cute. Like I never like
chubby cute. Like she's
a fat ass kid with narcolepsy.
Wow, she looks like that now?
Yeah, she's huge now.
She has narcolepsy. She fell asleep on the couch.
Really?
Dr. Drew. I mean, I know that's
she probably has sleep apnea. She looks like she has sleep apnea.
Oh my god!
Wait, play that. Let me see that. What is that?
With Honey Boo Boo Child and Mama June. Honey Boo Boo, you all right?
She's stretching.
Let me ask you some questions, honey. Everybody always wants to talk
What a
to you.
monster!
Is it difficult to be on TV?
Oh, man.
Is she sleeping?
She's faking.
Yeah.
Is there something exciting you'd like to talk about?
This is what we've come to.
What a brat!
Alana, come on out so we can get this done so we can go.
Get the stunts so we can go.
Hi.
She's swinging at him.
Yeah, she is.
What a
she's
little
exercising.
fucking.
Do you like being on TV?
Do you like being on TV? And riding race and stuff?
You don't like it? Tell me.
Kid sucks.
Yeah.
Because fans come up to me and I hate it.
You hate that?
No,
You hate anything?
Yeah.
This whole thing will be done in.
Oh, she's an awful kid, and the mother's a slob.
Yes.
We had the mom on the show. She was not happy with it.
No, she hated our guts.
She hated our guts. I'm like, really? Let's see what kind of TV show you do. Let's relax.
Right. What did you give me for Christmas? Diabetes, baby. Nice.
You see the bugs in her toes? She had fucking gnats or whatever living in her feet. What a terrible woman.
She's
got forklift toe.
Her foot got fucked up in a forklift accident, so her toe was all mangled. And then they showed it on the show, and there were bugs in the.
She took her sock
right
off.
where her toenail meets.
The mother. Oh, yeah.
The mother.
June.
Oh, my God.
Right where the toenail meets the foot.
Yeah.
Who needs that many chins?
A fucking disaster. And then in between the folds of fat on her chin, she's got like fucking crust.
Those fat people pimples?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's look at the bugs.
Zoom in on that. Can you show them the bugs?
No, man, no, I gotta eat the sandwich.
Oh, God damn it.
I haven't recovered from that one girl 2 cups you guys showed.
We were the ones? Good.
Yeah.
I'm happy that we were able to do
That's
that for
the first time I was ever here, and I'm like, I don't even want to go to Brazil.
Oh, God damn it, Danny.
How did your book do there,
It's doing good.
It's doing good?
Yeah, it really is.
I want you to shut the fuck up.
Well, you know, my new thing is my documentary airs on Comedy Central Saturday.
What's it on?
It's Comedy Central, October 27th. I'm trying to get the black man put on the Endangered Species List.
Jesus.
Actually. The 2 best things we did was once we talked to a Klansman out of Detroit, because every species needs a natural predator. These people that are interdependency. So, he if black people go away, just hating Mexicans and Jews would not be enough. That's like the appetizer. Yeah. So we talked to him, and tried to get him to sign a petition to save the black man, and he would not do it.
To save
he wouldn't do it.
He wouldn't do it.
And then we talked to the private prison industry, people from the private, they own private prisons, and what they can do is they can get buy prisoners. They can say, give me 6 of those.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so they can get, and what they want is young, healthy prisoners with long, lengthy prison sentences. So it's like slavery. And so what we did is we talked to them and got the establishment.
Wait, why would they want the prisoners
to do work prior, right?
Well, because they get paid on occupancy, like hotels, like Expedia. So they sent letters to 48 states saying, if you let us have your prisons and let us run your prisons, we will do it at X price, and all we ask is 90% occupancy. And they can actually bid on prisoners. They can say, we want. And so we got that information. Then we went out and talked to gang members who had a couple of strikes and knew they were going to prison and bought them stock in a private prison company. So when they go to jail, they'll not only be inmates, but they'll be shareholders. So it was just, but it's funny and sad. But then we talked to a preacher who was trying to get black kids adopted. You know, to get a black kid adopted is hard. People will pay $100,000, up to $100,000, to skip adopting black kids.
Oh shit!
To skip it, like white kids, it's very hard to get them. It's like they're like the iPhone 5. They're like they're never in stock. Have you ever tried to adopt a white child? Like, have you seen how long it takes? Then, like, give us your name and we'll email you when some come in.
Yeah.
Get here early because I'm sure it's a shipment coming. Like black kids is not like we can have a Groupon for this pallet of black kids. It was horrible.
Holy shit!
And the only people who actively adopts black kids is gay families.
Oh, really?
Yeah, gay couples.
So gay couples. Wow, I think I've seen that on a few.
Because they're available,
shows.
I guess, right?
Yeah, because they want families and they don't really care.
Because it's probably hard for them to adopt the white kids.
Right.
Still, right?
Yeah, so they have to go to the.
They have to go.
cell rack.
They got to go deep.
Yeah, they got to go to the
deep. Gotta go deep. Yeah, gotta go deep in the pile there. Yeah.
Hey, it's so sad.
No, someone in my family is going through the adoption process. I know exactly what you're talking about. They basically told them, look, if you want a kid, we could get you one in
tomorrow.
A month.
You want it fast or you want it white?
That should be the new adoption slogan. You want it fast or you want it white? Oh my God!
But they basically said blonde, blue eyes, at least a year.
Yeah.
Wow.
But they mentioned a few others and said 3 months.
Yeah.
4 months.
My manager, Dave Becky.
Oh yeah.
My manager. When he was adopting kids, he went and told me this true story. I said he wanted a kid, because they all ambitious. You want kids that look ideally like you. Mm-hmm. And so they wanted a white kid, and they were like, "That's impossible. We don't even ever get them. No one's ever even seen one of them. It's like a pink diamond. Like no one's ever seen one.
It's like that special baseball card that never comes out.
The Honus Wagner baby.
I'll take a white child, a unicorn, and the Easter Bunny.
Bigfoot.
Yeah, Bigfoot.
So eventually, he gave up on that idea, and they ended up getting a half Latin, half white. So it can almost be, And he said, how long, if I want any kid, how long for that? She said, you could have a black kid like right now. I'm pretty sure. I have a nice selection in the trunk.
Off the rack. Yeah.
It was so sad to me. And my wife wants to adopt kids, and I could never do it.
Yeah.
I could never do it.
Why?
Because I wouldn't really love them.
No.
I know I wouldn't. No.
Bunch of adopted
I would
kids
take
right
care
now,
of them. I
freaking
could be functional. I could, make sure you ate, went to college.
Right.
Hey, Scooter, say stuff like that. But like when it came to the hard stuff, why does nobody love me? Well, something, Some people don't get love.
Oh, shit.
Some people don't get love.
You got food. You got a roof over your head.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And he would be 17 and a half. Like 6 good months before it's time to go.
Just like, all right, it's time for you to get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Holy
It's your
shit.
birthday. Goodbye.
Yeah, take it
What'd
easy.
you get me for my 18th birthday? Luggage.
A lot of brochures.
I've given you the best weeks of my life. It's time for you to leave.
Like my wife, my wife, I have a niece and she has 4 kids. She's 21, 22 now, 4. And she had a real bad drug habit, state of California, took her kids. My wife gets in the process. Oof. And so they have to come out and evaluate your home. Like they have to see how much food you have.
Home visit.
Yeah, you have to get a gate around the pool, and like you have to get a carbon monoxide monitor. Like, and I'm like, why? Well, it'll protect them from fumes. I'm like, these motherfuckers just came from a crack house. The fuck fumes are gonna be that bad?
That's a great point.
These motherfuckers, how can methane possibly be as bad?
Should be able to keep him in the doghouse.
Right.
Still going to be better than where he came from.
So they got all like and they were like, oh, so they thought I was being kind of weird about the rules, and it was just like when we had kids, we never got in California. You're supposed to get a gate or a monitor, but we taught our kids to swim. And
yeah, there's a
that's the like and part of the graduation is you have to knock them in the pool when they're not.
Oh wow, not ready for it.
Yep. So my 2-year-old, who's my daughter, I call her out. She has her sundress on and her hair and her lollipop and little sandals.
Oh no!
And not to be mean, but you're supposed to do it like, hey, come to daddy. And she fell and knocked her into the pool. Boy, it was my wife just, oh my Jesus! Like,
20 years later, she marries a guy who just throws water on her. I guess that's to make sure they can swim when they're panicking.
Right. They're panicking.
Wow,
so she
man.
panicked for a while, and then she got it and got out the pool.
And how old was she?
2.
Yeah. We already started swimming lessons from my kid.
Yeah.
What do they teach babies to like lay on their back and cry and float? They teach them.
over.
They do, right?
Yeah.
But she could swim, but she freaked out because she wasn't.
You're not expecting it.
Yeah.
There's somebody I watch in the pool in my building. There's a guy. He teaches the kids to swim, and he comes in, and he doesn't seem like a pedophile at all. But he really doesn't. He's the way he's like he's got their hands in the stomach, and the parents are right there. But I'm like, it must be weird to see your child being touched like that.
It's weird to see somebody reaching to your woman's ass to get a baby out. Too. That's kind of weird. Like you're kind of going deep. What are you grabbing? That's kind of weird. Like the first time you go for an examination, like where they put the glove on and like a fistful of KY jelly and they're talking to you while they're like fingering your wife.
Is it hard not to go?
Oh man.
Yeah, it's a little difficult.
Wow, why are you in there with the doctor doing that?
Well, you have to, like, for the first time you have a kid, you have to see the whole process.
Supportive there.
Team effort.
Supportive is one thing, but shit like that, I still think it should be like it was in the 50s.
I do too, actually.
Where you just the guy isn't even at the doctor. He's just
go to the bar,
home with those pals or
call me when
something.
you're
And I'm a black father. I just hope to be there when they're born, like in their life. I want to show up before they win the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah, you're doing way more than you have to.
It was horrible.
Way more.
It was horrible. It was the worst stuff.
So where are we at with the election? We got 2 weeks left. What's your thoughts?
Well, the first debate was so.
Obama got his ass kicked.
I'd never seen anything that
uncomfortable,
bad.
Right?
It was like, wow, this dude.
What the fuck do you think was going on with him?
I don't know. It's just like I actually think it was his anniversary and his wife was giving him the side eye.
Oh man,
I think she was mad. Like 20-year anniversary, you out fucking around trying to be president.
That's hilarious that it's like that it doesn't matter if it's this little thing that he's doing that fucked up the anniversary or having a debate to get reelected. So she's just another wife.
And I think when you get your ass whooped like that, you're not getting no pussy. That's just not, that's not. No. And you can't even shout at her, hey girl, hey, why didn't you use some of that fucking where was all that vigor when you were arguing? I said vigor, so let me get that clear. But I think that he just, I've never seen anybody that is that bright do that. Like,
it was very lackadaisical, as they say. Just kind of stood there. Didn't seem like he was paying attention.
He seemed very mentally off.
Yeah.
Very mentally off.
And I'm like, you're not a Mormon. Have some coffee. Like you can have caffeine. And then I thought the second was he won. But I thought last night Romney basically played the role he played the first time.
I didn't think it was that bad.
No, not that bad. But I'm saying, because there'll never be any. Let's
that was pretty fucking bad. I think it's very hard for a challenger to challenge an incumbent on foreign affairs. It's kind of his job. Now you got a guy that his job is taking care of foreign affairs. He's done it for 4 years,
right.
Regardless of what kind of job you think he's done.
Right.
He's been in the
Right.
forum, and now you got another guy that's been governor that hasn't really had to deal with foreign affairs. It's kind of hard to step into that role and sound better than the guy that's got the gig. You know,
and I will say this: that I don't think he's the devil or bad or anything. I do think that he'll say anything. Like last night, I never said let Detroit go bankrupt. Motherfucker, yes you did.
But that's a whole. I think there's a lot of dishonesty on both parts with that bankruptcy thing. He said go into bankruptcy protection. American Airlines did it. Fucking a lot of the airlines did it. If a car company can't run a business and make money, file for bankruptcy protection. Get yourself in order, and then get out of bankruptcy.
Except nobody from the private sector was willing to lend at that time. There was nobody was going to lend. It was such a financially turbulent time that the idea of getting money, there are businesses that have been around for decades that couldn't get financing because there was nobody to lend the car company money. The government had to do.
During the debate last night, there was they had a little issue as to whether Romney had ever said that there should be some kind of government backing after they filed for bankruptcy because it was so hard to get loans at the time. And Obama said he never said that, that Romney had never said that, but it turned out Romney did say that.
That's true.
And it did end up. Yeah. So both sides will just throw. I was waiting to hear, liar, liar, pants on fire at some point, because they both are throwing shit out there.
But Romney
and they're both calling each other out.
Romney a little more. You think? Romney's nakedly.
Do you think when President Obama gets up there and says about his job record, there's 5 million jobs that he's created. I was making an analogy that's like me going to Atlantic City, dropping $10,000, winning $5,000, and saying I won $5,000 in Atlantic City. I didn't. So that is dishonest, and it doesn't. It's deliberately misleading.
I will agree, but I'll say this. When Mitt Romney goes, government can't create jobs, but then turns around and goes, I, who run the government, will create $12 million. That's 12 million jobs. That's the biggest bunch of bullshit I've ever heard. Government can't create jobs, but if I were in charge of the government, I would be able to create $12 million.
That's another kind of soundbite clip. Obviously, him being a businessman and very business-oriented, I think him in the position of president and being in the government would know what policies the government could put in place where businesses can prosper. Not, I'm the government, I'll create 12 million jobs. Right. But I'm the government, I'll put certain things in place that will foster an environment where jobs can grow.
But all the things that he did when he was a businessman are exactly the problem for the American worker. When he outsourced, he made money by leveraging companies with debt. By straddling them with debt, breaking them up and selling them off. That's how he made money.
Certain companies,
a lot of them.
Certain companies that weren't financially viable.
Even work. KB Toys was okay. It wasn't financially viable, but it wasn't in the fucking
KB
shitter.
Toys is the most ghetto fucking toy store.
Hey, that's why I know it, pal.
That ain't no Toys R Us.
Wait a minute, pal. Wait a minute.
I used to love toys, and I would walk right past fucking KB with a bunch of shit on those shelves.
Are you kidding me? I lived in KB Toys. I got my first train set from KB Toys. It didn't work, but I got it, goddammit.
A lot of black G.I. Joes in KB Toys.
Man, yeah.
A lot of
black G.I. Joe.
Yeah.
You can't really tell G.I. Joe's black, though.
Nah, he was all gruff and rugged anyway.
Yeah, well, except when he laid on his stomach like he was shooting. The black guy was up a little high.
And the gun was sideways.
And they were in a car. And like that.
A little different.
So his chains were gold. But other than that.
So who wins this election? You think Obama's got their deal? I would assume he's the one you want, right?
All right, definitely. But I think that this is what I imagine happening. I think that it'll be
really close.
Really close. I think that he's ahead in Iowa, Ohio, and Wisconsin. And I don't know about Florida or Virginia. And I think that you could have a situation where Obama wins the Electoral College and Romney wins the popular vote.
That does seem to be something that is looks like that could happen. Yeah.
When was the last time that happened?
2000.
Gore.
2000.
Yeah.
Sure.
Did Gore win the popular vote?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
In the end, he did.
And then, of course, and if that happens this time, I don't think one Democrat's going to come out and say the election was stolen.
Yeah, except
like they did with Bush and Gore.
Well, there's a difference. Obama's brother is not the governor of Ohio. Not the governor. He wasn't at dinner with him when he went, hey, we lost Florida. Hey, let me see about that. And his father didn't appoint one of the justices that would decide.
Very political family, It's kind of hard.
Those are differences.
But other than that.
But it doesn't, I don't think they were put in place years before just for that occasion.
By the way, Obama's
conspiracy
father...
that
I don't think that either, but I think
it worked in his favor is what DL's saying.
Right. I don't think that they went, ooh.
That's why
I don't think Obama was deliberately born in Ohio, Hawaii, so he could be president. I don't think that either, but...
Well, yeah.
By the way, Obama's father, much more fun than Bush's father. Drinking and driving and fucking banging broads. Obama's father, much more fun.
Right.
Much more fun.
Not meeting him until he was 10.
That guy was fucking crazy.
Until he was 10. Is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He met him once.
I knew he wasn't the greatest father, but I didn't know that.
And actually, Obama thought the mother... just sung his praises. Obama thought he was a great man. And he was a bright dude.
Right.
But he's anti-colonial.
The mother really, apparently talked him up.
Well, you're going to do that.
The young Obama.
The sister leveled him, though, when she told him.
Yeah. Said, what the fuck are you... Like treating this guy like a god when he was a piece of shit is what the sister was saying.
That's what if he was, the black woman will do that. You'll never have to worry. Oh, your father who you've never fucking seen is a great guy. Your father is a fucking deadbeat. He's the dick you wrote in on. My mother told me that. I said, wow.
Yeah.
Where's Obama? You knew that or you didn't know him?
I didn't know my father wasn't my father till about 8 or 10 or 12. And we were at Thanksgiving dinner. I did this on my TV show, and my uncle got drunk and goes, "You know that ain't your real father."
Oh shit! Wow!
In front of everybody?
In front of everybody, and everybody was real quiet. And I was like, "What the fuck is that all about?" And my father, "Just eat. Yeah, you ain't got to worry about that."
Oh man!
And then when I started getting in trouble, they would threaten me with this guy that I never met. He'd be on the phone drunk. You know your daddy. That's how I heard him.
Fuck.
And then he said, "What do you want?" I said, "I want a leather coat." And he sent the leather coat a year later, and it was a girl's coat, and it was too small. And I firmly believe that's why I'm a comic, because I wore the coat anyway. People tease me mercilessly. I firmly believe that. They would just kick me and tease me because I had this leather coat that was too small.
Did you like it, or did you just wear it? I didn't like it. To you?
I wore it because I wanted to. I don't know why I wore it. I just wore it as it was some kind of bullshit defiance that I'm going to wear this tight ass leather coat with it. It had the gather in the back. Like it was
room for an ass.
It was it had a gather.
Oh, man.
And people would kick me and stuff and laugh at me. And I would wear it until I couldn't physically wear it. It was too small to wear, and it was too small for short and not just a girl's coat, but a 4th grade girl's coat.
Did anyone ever call you out on it?
All the time.
All the time, yeah.
And I would wear it anyway.
Wow, you're crazy.
And I have no concept of why I did. And then my wife, right when I was going to do an HBO special, she found him on the internet, and I came home. She's like, "Don't get mad at me." That's always what women do. And then she said, "I found your father," and I flew him out, met him, and talked to him. And he was playing with my kids, and my kids all loved him. And then I came home from the set and like, "Motherfucker, you gotta go." He was barbecuing at my house with, "Hey, what do you want?" It seemed so fucked up to me. And I wasn't mad at him. I just thought, that the man who raised me, it's kind of a disservice.
He didn't earn that.
Did you let him stay for dinner? Or
nope. He had to
go. How old were you?
32, 4.
When you met your biological father?
Yeah. Did you ever see him again after that?
He died last year. My mother, and I actually, it was funny because I was co-hosting Anderson Cooper. This happened last week. And the John Edwards, who was the psychic guy, came on and said, somebody lost somebody they loved, and they weren't close to them, and they want to know it's all right, and you wrote him a song, because I wrote him I felt so like I didn't feel bad because I didn't like you feel bad for a human being that died and so I wrote a letter to him to myself that I never let anybody see and didn't even talk about, but he knew it. And it was the weirdest.
You never talked about it.
Never one time did I say anything to anybody about anything.
We don't believe in psychics.
Me neither. Okay. And I promise I don't.
I fucking hate John Edwards. I
promise I don't. But he sat there and I was like trying to act like it wasn't me.
Right,
and I'm sitting right next to him and go, and he knew to the, I mean, literally, I wrote the letter and burned it. Like, wrote the letter so I could say I did something.
I wish you would have asked him, give me one line from the letter.
Oh, yeah.
One line.
Dear Dad. He's
a genius. You're right. That would have been.
I like to know how they figure out some of that shit, but they're all fucking carnies in my head.
So wait, you wrote the letter. Did you regret it at all? Like, was there any regret or no?
No, I can't say. It makes me feel bad. I feel bad that I don't regret it. But I don't regret it. My mother used to do horrible shit to me because I look like this guy, and this guy shows up at the last fucking minute and goes, "Oh, I mean, let's get." And you could have, if he'd have found me, or if I wasn't famous, I wouldn't have cared. But would you have wanted to see me if I was a crackhead? Or,
right.
Or like once that ship sails, it's done.
Yeah.
So I felt bad that he didn't seem like the baddest dude that I had always heard he was.
Yeah, what kind of life did he have?
The dude was a genius. He had property. He was he worked for the Department of. He was an engineer of some type. So he wasn't like a broke dude.
Right.
He was a well-to-do, well-spoken, articulate man.
Was he a drunk? Because he would call you drunk.
He stopped drinking. But he was. Hey, maybe that's why I like liquor so much. But he stopped drinking. He wasn't drunk that day.
Yeah.
But he, and then when he died, my mother called me. I was in New York and I was high, and she calls and goes, "Your father died." And I go, "Oh my God!" And she goes, "Your real father."
Oh shit!
And I'm like, "Oh, okay." I wasn't trying to be fucked up, but I went,
right. Yeah,
it was a relief.
And so then his family calls me. His daughters and his, he was a good man, and we want you to come to the. I'm like, I don't know him.
Right. That's a stranger.
He's a stranger, but you feel bad. I literally feel bad that a human being. I'm not that
Yeah. What was his reaction when you told him to leave?
What did he say? He's like, you my son and I came to. I'm like, no, motherfucker, that's not. But I asked him for medical. Like I wanted to,
it's kind of handy to know.
Yeah. What? Right. We
might be down the road.
Yeah. All I was happy about was that he had all his hair. It's true stuff. It's true stuff. Yeah. He didn't have heart disease or high cholesterol. I was like, oh, fuck it, that's.
All right, did you take this cup and then get out of my house?
You don't mind a little blood sample, do you? That's all I was concerned about. And that was in my mind. I was like, oh, he's, he had to be 50-something. He had his hair.
But you asked him nicely, like, I
didn't ask him nicely.
Oh no,
and then he came, and I said, I never want to see you again. I think it's disrespectful. So I'm playing a gig at the Pyramid in Memphis. He comes back after I said, and it fucked my head up. Like, I'm like, I don't want to see you. It just a lot of shit I got to deal with when I see you. This motherfucker comes to the thing like I didn't tell him I never want to see him again.
Right.
So the dude who does security for me, Gary, I said, hey, man, he has to go. He said, man, but this is your father. I said, motherfucker, he either goes or you're fired. And so he had to walk him out.
What made you so sure that you couldn't get together with him in a slow kind of build some kind of relationship?
I don't know.
Well, because you're in your 30s already.
Yeah, but I don't know. But I mean, it just didn't appeal to me.
You probably sit there wondering, well, where the fuck were you all these other years?
Well, I think women, I never. It just seemed so instant. Like, if I wasn't doing what I do, would you want? It's just.
If you were a celebrity, would you have come around? Yeah,
absolutely.
sure.
But maybe, like, I'm just playing the devil's advocate here. Right. Maybe in time he would.
Maybe you got a kid out there. A black kid named DeAndre waited to meet his rich white dad. You're the Mr. Drummond.
It's just like maybe he would have actually tried to build a relationship
How,
even
though,
though he's
like-
Yeah, I know. I don't know either. But can't people over time?
Yeah, but I would imagine there were so many opportunities that he could have done this way sooner before DL was famous.
He didn't.
Yeah, but why didn't he? Do you have an answer to that?
That's what I said.
I don't know.
Why didn't
Did your mom keep him away, you think, because of the stepfather? Is it possible your mom said, look, I want you out of his life?
Yeah, but at 18, that stops.
Oh, right, okay.
But you could be an asshole up to a certain point and then realize, I was a fucking asshole. Maybe I can make up for this.
But not just 5 years when I'm supposed to start getting a prostate check. You know what I mean? Like after that.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
But did he ever?
I'm a father.
He missed the window of opportunity.
Right.
Did he ever explain that to you? Why he didn't come forward sooner?
No, he never really had
See,
it.
that would fuck with your head, I think.
And then you have to deal. You're a comic, so then you have to deal with all that other bullshit, and it's not worth. It's not worth the price.
I do it all with a Christopher Walken impression. That seems to help him. Oh, he came around. Oh,
Dice Walken.
Yeah, but after that, you just kind of like fuck it. And then I had.
And did he settle down with somebody else and have kids and all that?
And I met his. It was the weirdest thing. I met his son after that in Atlanta while I was, it's at the Hartsfield International Airport. He was flying and I was flying, so we said we would meet. I was going to the A gate, he was going to the B gate. We met in between fucking our flights. I saw him, he saw me.
Does he look like you a little bit?
No.
Nothing.
My mother was obviously clearly a good-looking broad. His mother. She was a fat albino woman. I don't know what he was. He kind of looked like you're a chubby dude. What is that all about? But he was bright, well-to-do, and he didn't speak that highly of him. Like
really?
He was like he used to get drunk and sit in the driveway naked, and I'm like, well, I don't hate that I missed that. Like my father was fucking emotionally distant, but at least he was home all the time
and clothed.
Right, and had clothes on and protected me from the pedophile that lived next door. But that was it. And then it was just it. Then one time I tell my wife, emphatically, do not have anything to do with him. So, one time I'm in the bathroom downstairs looking through stuff, and this woman has pictures and letters of because to her she really loved this guy, so they would have. So I had to tell her, don't ever have anything to do with him.
Wow.
And she still did it. She's so fucking disobedient. That's why if she ever gets hit by a truck or something, I'm dating a white woman. I'm telling you, man. I need a motherfucker that listens to me. Yeah, she kept a relationship with him. So
really?
Why did she do that, you think? Did it?
I think,
maybe because you thought you were going to turn around on this whole thing eventually.
I think if you ever knew, she wanted her kids to know their.
Oh, okay. Right.
She wanted he looked like me. My son looks like me. It was to her, it was, and to her, she always believed that the things my mother was telling me weren't always necessarily true.
Okay,
They weren't. There was another side to the equation, and I wasn't ready to hear it. And I can't say that he didn't turn out to be a good man. I can say, and I can say that it was just too late.
Too late, yeah. And you obviously had a lot going on in your life, so it's how could you find time to now hammer out a relationship with
a dude? Like, what are you going to teach me how to ride a bike?
Dude, yeah.
His son.
Come on, son, that's training wheels on.
Let's have the talk.
What are you going to do? 3 kids later, I'm going to have a fucking
making up for lost time.
Hilarious.
It just felt insincere.
But you always have to question the motives, too, because like you said, if you're a regular guy and you're 21, but once you're famous and you've had a TV show, it's hard to know what somebody's motives are for contacting you.
And you can read people, obviously, so it had to be something where something didn't smell right with the whole thing.
I didn't like how I came home. This motherfucker literally, man, was on my barbecue grill, like smoking. They had kids on his lap, laughing like it was. I came home and looked like me.
Oh shit!
At 60-something with my grandkids.
Right.
Like he looked like he had been there the whole life, and they were eating up the fact because he looked so much like me. They ate up the fact that this man was there, and he walks like me, and he walked like my youngest daughter, and they would call him Pawpaw right away. Like a day later, you motherfuckers have no sense of loyalty. You don't even know this motherfucker.
Yeah, they just instantly latch on.
They were all on his lap and holding his hand, like there was no reticence at all.
Right.
That bum out the kids though when you told them to leave.
Yeah, they were all crying.
Oh shit!
But it had to be done.
Yeah, fuck you.
How did you tell him? How
I
did you
said,
say?
get out. You gotta get your shit and get the fuck out.
Oh, you
I was
said
mean to him.
Oh, you were mean.
I was mean to him. Yeah, because man, can you imagine coming home and you see you?
Right.
Like that should have been my father. Hughley should have been there doing that. But he was doing it like turning over fucking sausage and talking about recipes and I'm gonna make you potato salad. And it was just, I was like, this motherfucker, you got to.
It's like an intrusion.
Right.
Yeah.
And they were all just swimming and Papa, watch me. I'm like, oh my God. It was fucking horrible, man.
You really got to look at your family and go, you motherfuckers, man.
And they don't even care. And this son of a bitch, let me tell you what he did. Let me tell you how fucked up my children are. So he said he had land that he wanted them to have.
All within a day? All this goes down?
Yeah, this happened later on. I guess he was talking to my wife. Yeah. I never had this conversation.
Gotcha.
So he wanted them to have some land that he had. And I'm like, I don't want anything from them. I can't tell them they can't have it, but I'm not going to pay any money to go and do anything legal. If they want the land, when they get older, they'll figure it all out. I'm sure that my fucking trifling daughters will go get that goddamn land. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they'll never tell me. But I bet them little fuckers have a summer home in Alabama that they'll never. I'm positive those little fuckers will do it. Not my son wouldn't, but my two daughters, fuck you.
I fucking love that whole gist of you coming home and just seeing them like they've known each other forever. And
I was like, if something happened to me, they would happily have this motherfucker move in. They didn't even think, and nobody thought, anything was fucked up, and my wife is, holding the fucking, getting this lighter, and, I'm like, what is this shit right here?
Holy fuck, man.
It was
Did you pull your wife inside and have a little discussion with her?
I just put down my bag, I come in the house, I see barbecue, and I don't even know how to barbecue, so I don't even know. I'm the only black dude that knows how to barbecue. So I go outside, and they are, hey, son. That's like how he said it. It was literally like I got punched in the stomach. I'm like, hey, motherfucker, wait a minute, man. So I couldn't believe what was going on, and the sun was bright, and the kids looked all fucking happy, and Papa, watch me do this, and my youngest daughter keeps sitting on his lap when he goes to turn to me. So I try to be cool, and then I just went, hey man, come here for a minute. You got to get the fuck out of here, man. No offense, but it just ain't cool. And I got him, got his shit. He wasn't staying with us. He was staying at the hotel. I got his shit and drove him back to the hotel.
Oh, you drove him?
How was that conversation?
Nothing. There was no conversation. It was like, you getting the fuck out.
You didn't talk on the way back?
I came back and they acted like I had.
Oh, man.
Like I had. They were kids are crying.
You were the bad guy, man.
Like you threw Willy Wonka out of the house.
You did. Daddy hates Santa. It was so. And now that I think about it, I should go home and punch those fuckers in the head because they were upset.
They Sonny Corleone's you at the meeting with Salazzo.
They did. They were like,
oh my God.
What an amazing story.
Yeah, if he had contacted you and said, I want to meet you and go out for lunch and talk to you and then maybe see would you have been much more amenable to that?
How could I can't know that, but I would imagine if I were much younger.
That would have been a better plan.
That would have been a better plan.
If he sat you down and tried to explain some things.
You can't have my old lady find you.
Right.
Yeah.
And then she pays for you to fly out.
Right.
And I meet you. And then
that's zero effort on his part.
No effort.
And then next thing you know, he's on your barbecue without having a discussion with
you. And well dressed, like not like broke or destitute.
Mm-hmm.
None of that. Just like he manicured and groomed.
So you got to be thinking at any time he could have gotten in touch with you.
Yeah. I couldn't find you. I didn't know what you were. And then I'm like, how the fuck did you send me a leather coat then?
Yeah.
How did you And he didn't have an answer. How the fuck did you send me a leather coat?
You still have that leather coat somewhere?
I don't even know what happened to it. But I would wear it actually. But it's probably the best now that I want the village people.
Wow.
But yeah, so it was just his stories that make sense. And I know he was a drunk and had, obviously had problems. And was divorced again. And had a young wife when he died.
Really?
Was he sober when he died?
No. Huh?
Was he sober when he died? Or
I guess his kidneys or something gave up on him. Like, whatever it was, I was listening to make sure if it could potentially happen. It doesn't fucking
right.
self-inside.
You're like,
Hell, sad. What happened? Oh, really?
Yeah, really?
This is not.
Is there some kind of
hereditary.
preventative thing he could have done? Maybe.
Anybody do an autopsy? That's so fucked up that I'm doing this.
I
but
know, right?
it is-
Yeah. No,
it is really.
That's what comedy's all about.
That's fucked
So
up.
when he died, did he have, was it chronic? Or?
Yeah.
Unexpected?
Yeah, you want to know. I mean, fuck.
Yeah.
Get the right to the medical knowledge.
Well, listen.
It's clinical.
We're
great.
Do you have to leave at 8 for other shit?
I have.
Oh, it's 7:57 already?
I know.
Yeah,
that went
it's
really
fucking
fast.
Fast, man.
I heard you have to be out by 8.
Feels
If you
great.
don't have to, that's great. 'cause
I
we
probably
love you.
do. My assistant is. I fucking hate her.
DL is promoting. Let's promote what DL is promoting. A couple of things. The Endangered List, which is a documentary about putting black men on the endangered list. It's on Comedy Central Saturday. That's this Saturday at 11 o'clock. And, of course, his book, I Want You to Shut the Fuck Up, How the Audacity of Dopes is Ruining America. You can get it, obviously, on the Kindle or Amazon or Barnes & Noble, but if you're too lazy to go out, just order it online. And at Real DL Hughley is the Twitter.
Good one to
so
follow.
not DL Hughley, Real DL Hughley.
Right, as opposed to the fake one.
Yeah, you can always tell whenever there's real. That means somebody couldn't get their fucking Twitter name back.
Well, your father has
Exactly.
That's the problem. If he would have just gave up, if he would have just gave up DL Hughley, he could have continued barbecuing.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, if it weren't pork, I would have let him stay.
You're a great guest.
Thank you,
man.
man.
I
Yeah,
love
a
when
ball
DL
here.
comes in.
Always doing something new. Always a new special. Always fucking prolific. Really, just
Thank
a
you, man.
brilliant comic.
Thank you, man. Thank
Absolutely.
you so much.
All right, we're going to take a break, and we got the big show coming in a little bit. Stay
And
there.
then Peter Criss.
And Peter Criss of Kiss as well.
Yeah, I
today.
wanted to see that.
Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
Got Peter Criss coming in from Kiss in about, I don't know, about an hour. Right now, though, outside the studio is the big show. Promoting WWE 13 for PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Nintendo Wii. Going to be released a week from today, October 30th. What's up, Big Show?
Hi, guys.
Hey, Rez. How are you?
Okay, first of all, the guy that works in your office, Roland.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he just made me coffee, and I'll marry him. That was amazing.
Was good coffee?
We could get you Starbucks, though. That's like fake Starbucks.
Yeah.
That's okay. I'm good with fake Starbucks. It's okay.
You all right with that?
Coffee's coffee. It's,
Yeah.
put enough Splenda in it, it'll fix anything.
I'm trying not to eat Splenda or any of that stuff. I'm afraid of with the aspartame and the fake
Oh,
sweeteners.
dude, I'm not worried about it. If I eat enough of that stuff, I won't need to be embalmed. I'm not worried about it. I'll be one big walking preservative. It's a key to our immortality. Nobody realizes that. The more artificial crap we put in, we'll just eventually live forever. You just got to get past the point where it kills you. If you make it past that, then you're immortal.
And then
That's actually a good way to look
everything's
at it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, are you excited about this this game there, Big Show?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it.
Are you on the cover?
No, I think CM Punk's on the cover.
Oh.
Yeah, but that's okay, though. You know what? It's
Awkward. Why did I ask that?
I've been on a couple of video games in the past, so I'm good with being on the cover. But I'm excited about it. I think trying to find out some info on the game because I do a lot of gaming. They have the Attitude Era.
What's
they
that?
have apparently it's a bunch of us from the Attitude Era in WWE, and they have my.
Why is Sam laughing at me? Are these bad questions, Sam?
What's the attitude? That's what it's the 90s.
It's okay.
Yeah?
We just work with them. It's okay.
I mean, that's a terrible
It's
question.
okay. It's okay. You won't believe the dumb questions I get today. But
The Attitude Era. Who is part of the Attitude Era?
Just like Stone Cold and The
Oh,
Rock.
I
and
just know that-
Stone
yeah.
Cold. Actually, they go back as far as me being Paul White.
Wow.
Oh, really?
So I'm just anxious to see
I didn't
my
know there
video
was-
game character with long hair again. 'cause
I didn't know there was a category. I just knew those guys, and that was when I really, really did like watching wrestling.
Right.
It was an amazing time.
Still good, you know.
I know it's still good, Sam, but I'm just saying that
Well, you
was
got to
an
figure
amazing time.
at that time there was a real unique arc or pinnacle in our business where you had probably two of the greatest WWE superstars that's ever been between Rock and Stone Cold in the same era.
How about Bob Backlund?
Number 2 today. No.
Jimmy asks everyone, though.
Yeah, but if you know Bob Backlund, I mean, I still see Bob come to shows, and he's got to be in his 60s, and he's in better shape than most everybody in our locker room. He's just amazingly fit. He's the kind of guy that can have fun in a POW camp. You know? He's just got such a positive attitude. You know, it's amazing to see an old timer like that that's in such great shape and has such a great attitude.
What did you do before you wrestled? I mean, it's a perfect job for you, but what did you do before that?
I did everything. I did everything from sell cars to.
Did anybody say no?
Yeah, believe it or not, if you don't know, a lot of people don't like car salesmen.
Yeah.
So it was a good preparation to becoming a bad guy in the WWE. So
you sold cars and what else?
I sold chemicals for state manufacturing. I answered phones for a karaoke distributorship. Did karaoke shows at night.
Can you sing?
Absolutely not.
Oh no.
I think my God, what was the song I used to sing? I'm taking the Wayback Machine here. I need Mr. Magoo. Funky Cole Medina.
Wow.
That's how long ago I was doing it. Yeah. That's old.
Would you do moves while you sang?
Yeah, I'm old. Thanks. Appreciate it. I got the influence there.
Song's old. What were you singing? Hello, my baby.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. No, I wasn't doing that. No.
Do people expect, because you're a big dude, but do people are surprised when you do other things? Like, you always expect a big guy to do something physical for work, and then you're like, I'm just an account. Like Shane Carlin in the UFC is a fucking engineer by day, and he fights at night. And I don't know why I'm so surprised that he's an engineer, because he's big.
I think, you're going to get some stereotypes as far as, big guys doing big things. I mean, I think I have one friend of mine that teases me. He says all the time, he says, you were born in the wrong era. So what is that supposed to mean, man? I mean, was I supposed to be a Neanderthal or something? He goes, no, man, you should have been born like, back when they were swinging battle axes. And I'm like, yeah, disease, bacteria, warfare. Yeah, that'd have been awesome. Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence. But yeah, everybody has their stereotypes. I think that a lot of people would be confused with the fact that I'm an avid reader. Sci-fi fantasy reader.
No, you're not.
I love it. I love it. Brandon Sanderson and Brent Weeks and all these other authors. I actually got my Twitter account, and it's funny because when you get Twitter, it's a little scary dealing with Twitter because you never know. And then you get some people that get on there that just love just to flat out bitch you out because they can hide behind their cell phone, however many miles away. I always want to do like a giant silent Bob. Like, on such and such date, did you tweet Big Show, you fat ass? Did you tweet that and then come to their house and pull them out of the front door and just shove their head in the rose bush or something? But, it's cool. Like, you reach out to these authors. And like Brandon Sanderson is finishing Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time series, sent me all of the Wheel of Time series autographed, all of Brandon Sanderson's books autographed with like little quotes and stuff from the books in there and autographed. Wow. And so I have like the ultimate sci-fi fantasy nerd book collection. I also have, from doing Star Trek, I have the very first Borg head that they showed to Paramount to do the Borg character. I have the bust. Wow. When I did the show, one of the creators of the Borg character gave me the bust. So but that's like hidden in my house. So if you're not a Star Trek fan, you just think it's some weird wacky art.
Right.
But if you're a Star Trek fan, you go, "Hey, that's the Borg." I'm like, "Yeah, good for you." I am cool. Yeah.
What is that? I read one. I'm not a big science fiction reader, but the one I read I really loved. Was it Isaac Asimov? Is he a big? Yeah,
Isaac Asimov, Orson Scott Card. There's a lot of those great guys.
What's his about traveling, and then by the time they get there, like these space travelers are going somewhere, and by the time they get there, mankind has progressed where they now send people faster, so they arrive and humans are already there.
That's probably, I haven't read that, but that's probably along the theories of timeline and travel. You're a little bit above me in nerdiness.
No, I only read the one book, and I think obviously
that one book propelled you to the top of the class in nerdiness. So there you go.
I'm just surprised to learn that you're a little bit of a nerd.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm definitely a nerd.
I'm very surprised by that.
Yeah, definitely a nerd. I think.
When you were growing up, did they try to make you play basketball?
No, it's funny. They tried to make me play football. I was a basketball player and loved it. And
were you good at football and basketball?
Yeah, I was a pretty good athlete. I was athlete of the year in 1989. So
did you go to college for it?
I went to college and went to Wichita State and played basketball. I played there and they fired my coach and my dad died all in the same year. So I quit school and decided to work for a living.
Wow.
And then I got a break and then got into wrestling.
I asked because, I was big into basketball growing up, and every tall kid, they were obsessed with trying to get on that fucking basketball court.
Yeah,
it was obvious most of them didn't, just because they were tall didn't mean they could play.
Yeah, I was a pretty good athlete, though. I averaged about 34, 35 points a game, so I was pretty good at it. I had 7 games over 50, and my best game was 26 for 27 and 9 for 9 from the free throw lines for 61. So,
damn.
Yeah, I put a lot of time in with it. They always wanted me to play football. I was 7 foot 313 as a senior in high school. And ran a 5 flat 40 in pads. So it was
seriously?
Yeah. So everybody was like,
"Holy!
Why the hell aren't you playing football?" Because number one, it was South Carolina. There's bugs. It's hot, and the equipment stinks. So, basketball court. I wash my stuff every day. It doesn't stink, and I'm in air conditioning.
Right.
On a summer day, I'll play outside in the court. But just a football locker room just stunk when I was in high school, and I was real paranoid about. When you're in high school, it's the girls thing, and and I was just real paranoid about anything funky like that because you're already associated with being big and different, like like
you didn't want to smell.
Yeah, I didn't want to smell. I smell fantastic. I've said that before.
But you know how many college football coaches probably cried themselves asleep?
Yeah.
Big box of deodorant coming in. Hey, whatever you need.
We're buying new equipment every game. Just play.
You know how many fucking teams would have loved to have you? Holy shit.
My thing was it was I didn't have really any direction in high school. I was a really good basketball player. Really good football player. I just think that football for me, I had a real bad experience with a coach that was kind of a dick. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of them out there, by the way.
And
what did he do to you? He was mean, or
just went through a lot of stuff with this guy who's just wasn't a player coach. Was more of just an ass. I don't know how else to explain it. And I just. My basic attitude was, you're going to need me a long time before I need you, and I just wouldn't play. And I wound up playing my senior year at a different school just because I liked the coach. And he invited me out to play one time, and my junior year, and I didn't play. And my senior year, he said, if you want to come out, it's your last year. Might as well have some fun. So, yeah, we went to state.
Wow.
So, he was a good coach. Coach Rankin at the school I went to. He had a hair lip. And had a mustache, and everybody used to call him Catfish when he wasn't around.
Right.
When he was around, you didn't call him Catfish.
Of course not.
Guys with hair lips can usually fight. He was rugged dudes.
He was pretty rugged. So good guy though.
And did you ever box? I mean, I know what happened with Mayweather was that wasn't expected, was it, to get fucking popped that hard?
Let's see. What do we do here? What's the ethics of this? I would say that I was very proud of Mayweather in his ability to promote and his ability to really set that angle off.
Okay.
So there's not many people that get on one knee and let somebody blast them in the face.
Yeah, which is also humiliating for a boxer. Like when a guy will kneel and let you punch him in the face, that really just shows you the fucking pecking order of things.
It's true, too. My wife weighs more than Mayweather. So,
oh, Jesus.
My wife's like 5'10", 159. I'm probably going to eat peanut butter and jelly for a week now. The kids just go, I can't believe you said that on Opie and Anthony. Well, you're tall. What do you want me to say? Damn, I'm in trouble.
Did you ever box before, or was that like your only?
I did a little bit, mainly getting in shape and try to venture at it when I took a year from WWE. It didn't work out. Boxing, I have a lot of respect for the tremendous dedication to athletes. It's not a sport you jump into at 35. But it was cool getting in the ring and training and going through all that. So it definitely gave me a lot more respect and understanding for the sport. It's definitely a warrior sport.
Yeah. What was the hardest part? The speed? Because a lot of those, no matter how strong you are, if there's a guy who can fucking throw 8 punches before you go on.
Yeah, I think so. But even with reach and stuff like that, a lot of it is just what they call unconscious competence. It's a lot of seasoned boxers aren't thinking about what they're going to do. They're just reacting and doing it. And when you're new and trying to do it, you're trying to think, there's the stomach. Oh, it's gone.
Right.
Oh, there's the chin. Oh, it's gone. By the time your thought process puts it together, you've already missed the opportunity.
Wow.
And I think it's one of those kind of things where the boxing trainer made it very clear. He says, it takes one punch to win a fight, one punch to knock you out, and one punch to kill you. So it's pretty serious, but it was definitely a unique venture, and it definitely makes me appreciate what I do.
I'm always amazed with the way these guys move, because I hit the heavy bag, obviously, but I don't, I can't move.
Does the heavy bag hit back?
No, it just
swings back. You're gonna go flying.
But I'm amazed with the fact that, I just stand there and just punch. It's just for cardio. But when you see guys actually move, it's really hard to move and even hit a fucking bag.
Yeah. Well, if you're hitting the bag right, the bag doesn't move.
Really?
Yeah, because if you're moving the bag, you're pushing it. The idea is to pop the bag and transfer kinetic energy from your fist to the bag. If the bag's swinging, all you're doing is pushing it with your fist. You're not speeding in and popping it. So hitting it properly is transferring kinetic energy from your heel, through your hip, through your shoulder, through your elbow, through your wrist, and transferring energy in the bag. So it all dumps into the bag and pulling the fist back without pushing it. You dump all that. Yeah, I had to learn too, because I was out there just pushing the bag all over the place, and that's just not the way you do it. You hit it hard, you hit it quick, and you pull it back. So that's the thing with boxing is it's not the punch you throw it, but you got to get it back to cover your face up. Because while you're leaving one out there like you did something, the other guys come right over the top of it and cracking you in the chin.
I'm always amazed when they say, well, he's timing him right now. He's timing him. It's like, how are you thinking that when there's a guy trying to knock your teeth out?
That's part of that unconscious confidence thing. I mean, really seasoned boxers, they don't blink when they punch. They're reacting. They have a feel and a flow to what's going on. They get the rhythm of another puncher, whether he's throwing 2 jabs at a time, 3 jabs at a time, whatever he's doing, moving right to left. His shoulder drops before he throws a big right, whatever it is. These guys are seasoned. They pick up on it. And if you don't know what you're doing, you'll just get your ass handed to you. So
I was amazed during the Ali Foreman fight when they were talking about the right hand leads that he threw, and they said which is a slap in the face when you cross your body to hit somebody, because you're saying that he's slow enough that you can do that.
Yeah.
But these guys actually think that that's a disrespect to throw across your body to punch them.
Yeah, it is, because you're leaving yourself open. It's a slower punch, and basically to a seasoned boxer, normally that's you can see that coming a mile away. But when you got somebody like Ali that's that fast, it's over before it started.
Oh, you know a lot about boxing.
You studied it. I'm a fan of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm definitely a fan of it. So my favorite was Sugar Ray Robinson.
Oh, wow.
So he's just, I know he's from an older era, but just watching some of his old fights, how amazing and fast he was, how he'd throw these shuffle punches to the stomach, and then he'd come back with, 3-4 shuffle punches to the stomach, left hook, straight right. I mean, he was just amazing boxer to watch his combos and his footwork. And you got to figure he was fighting about every week.
Really?
Yeah. I mean,
they used to fight a lot more back then.
Oh, God,
They used to fight all the time. So, and they were fighting rounds, too. They were putting them in there. My favorite, one of his interviews, when he lost his title to Timberlake, the guy from Britain, I can't remember his name, it's Timber something. He said, well, my plan was to take him a few rounds and make it more entertaining, something like that. And then he says, but I saw the blood, and that plan went out the window. He basically just beat the snot out of the guy. So those old-time boxers like that, you got to have just amazing respect for.
So you saw Raging Bull, there's a great moment, because they talk about LaMotta fighting Sugar Ray, and there's a great moment where they go, and nobody else will fight them, so they fight each other 3 weeks apart. Like, they fought each other, I think it was 3 weeks apart.
Can you imagine
LaMotta
that?
and Sugar Ray. Those guys just didn't take breaks.
Yeah, you look at the potential they have for, pugilistic dementia and, the shots to the head and the, it's amazing, how tough the human body really is. I mean, nowadays, even with us, we have concussive impact testing, and, if you hit your head hard, you got to go in the training room and take a concussion test. So they're very worried about athletes now and brain trauma and they're really up on that. And you look at the old timers. I mean,
They
how
didn't
about
have
the
any
bare
of that.
knuckle guys going 75 or 80 rounds? You know, I mean, who wants to fight somebody for 75 rounds?
Do they really go that long?
Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean,
What was the point? Until
I don't know.
someone was.
Somebody should have got smart and grabbed a board. At the end of it, you know?
But what was the point? Every fight had to end with a knockout, or
Yeah, I think so. Every fight had
So
to,
some of
there
them would
wasn't
just
such
go
a thing
forever.
As a draw, right?
I don't know. But they would go that long, and I don't know. Maybe after a while they stop punching, or they're only doing body blows. But how do you just take that many punches? Much less
crazy.
Well, how do you throw that many?
I don't know, man.
Unless they're just standing around like the old Family Guy going, bully, 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 bully.
Do you like UFC too, or are you strictly boxing? Or do you
No, I like UFC. I do. My wife is a huge UFC fan, and I work a lot, so I don't get to catch up on the UFC. I mean, I know some guys have done it. Brock, of course, and I think Dave just had a fight here recently, Dave Bautista.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
He did well, didn't he?
Yeah, he won.
Yeah, he won, which is, great. I personally, I don't want any part of UFC. I mean, I'm 40 years old and bad knees and bad joints now, and some of the unique grappling holds that these guys come up with, all I think I was, nah.
That's gotta hurt.
I'll keep wearing spandex and doing what I'm doing. I'm doing all right.
I think that a lot. Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, it does. But I mean, the thing is these guys in the UFC. I mean, these guys love to compete and love to fight. I mean, it just seems like a very short career, but it's their passion. They've carved their niche in it, and a lot of respect to them for doing it. I know Nah, I'm good.
I think they take a lot less fucking blows to the head than boxers do, though. Like, you see UFC guys like Liddell.
I don't know, but you're not going to get a knee to the head like you will.
That's true.
But speaking of what you do, does the road just tire you out? You guys are out there
I'm a little
lot.
tired. I just flew in from Egypt Sunday. I get in Sunday at 4 o'clock from Egypt. We did 3 shows in Cairo, which was amazing. I actually got to go down the pyramids and put my hands on the pyramids.
Really?
Oh, wow. Yeah.
How was that?
They moved.
It was, yeah, it fell over. I got to tell you, there's only 2 now.
I hear the pyramids look pretty shitty close up.
Close up.
When you're a
is
little
just,
further away, it looks all nice and smooth.
I wouldn't say. I'd say when you get right up on it, it's so massive. It just looks like a stack of bricks. You know what I mean, like these huge stone blocks that are. Each block comes up to about my chin. So,
do you sit there trying to figure out, like, how the fuck did they do this?
How did they do this? I mean, it just makes me believe December 22nd, the aliens are coming back.
Oh, man.
But I've watched all the programs and stuff, and Ancient Aliens is one of my favorite programs that TiVo, and they're trying to say that one of the theories is the pyramids were actually some kind of a microwave generator, that they could do a chemical process, because they're finding all these vent shafts that make sense, like a plant, and with the obelisk. I mean, they really reach for some of this stuff.
Yeah.
It's like supposedly Egypt had power and whatever. I just think it's a massive feat of engineering technology, and it's pretty cool knowing that I've put my hands on stone that Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Mark Antony, all these great leaders in history, have seen there and been there. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty humbling.
And the Middle East loves wrestling.
Oh my
I've
gosh, it
noticed
was insane
over the years.
It was insane. The fan response from the fans in Egypt were insane. I actually really felt famous over there because everybody followed me and took pictures. It wasn't just because, there's an ogre, kill it. No, they actually knew who I was.
Jesus. Big Show is funny, man.
That's hilarious.
No, I saw a documentary. It was Morgan Spurlock's documentary, and he's going into all these tiny little areas of the Middle East, and they're all watching wrestling. They got the wrestling T-shirts on.
Yeah, they know that. Yeah, they understand the vernacular. They understand who you are, and they can.
Why do you think it's so popular over there?
I don't know. That's a good question. I think maybe it's sports entertainment wrestling has a lot to offer. Our main thing that we offer is a drama that has, good guys overcoming adversity. Little guys fighting the good fight. Maybe that's kind of a good theme for people. I mean, I know the infrastructure in Egypt is going through trouble. There's a lot of people that are working very hard and going through a lot of things over there. So, maybe that's an escape.
Sure.
Who knows? I mean, if our product can bring a little bit of happiness to anyone, then I'm definitely all for it.
I got the other side of the question. Is there part of the world where wrestling just never caught on, and the WWE has tried so hard?
Gosh,
seems like you guys are pretty big.
Yeah, man, we're pretty
much
global.
everywhere.
I mean, we're huge in China, everywhere.
How's China?
China was amazing. It really was. I was.
No, I mean the country.
Wrong dude.
I know. I do know that.
Wrong dude.
You ever fuck Bubba's wife?
No.
Is China cool?
Yeah, Joni was very cool when she was here.
No, I mean China, now the country. I'm over that.
Dude,
I'm over that dumb bit.
Quit swerving me.
I'm over that dumb bit. It was a dumb, hacky bit.
Moving along, high road.
China,
anyway,
the country.
China, the country. It was fantastic. The feats of engineering and stuff there. The thing that cracked me up, though, I mean, the fans are hysterical. I think the government was a little nervous about having us over there because they're worried about riots, but the fans were just into our product, knew what to chant, knew what to say. So, I mean, that's a huge market that's hopefully going to open up for us. I mean, potentially, hundreds of millions, billions of viewers. So, our product's doing real well. I think it took 6 years for the NFL to get into China. It took us 6 months.
Wow.
So
wait, they watch the NFL in China?
Yeah, they have our programming over there. So it's pretty crazy.
I'm amazed at that too.
Yeah, really.
We just don't know anything about China.
Well, I know one thing that cracked me up is nobody breaks the rules over there. Like when you drive, speed limit's 55. By God, everyone does 55. We had a ride from the airport, and
you guys.
The airport ride was like, I think like an hour from the airport to the hotel, And then when we got to the airport, somebody says, "Oh man, we should have took the train." So what train? Well, they have a bullet train. We could have got here in 6 minutes. We took an hour bus ride, and we could have got here in 6 minutes.
At 55 miles an hour.
Who do we talk to in talent relations and beat them up for this?
Right.
So Mark Carano, that's the guy we need to beat up. Mark Carano, it's his fault.
But what do they do to the people that everyone obeys 55 miles an hour? That's what I want to know.
It's just very orderly instruction. A very clean city. Like, I mean, it's just like, they have like lights in the trees at night, and the city lights up really pretty. I mean, it's like you might want to go to that house that's on the neighborhood that's very clean, manicured lawn, and perfect wife, perfect husband, perfect children, and they're aliens. So, you know what I mean? No, I'm being a smart aleck, but it's like, I'm from America. We break rules, we do our own things, we swear, we spit on the sidewalk. It's what we do. Freedom of speech, that kind of a thing. And you can see over there, it's very orderly and
they don't look like they're having fun, do they?
I don't know. They look like they're having fun at our shows. You know what I mean? But I think they're very very serious and work driven. So I mean,
isn't Singapore like that? Like really clean and no one breaks rules too.
Singapore's very clean. Yeah, very clean.
I've heard like a lot of those Asian countries that are very comfortable just following the rules and not fucking.
Yeah, some of that. It's just amazing. Some of those countries are like that. Just very. Like like when we were in Egypt dealing with some of the production stuff, they've got a very laid back, almost an island approach on things, and we'll get to it. You know what I mean? And some of our guys from the UK that were help putting our tour together over there. The production guys were just ready to bash their head in the wall because they're so uptight and ready to, or they form a queue, and everybody's real orderly, and the UK guys were about to pull their hair out. So it's just different philosophy on things,
And you're promoting. We should promote also.
I'm here to do something, right?
Yeah. Well, let me make sure we get it out. The WWE 13 for PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and Nintendo Wii. It's out October 30th of this year. So why did I have to say of this year? Obviously, no shit, stupid, this year.
It's okay.
But it's okay. Sometimes you just put extra words in for no reason.
I wasn't going to bring that up. You were trying to make a cohesive thought. It's okay.
I know, but I could have just said October 30th. Sometimes we add words to sound smarter, and it fails miserably. Case in point, October as opposed to September or November and WWE The Big Show on Twitter. If you guys want to follow The Big Show on Twitter,
you were 6'2" as a 12-year-old.
Yeah. Yeah.
Were your parents big?
And my dad was, my mom was 5'10". The milkman was No, yeah, my dad was about 6'4", 6'5". My mom's 5'10".
Do you have siblings?
I have a sister, lives in Rensselaer, New York. She's the smart one in the family. She's like really super smart.
No, you seem pretty smart.
No, I'm a complete idiot. my dad and my sister are like genius level, and I'm the guy that got big hands. So that's how that works.
Do you have to go out when you're like a big dude? Do you have to go out of your way to kind of show people that you're gentle and not like? Because I'm such a small twerp. Like whenever I drive, I'm like, I want to fucking smash him. But Kenny drives us, and he's a big guy, and he never does that.
He doesn't
He's
get
like,
bothered by
ahead,
anything
because he knows he could throw a guy through a window, so he doesn't have that.
There's a certain amount of calmness that comes with that. I think sometimes little people are no offense.
No, you're right.
I mean, geez, I thought we were having a Lord of the Rings convention. So I'm sitting next to Frodo over here, but no. There's a certain amount of calmness that comes with it, and sometimes it amazes me. You get some smaller people that are super aggressive. I had a lady in customs in Canada one time that was just so rude, and it's Canada. Canada's like America's backpack. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like, if it wasn't for us, you guys would speak in Russian and Korean, right?
Right.
So chill on the immigration stuff in Canada, which means now I'm going to get like probed the next time I go there. But this one lady was just so, what are you doing here?
What do you think?
I'm here to wrestle, and she was just very, very aggressive. I don't know if she dated a wrestler in the past and he gave her a dirty Sanchez or something. Whatever the problem was, she was super aggressive. I said, ma'am, can I just have my passport? And she's like, no, you're going to listen to what I have to say. And I'm thinking, there's just like a little wooden table here. And what if I wasn't right in the head? It'd take 2 seconds to just pull her across the table, break her spine. And,
right.
Walk on.
Hope you didn't say that at that moment.
No.
Might have
Last
caused a
thing I want
problem.
to do is, stuck somewhere in northern Canada shoving polar bear crap. So I kept my mouth shut. So,
yeah, I want to go back to the traveling thing for a second. The beds and the planes. How do you deal with that as much as you have to?
Hope you fly first.
Sometimes when it's available, but we flew business first coming back on the Egyptian Air, which is, it's business class like every other airline. But my shoulder, they all have these cute cubicles now for business. Like you have your own little section. And it's modular and it looks nice in magazines. Well, it's too damn small. My shoulders are wider than the cubby hole.
Oh,
so
shit.
it's like, my right shoulder's a little bad, my left hip's a little bad, so I can't lay on my right side or my left side. My shoulders are too wide to lay down flat, so I just have to sit in the chair like I'm really interested in playing Angry Birds for 11 hours.
Wow.
There's just nothing else to do.
And it's not like he didn't fly back on Sunday and he's been wrestling. He was wrestling last night.
Yeah.
At 11:30 last night, he was wrestling in Jersey.
Yeah, it was
How many hours? It's only a couple-hour flight, though, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's no big deal. I mean, I had 3 hours sleep before we left. Didn't sleep at all on the plane.
There you go.
Had about 2 hours sleep Sunday night because of jet lag.
But you couldn't sleep on the plane either, like even sitting up, right?
That's what I just said earlier where I couldn't fit in the seat. Thanks for keeping up.
No. But I knew you couldn't fit in this. I hope we don't have a problem.
See how aggressive he is already?
No,
he's like, I took your kneecaps off.
I mean for my sake. But sometimes, like when you're like Patrice was a comedian buddy of ours. He was like 6'2" or 6'3", big guy, big wide dude, and he said you learn how to live being uncomfortable. And like he could sleep in plane seats, it's just sitting up uncomfortable. He's like you learn how to live.
It gets to be a real pain. Like every year we do a handshake tour for the military during the holidays, and like we go to Afghanistan, we'll go to Iraq, and it's usually 4 or 5 of us. Last time I went, it was Vince, Eve, Kelly, and myself. We went to Afghanistan and got to go to a lot of the FOBs that don't get to see entertainers and help bring a little bit of America to them. And it's my absolute favorite, most passionate trip is going to seeing our troops. I love our troops and love the commitment to excellence that they have. And this year I was really excited because we had the possibility of maybe going to an aircraft carrier.
Wow.
Although the United States government vetoed me because I was too big to be on the aircraft carrier.
Really?
Because of it's 8 floors, from what I understand, and I guess the ceilings and the bunks and the actual doors that I have to go through, I'm just too big. And
you could have hung out on
I
the
was
deck.
like, dude, you could just put a cot in a hanger. I'm
Yeah.
cool. I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, you
man,
wanna
come
just
on.
check it out.
So yeah, I got magooed.
And what about one more question? The hotel beds. How the fuck do you sleep in hotels?
I do. It's just king size bed. You know, I don't take up much room. Usually at home, I've got a Mastiff, a Pit Bull, a German Shepherd, and a Boxer all sleeping in bed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't get very much bed. I have a wife that thinks she's, ginormous, who has to like sleep in the middle of the bed and take all the bed. And I literally sleep on the edge of the bed, and I got one arm. I got one arm that hangs off the bed.
But doesn't she understand you're the big show?
No,
she should understand you're the big show.
No, when I come home, I'm the guy that leaves dirty socks on the floor
That's
and needs
it.
to dump the cat box. So.
Can you think of a worse house to break into with fucking a pit bull,
I
a
was thinking the
mastiff,
same thing.
and
Yeah,
him?
yeah.
Like, oh,
Lay
would
on
you
the
just-
bed.
You know what it is? Little dogs make me uncomfortable. I mean, if I plop down the couch and sit on one of my dogs, I'm going to get an ass full of teeth. You know what I mean? If I sat on a little dog, it might be like that Far Side commercial. I might be putting up, please find my dog, and it's stuck in the crack of my butt. So.
Wow.
I'm so glad we didn't get off to the wrong foot. That would have been so bad for
That
me.
would have been
It
awkward.
would have been bad for you. I don't have anything to prove. I'm happy. I'm excited to be here.
Sam, we should ask some wrestling questions.
Go ahead, fire away.
Oh,
what
Sam.
you got?
Sam. I mean,
Sam's the secret weapon.
Sam.
I could ask you a million wrestling questions.
Let's
Sam.
not be too niche, though.
Come on,
Yeah.
Sam.
Something that maybe.
All right. So when you started in WCW,
Yes.
you were a young guy,
Yes.
but you immediately went into a program with Hulk Hogan.
Right.
What was the vibe in the locker room like when this young guy is coming in?
You know what?
And he gets the main event spot.
It was a completely different era. The business wasn't full of as many young guys as there are now. Back then, everybody was a seasoned veteran. Arn Anderson, Ric Flair, Hogan Savage, Jim Duggan. There were so many seasoned veterans that they saw a guy like me as potential for the industry. Somebody that could, basically our business is about entertaining and selling tickets, and somebody that could do that. So right away I became, I think, everybody's kid brother. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, they looked after me and they ribbed me a lot, but they also took care of me and helped me to come along. I didn't find out really how competitive our business was till I came to WWE. WCW was kind of laid back for a while. There was a lot of guys that were already established, already very secure in their careers, so they were very amiable to helping younger talent out. I know when I came up to WWE, holy crap, what an education. I mean, they didn't give a crap who I was, where I'd come from. I had to earn respect all over again. It was a very rude lesson. I remember wrestling Stone Cold and Rock in the Garden, and I came into the ring, and I used to just think I threw my arm up the air and yelled like for the choke slam. And Rock looks right at me. He goes, moves my hand up and down. Just completely made fun of me in the garden. And I'm looking at him like, I looked right at him and said, man, that's all I got. You know what I mean? I didn't know how to do all the entertaining and have all the personality that they had.
It was your one thing.
Yeah. And I learned a lot. Stone Cold was probably one of the best influences working with him in my career. He's just an amazing, amazing personality and amazing talent in the ring. I got stuck working with him. I worked with him in Europe for one of the tours in Europe, and he just beat the hell out of me every night and hit me with a stunner. Didn't tell me anything in the ring. Didn't help me along. Did nothing. I was like, geez, what is it with this guy? Jeez.
What's a stunner?
His finish.
Oh, okay.
And some of the other guys are like, hey, look, you got to take over on Steve. You got to earn Steve's respect. And I said, yeah, but he's Stone Cold. He's kind of the golden goose of the company. I don't want to thump the guy. You know what I mean? So we're arguing back and forth, and we had a show in London, a non-televised match, and I was working Stone Cold, and he rolled out of the ring to the floor, and I got out, beat him up a little bit, threw him back in the ring, but I hiked his tights up his butt when I came back in, which apparently pissed Steve off. So when I got back in the ring, he blasted me like 3 times in the chin as hard as he could and goes, "Off the tight, you son of a bitch!" like that. And it got me mad. I grabbed him by the face and picked him up and carried him across the ring and stuck him in the turnbuckle. I said, "Who in the F you think you're hitting?" He goes, "There you go, kid. Way to fire up."
You guys are all fucked up. I gotta say it, man.
But it clicked in my head. It was like, yeah, I don't need to tell anybody when it's my turn to take over. I take over whenever I want to. So we're working a couple weeks later, and Steve's really helping me a lot, just with psychology and mentality and aggression in the ring. And we're working one night, and Steve's real hard to hear in the ring, you know, with his voice, and he'll tell you that. You know, he hits me a couple times, goes, and takes off and hits the ropes. I don't know what the hell he's doing. I don't know where he's going, what he wants, so I just held up a boot. I figured he could run into the boot, he could duck the boot, you know, he could catch the boot. There's a myriad of options. He stops right in front of my boot and then jumps out of the ring. The most unorthodox, awkward, made me look like a complete idiot. I'm standing in the ring with one foot in the air, haven't hit anything, and I'm like, I look over the top rope to the floor, he's on the floor, "What in the hell was that, you stupid son of a bitch?" And I'm like, okay, great, he's mad. So we finish the match, we get to the back, he goes, "I'm trying to teach you out there, I got tenure. If you listen to me and do what I tell you, you'll learn how to work. That's what I'm here for. Damn it, when I call a spot, you do a spot." What do you say at that time?
Right.
You don't say, "Hey, I didn't understand you mumbling bastard." Right. You say, "Yes, sir, I'll try to make sure that doesn't happen again."
What's a spot?
Just a sequence of events that happens in the ring.
Oh, okay.
So,
where everyone knows it's okay.
Yeah, it's whatever. I'm stooging off some stuff here, and I'll probably get in trouble.
No, we love this shit. How old were you when you went to the WWE?
26. I've been in it 3 years. I started at 23.
But it's just amazing to think, because, you know, you guys were watching when you debuted in WWE, to think of the Big Show being too scared to, like, put up his offense against Stone Cold.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of learning here.
Well, no, it's not that he's too scared.
He didn't say he was scared.
The whole thing
Don't start trouble.
No, the whole thing is with this. I mean, this is entertainment. You know, we're sports entertainment. You know what I mean? And let's face it, I'm big enough to cause a lot of very serious damage. That's not what I'm about. I'm about, you know, entertaining folks, being my character. You know, the Big Show on TV is nothing like I am in real life. I mean, it's a part of me. You know, I mean, sometimes I get looks on my face and my wife says, "Ooh, I know that look. You were mad." I said, "No, I wasn't mad." She said, "Oh, you were mad because I've seen that look." You know, so I mean, yeah, there's a certain part of your inner persona that comes out that becomes more part of your character. I mean, you know, Stone Cold is an aggressive, you know, ass-kicking son of a gun, but people don't realize also that Stone Cold is a very intelligent, brilliant guy. You know, I mean, he's very quick-witted, very intelligent with marketing and merchandising, and understands business. You know, you look at Kane. Kane's got a degree in economics, for crying out loud. You know what I mean?
That's crazy to think.
You know, we did what we did, Weakest Link. You know, and I think Kane kicked butt on Weakest Link on his. So, I mean, there's a different myriad of guys. There's a lot of guys that have teaching degrees, and you know, so I think one of our guys has a degree in chemistry or something like that. One of the guys, I think Brodus Clay, has some kind of maybe marine biology degree or something like that. I mean, you wouldn't expect it.
Right, of course.
So when WCW comes to you and says, "We're going to do a spot where Hulk Hogan's going to throw you off the roof of Cobo Hall,"
yeah,
are you, like, at that point young enough that you're just like, okay, whatever you guys say, and you don't realize?
Yeah, stupid. Yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, sure. Woohoo! Yeah. They came to me now and be like, "Have you lost your damn mind?"
Because they did this thing where Hulk Hogan and the Big Show, the Giant at the time, where they had a monster truck sumo match on the roof of the arena.
People don't realize it was like minus 20 on the roof of that building. It was so cold, freezing. Hogan threw me off the wall. I took a nice plunge into a nice airbag.
But the announcers are going, "No, he threw him off the roof of Cobo Hall. This is terrible."
Entertainment. Hello.
Sam doesn't know.
Hilarious.
It's entertainment.
Were you worried, Sam, at the time?
Even
at the
that
time, he didn't give a crap about me. He was like, I'm a Hogan fan.
He was a bad guy, you know.
I was a bad guy.
Thank God, Hulk Hogan was person.
You're a
I do
little
well as a bad guy.
Hulkamaniac.
Yeah. But then the Giant was able
to... Hulkamaniac. Have fun with my family and friends. Yeah, I had the album, too. Hulk Hogan, the Wrestling Boot Band.
Is he a nice guy?
Hulk? Yeah. Yeah, he is. Definitely was very instrumental in helping me out and get my break. I got my break through Danny Bonaducci and Hulk.
Danny Bonaducci?
Danny Bonaducci.
Wow.
He was doing morning drive karaoke in Chicago when I was doing karaoke, and it was like American Idol. Some people came in and sang and were excellent. Some people came and sang and were garbage. But the karaoke company that I was working for was working with Danny. Danny had a charity basketball game with Hulk Hogan, Jimmy Hart, and Mr. T, and brought me in as his ringer to play with them. And then I got to...
That's how it started?
That's how it started for me.
Wow. I never did that.
Hulk met me and says, brother, you got a dollar sign in your forehead. I said, well, please show it to me because I was broke. That's how I got my break.
That's how it started.
It was a different business back then. You didn't have the... like the FCW tryout camps and training camps and all the avenues they have now for young athletes to pursue a career in this. I mean, back then it was very hard to get in. You had to know somebody that knew somebody that knew somebody to get in.
What year was that you went in?
I met Hogan in 94, started in 95. So.
Wow, that's a hell of a jump up in your life.
Yeah.
Karaoke to wrestling?
Karaoke to wrestling, yeah. I remember... The first contract that I got, I was like, oh my God! You know what I mean? After about 6 months in the business, I went, man, they are screwing me.
That's so true. Anything else, Sam?
That's amazing.
I mean, we could talk about wrestling for hours. I don't know if you want to.
Well, I don't care. You got
thanks, Sam. Wow, that was like you're giving me the boot. Appreciate it.
Oh,
man. This is kind of humiliating for everybody, Sam. Why would you do that? He's a great guest.
You're just leaving him there with his boot up in the air.
They don't put Sam.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it.
What the hell was that?
When did you get to that point where you were comfortable that you could be like a ring general, is what they call it, that you weren't, you know what I mean?
I would say probably after about 5 or 6 years in, 7 years in.
Mm-hmm.
We acknowledge that was a bad question.
I don't think
it's actually a good question. Some guys get it really early. I mean, my favorite thing is when I watch the third generation guys like Ted DiBiase, Randy Orton, Joe McGillicuddy, who's Kurt Hennig's son, who's Axe Hennig's grandson. I mean, you see these guys, Alberto Del Rio's third generation. You see some of these guys that have grown up in this industry. Rock, same thing. These guys that have grown up in this industry, it's so ingrained in their blood. They make decisions and great decisions so naturally and so much easier.
That was a good question, Sam. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it is a good question. I mean, and it's different for every guy. Some guys don't ever get that.
Yeah,
that ability to understand themselves, understand what the crowd needs, and understand their opponent, and tell the story at the same time. It's a unique gift, and some guys are brilliant at it. You look at Triple H, Shawn Michaels, Undertaker. The reason those guys are so good is because they are that good. They're that good at understanding what's going on in the ring. And I think that's something that. Anybody that does this business that really loves it should strive for that.
Right.
I got one more. I think it's a good one.
Sure. It better be.
We'll be the judge of that.
I think it's going to be a good one.
Yeah.
You're promoting WWE 13.
I said that already.
Yeah, but
that's not good. He's stealing what I said.
It's been a little while.
Wow, you guys going to fight.
Stone Cold did a video with CM Punk promoting the game. And he, whether he was working or not, said that the roster now is not hungry like the roster was then. That there's a thing with the young guys now that they're happy to be on TV, but they're not fighting to be in the top spot like they were back when it was, you and Stone Cold The Rock. And
I think it's a different environment. I think back in that era, there were so many seasoned veterans that the competition level was so high to excel and perform. I think what you got now is basically a little bit changing the guard. I mean, there's a little bit of vacuum of experienced, seasoned veterans. You've got a lot of new talent, a lot of young talents developing. I think that may be the impression that every older talent may have, that the locker room's not hungry. I would say for our young guys, I think they are hungry. I think they're just a different kind of hungry. You know, when I started, it was like rock and roll. You know, I mean, A to Z, everything. And I think now these kids are multimedia oriented, brand oriented. They've got more of a business approach to things, but I think they're all hungry. And I think in time, as all the younger guys' experience value grows, I think the competition and the hungriness, is that a word?
Hunger.
Hungriness.
Hungriness, yeah.
Who do you-
Hot pocket.
Who do you
Who do I like?
Yeah, right. Like young guys that you like.
Young guys that I like, definitely, I like Wade Barrett, Dolph Ziggler. I like Ted DiBiase. He's been struggling with some injuries, but he's got flavor. You know, I mean, he's got all the tools: tall, athletic, good-looking, third generation. Has a lot of talent for that. Some of our guys are doing well. Even Sheamus. I mean, my opponent for this weekend at Hell in a Cell, Sheamus is a younger guy, but he's really excelled and done well for himself. It's going to be great for me to knock him out at Hell in a Cell, but you know, and crush his dreams. But he's another one that's been very hungry and done very well. There's a lot of new guys coming up. There's a lot of guys that they're just trying to find their way right now, and I think maybe it might be a little bit unfair judgment to say they're not hungry enough. You know, it was a long time in this business before Steve really became Stone Cold Steve Austin too.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, you know, he was stunning
We all
Steve.
know the story,
and, that whole thing. And then when
he finally hit,
and when it finally flipped for Steve, he found his niche. And I think that's the thing for some of these young guys, is finding out who they are and finding out the best way to maximize their potential. But I think a lot of those guys that we have in our locker room now all have the potential, else they wouldn't be there. It's just whether or not they absorb it fast enough and step up to the top. So we'll see. I mean, you know, this business has a way of weeding out those that don't belong there anyway. You know, just with the demands of travel and the constant demands of excellence every night to perform and deliver every night, sick, tired, hurt.
I don't know how you guys do it.
It takes a certain.
I really don't know.
It takes a certain amount of crazy. It really does. I mean, you know, I'll have injuries and limp through the airport like I'm 75 years old, but you know, as soon as I go through that curtain, adrenaline kicks. And
sure.
I don't care. I don't care how much I hurt during the day, as long as that 15 to 20 minutes, I've got enough hot packs and stretching on me before the match that I'm ready to go.
We've heard all the stories over the years. You guys sharing freaking cars and hotel rooms and all that shit, sleeping on the floor to save
Mick
money.
Foley used to do that.
Yeah. Well,
that was just to save $5.
Mick's a whole other level.
Well, he's a good friend of ours. He comes in here a lot, and his stories.
He's a cheapo.
His stories crack us up. Well, he'll sleep at the houses of the fans just to save a few bucks.
Yeah.
He's told a million of these stories.
Yeah. I remember Mick came to me one time and says, "Hey, I got a flight real early in the morning. Can I sleep on your floor?" And I was like, yeah.
Okay. It's just weird.
Yeah, because he's already Mick Foley.
Get up and dude loved me or anything. Because I didn't know him that well at the time. I was just like,
but he was already a big star. That's the point.
He's a huge star.
What the fuck is he doing?
You know what? You know, some guys have their way of functioning. I mean, you know, I've got. You know, some guys have their rituals and the way they like to do things. I mean, you know, I got my wrestling socks are like 8 years old. They've got holes in them you can throw a cat through. You know, but you know, I wear a pair of socks under them. Then I wear my lucky socks over them. So everybody has their superstitions. You know, whatever it is. Some guys, you know, prefer to travel a certain way. Some guys dress a certain way. I think Jericho likes blue gum. He won't wrestle without blue gum.
Really?
Yeah, he comes in trail. I need blue gum. It's like, okay.
And it has to be blue?
It has to be blue.
Weirdo.
But, you know, you
can't wait to...
Who's gum?
Yeah, give Chris grief about that. When
Chris we will next time he's in here.
When Chris and I were tagging together, I used to wear glasses. I had gotten LASIK a little while ago, and now I can see great. But before, I had glasses. So when Chris and I were tagging, we were like an old married couple because I was like, Chris, what match were in the card? I don't know. Put your freaking glasses on. So he's so angry, but he was one of my favorite tag team partners without a doubt. Good guy.
We're being told
they're telling us you have to leave.
This was great. We finally met the Big Show.
I appreciate the time. Big fan of your guys' show. Was to say long-time listener, first time caller. But no, I appreciate the time. Thank you very much. We know WrestleMania tickets go on sale November 10th, right here in your backyard. And we got Hell in a Cell this Sunday, pay-per-view. We got CM Punk versus Ryback for the WWE title, Hell in a Cell, Big Show versus Sheamus for the World Heavyweight Championship, and many, many more.
CM Punk just tweeted, you got myself and Heyman Hustle in New York City. How are we not on the O&A show? What the fuck happened?
I don't know. We would love to have him in.
Yeah, that's not...
He should have just texted me, CM Punk. What's he doing?
Wow. Okay, now both of you made me feel like a bonehead. You got me instead of CM Punk. It's okay. Nobody likes the Big Show. Nobody likes the Big... Nobody likes me. I'm an ogre. I just want a hug.
Fucking funny.
By the way, WWE 13 for PlayStation. This is what he's really promoting.
Yeah.
PlayStation 3, Xbox, all the stuff. It's October 30th, and WWE, the Big Show on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, and I got a complaint, actually, too. Xbox, make a bigger remote. That's all I got to say.
Yes. God, that must really be a problem.
Yeah, well, when you got big hands and you're trying to play, I get thumb crampness.
Yeah, no shit. Wow.
My wife says it's just a sign I shouldn't game so much.
Wow.
Gaming's my
You're a guy.
salvation.
There you go. Come back and see us, brother.
Thank you guys very, very much. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Yes.
Peter Criss on the way.
Shortly.
Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
I want to thank the Big Show for stopping by today. I think we got a new friend of the show, man. He was very, very cool. Liked him a lot. Peter Criss is going to be here in a few minutes.
Yes.
Jimmy's getting ready for his big interview with Peter Criss.
He wrote this book there, Makeup to Breakup. And holy fuck. It's crazy. I was cracking up reading some of the...
Yeah, good for Peter Criss.
Here's what I was doing.
Yeah.
Because I'm not a big, what they call reader. I know people. You're freaking out. You say, like, what? But, yeah, not a big reader. But I would crack the book open, and the second I saw the name Gene, I just started reading, and it's fucking hilarious. It doesn't matter where you open it up. It's Gene smells bad, and he's fucking whores. He's fucking women that are, like, old lady. The limo driver was an old lady, and he fucked her.
She was, what, 60?
Yeah. Pigs that are, like, in the room where Peter would go into the room, and Gene would be fucking someone, and he said he just smells sex in the room, and Gene wouldn't shower, so he just stunk.
I can't wait.
Every time I crack this book open and just see the name Gene, I read it, and it's hilarious.
He told one story about how Gene and Paul, way back in the early days, they would share mics during rehearsal, and they would do it on stage. And he said one time, Paul was like, "What the fuck did you eat?" And Gene smiled, and he still had menstrual blood on his teeth. Because he said Gene will fuck and eat any pussy.
He said he fuck anything.
That kind of made me respect Gene, though. Like, the fact that he could go out and eat bloody pussy and then just not brush his teeth. I'm like, that guy's an animal. There's a beauty to that.
Beauty to that.
There is so much... I was just talking to Spencer outside, one of our bookers, who's a big Kiss fan. And he said, this book it's fucking amazing. And I'm not overselling it because I love Peter Criss. I'm really not. It's the most revealing.
I think we believe you at this point.
I know,
Jimmy.
but it's like, I know I fucking whore for guys I love, but this is fantastic. Brutal. It's brutal.
And we got the explanation of Beth that I want to play for Peter Criss today.
Oh, good.
Because Gene took a bit of credit for the whole thing, even though it was Peter Criss's song for the most part. We got Axl Rose singing bed, and we got Jingles. Want to squeeze in some Axl Rose?
Yeah, you could play a game called how much of this can you actually sit through?
Really?
Yeah.
Fucking Guns N' Roses, man. That was one of my big bands for a while. It's horrible to
I
see
think
what
for a
has
lot of
happened.
people, because it was powerhouse shit.
Because he's not even 50. We were discussing before the show. I think he's around 50, late 40s, and he's already completely done. You got Mick
50.
Jagger and the Stones. Fucking, they're doing it at 70, and still sounding great. And this Axl Rose couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, James Hetfield of Metallica is only less than a year younger than Axl.
Axl's going to be.
It's a pretty big difference in frontman.
Axl will be 50 in August 3rd.
No, that's James.
Yeah, this is James. Axl is 50.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. But
Yeah,
they're
he's
about the same
50 in
age, and you
February.
see two different things going on.
pretty big.
So Danny brought this to the show. Where did this happen?
I got Travis, you know it offhand?
It was at Neil Young's Bridge School benefit that he does every year.
Sure.
So Guns
Was
N'
Neil
Roses.
singing with him?
No.
'Cause
He should
Neil-
have been.
Neil tends to do that. Not this time, though, huh?
No.
All right. And this is Axl.
This is Guns N' Roses.
Well, Slash would argue.
And this is an acoustic performance.
So,
of
so
Welcome
it
to
should
the
be
Jungle.
easier to sing.
Acoustic welcome to the jungle?
Yeah.
That doesn't even
some songs
sound
should not
right.
be acoustic. You're
Bridge,
right, Ed.
Bridge School is stripped down. Like anybody who plays there is
Gotcha.
playing, an acoustic.
Should we start the timer? It's going to get a lot better when Axl kicks out.
What? No, that was not him.
Sure it was.
He yeehawed.
Wait, one of you guys just did
You
that?
just sounded better than Axl.
Wait, one of you guys just did that, right?
No, rewind it.
He just did a yeehaw. He's having fun. So far, so good. Can I tell you something before we continue? If you didn't tell me, and I wish you didn't, I would have sworn this was Eastside Dave fucking around. I would have sworn. I would have sworn. I wish you didn't tell me this was fucking Guns N' Roses.
If this wasn't getting headlines today, I had to sit there.
Perfect, yes.
Dude, I sat there with this video, and I'm like, is this real? Because, like, for a second, I was like, it's not the
someone
audio
just
and the
dubbed
videos.
over it?
Yeah, I was like, is someone pulling a gag on everyone? But no.
It would be Eastside Dave's dream. He could sing this better than Axl now. I'm depressed. He also sounds like he's very out of breath.
Yes. Yeah, he's having a tough time. It's all the. I mean, look, it's no big secret. He's got a lot of extra weight on him these days. He's nowhere near the little thin thing he used to
So
be.
depressing. My pal Eric,
They never should have agreed to do this because it's so stripped down that it just shows you like what an artist can really do. You know,
my pal Eric, who I was living with in Rochester, a house of a bunch of us, and I remember getting the Guns N' Roses album when not many of us really knew who they were yet, and now it's this.
That's it.
Now it's this.
That's what we're getting now. Wow, this just sounds like a bad cover band. Oh, what's he doing? Oh. So sure does.
see. You'll take it eventually. You can have anything you want, but then I'll take it from me. The jungle, the jungle, want to bring it to. I'm gonna watch you bleed.
It's not even good enough for X Factor or American Idol.
Remember this guy?
Oh, that guy. What happened
That
to
guy
him?
ruled.
I love that guy.
That guy ruled.
But now he's this guy.
Oh, shit.
Great
What
visual.
happened?
Oh, no.
I don't know. It looks like he's wearing a fez, too. So that just kind of adds to it.
Hey.
We got Dave singing Welcome to the Jungle.
Probably better.
Oh, come on.
It's not Welcome to the Jungle, but it is Dead on Axel.
All right, listen. Here we go.
I get up around 7, get out bed around 9. I don't worry about nothing, no, cause words are wasting my fucking time. Alright, welcome, Sirius XM, Steven Anderson, Joe usually stops around 7. We on stage around 9. Yeah, the bus man, I don't sip and drink and feeling fine. Woo! We've been dancing with Winston Brownstone. He's been talking. He won't leave me alone. No. He won't leave me alone.
And now let's go to the real Axel. He's like Dave can be in Guns N' Roses now.
Let's put more heart into it anyway.
Yeah. Oh, what happened there?
I thought he did that part pretty good.
Didn't sound very powerful.
The band sounds like shit.
Really bad.
It sounds like shit. I mean, look, Axel doesn't sound great, but the band sounds like shit.
Well, why would you try?
Mishmashed.
Knowing your
not a
lead
tight
guy
band.
stinks. All right, that went.
Not a tight band.
I knew they wouldn't make it through the whole thing.
No.
That's just
No.
depressing.
It really is.
I was a huge
It really
GNR
is.
fan, and what it's become, it's just sad.
Yeah.
You didn't like it?
Jesus. Should we take a break before Peter
Yeah,
Criss?
just to be ready.
Oh.
Jim is in freak out mode.
But I'm happy.
No, I know you're happy.
Wrote a
You're,
book.
you're
There's a book. Something about a book. You
Yeah,
wrote
book.
a book.
Did you write a book? You were the Catman cat with whiskers,
Cat,
drums. You
something
played the
about a
drums,
kiss. There was a
signing,
kiss.
book, kiss.
Band was Kiss.
Gene, blood, spit, no good, money. Your turn, talk.
You've met him before, right?
I've met him twice for photos, but I've never spoken to him for any length of time.
Oh, I can't wait. Too bad. We had some jingles today. We might have to do that tomorrow, huh?
fine. We
Talking
plenty
about
of jingles.
Ace Frehley. And how he would always have like fucking KY jelly and rubber gloves. One night I actually heard them from all the way down the hall. His current girlfriend loved anal sex, and I heard her screaming like a banshee, "Fuck me like a truck driver, fuck me like a truck driver," as he banged her in the ass. How fucking great is that? Every page is a gem.
It's a doozy.
It really is. Every fucking page is a gem.
Very cool. Peter Criss next. Stay there.
Beth, I hear you calling, but I can't come home right now. 'Cause me and the boys are doing some radio, and I can't find the sound. Thank you.
This is the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM.
Coming up this week on At the Movies with Norton and Voss, the guys review the latest Liam Neeson thriller, Taken 2.
It was awful.
It was great.
It stunk.
It was fucking great
A
how he
terrible
just beat
story.
everybody up. I loved it.
Yeah, it was predictable garbage.
Don't be scared of him. You loved it.
It was terrible. It was a terrible movie. I love Liam Neeson. I think he's amazing. Her big dad, stepdad have pony. And then at the end, he brings the fucking big singer. I saved her life. Oh, it was fucking horrendous.
It was good action, though. I mean, it was
the
good.
action was good,
Yeah.
yes. But so what?
That's all coming up on the next At the Movies with Norton and Voss.
Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
P. Norton ready for the big interview with Peter Criss from Kiss, of course.
Sal did a good job with his prep sheet.
I see.
He was officially in Kiss from 73 to 80. I wasn't sure about that. I thought it was Blue Oyster Cult. And then he mentioned the other, not one thing from the book.
Oh,
in this
brother.
awful prep sheet.
Jesus. Could have even read a synopsis about the book. And
He could have worked.
Yes, Doctor? Okay.
Sal doesn't have a copy of the book to go through.
You can go to Amazon and fucking...
Yeah.
Stop defending him. He's fired.
You're right. Please. Jingles.
Can't really start anything else. He'll be up in a minute,
Yeah,
you said?
he's on his way.
All right, no worries. We have some jingles. The jingles, they're still coming in strong?
Yeah, I got about 70 a night.
Nice. We'll play a lot of jingles tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I think we go back to Jocktober tomorrow, too, right? After taking a couple days off. Supposedly, Sam's working on a special Jocktober for tomorrow. I don't know what that means. He said he needed a few extra days to get it together.
That's crazy. This better be really good then.
Oh, I know what it is.
Oh, you do?
Is it thumbs up?
Oh.
Oh, I know who it is then.
No, you don't. No.
John and Jeff?
No. No, I guarantee you don't know who it is.
Oh.
Is it a new person being featured on Jocktober? It's us.
No. For tomorrow?
You know we have to end with us, right? We do that every year.
Yeah, E-Rock's on
We
the
look
case.
at ourselves in the end.
Yeah,
we
no.
turn the microphones on ourselves.
I think I found my college
Camera,
radio tapes.
what are you doing?
You're right,
Fucking camera's not plugged in. Fucking plug the camera in.
Okay.
He fucking starts it halfway through the interview. What are you doing? You're standing here yapping with the camera closed. Plug it in. You know how many good fucking... I finally got that, and I'm like, we'll try to get Peter when he comes in. You know how many times I fucking had these interviews just in the middle? So, until Thursday. And then the guy's talking. I'm like, what are you doing before? Turn it on. Stop trying to save batteries, you fucking OCD chiseler. Plug it in. Please.
Plug it in.
Anyway, I was saying I might have found my college radio tapes. I might have to bring one of those in.
Oh.
Yeah, from like 1991 or something like that.
It's not on.
It's not on.
I'm not recording yet.
But he's going to come in. You're not going to see him. Yeah, what are you doing? I know we're doing radio, but fucking face this way. He's coming up. Is that plugged in so it doesn't run out of batteries?
Oh, I'm going to go get the... You didn't turn it on yet.
Turn the fucking thing on and have someone bring a battery.
Okay.
How hard is this?
Why is there only one person that works for the show?
I don't know.
Everyone takes turns being the one person that works for the show around here.
Someone get a fucking plug.
Go get the plug, Travis.
I don't mean to be fucking Tim Technical, but somebody plug it in.
Well, I don't think you're being Tim Technical if all you want is the camera on.
Yeah, I just want the camera on.
I think you're all right with
I don't
that
need a
one.
6-camera shoot. I just want the one video camera on.
Did you guys discuss the Shaq poster yesterday? How did that turn out for you?
Great.
Because we went through the whole thing on Friday, what E-Rock had to do to make sure everything was done properly.
E-Rock was a fucking champ.
How's the fold in the poster? It's okay?
What fold?
Supposedly there's a little fold. I'm not even trying to be a dick.
No, I didn't see
Supposedly
the
there's a slight fold because he put his arm on the poster himself.
Oh, Shaq did?
Right,
Oh,
E-Rock?
okay. But
Yeah, when he went to sign, so he leaned down on it. When they were
that
taking
can't be held. If Shaquille did it, what are you going to do? You know, it's
Well,
him.
E-Rock said he did it, but he told me that he's going to tell you that Shaq did it.
E-Rock probably tripped and his knee went into it. He's fucking. He heard someone said something was bogus and he thought they said hoagies and he was running. Fucking tripped and his knee was.
Floats in my cup.
He was in hoagie mode. No, I'm sorry, E-Rock. You did a good thing for me.
Another giant thing that you can't display in your house. Here's Peter Criss.
Is it on?
Oh, that's a lady.
Oh, no.
Wait, is that?
No,
That's his
he's
wife,
coming.
I think.
Oh,
Here he is.
there's Peter Criss.
Here he
Holy
is.
fuck!
Is that on?
Yeah. Where's the plug?
Ain't no plug.
Yeah, let's get it plugged in.
All right.
Peter Criss.
Peter, take a seat.
Good to see you.
Opie, Anthony, Jim Norton, Danny.
Good to see you.
Hi,
guys.
Peter. How are you?
How you doing? How you doing?
We've been reading excerpts from the book all morning, laughing
Oh,
our
my
asses
God.
off.
Well, that's good then.
What?
I think it's good.
That's
Book.
a good thing.
Yeah.
What a great book.
Thank
oh my
you. Thank
God.
you.
I mean,
a lot of heart into it.
I could tell a lot of liver, a lot of heart, a lot of everything. Because
Oh,
I mean, there are a lot of books out there that people like to think tell all. I hate to be cliche, but wow, you certainly do go all out.
Thank you. Thank you. I started it in '87, put it aside, and it's a miracle that we. Should I put these on?
If you want.
guys got me
Yeah.
right on?
Yeah.
I love it.
There you
Yeah,
go.
this was a labor of love. Trust me. I started this way back in '87 and put it aside, and I think God had His reasons for this because there would be no reunion in there. I wouldn't be getting back. It wouldn't be about my breast cancer. And I'm 5 years free.
All right.
Which, I just got a huge award for being the first male to really bring it forth on the table that men get it, and who thinks we think we're going to get heart attacks, or prostate cancer. I never thought. I came home from the gym one day and I felt a nodule, and my wife, thank God, saved my life. And one thing led into another, and it was breast cancer. And I removed it, and I'm 5 years breast cancer free. And now I push the word a lot. And I just did a walk Sunday for 20,000 people showed up. Last year it was 17,000. And what was great,
was that all the people with the pink on?
No, we had blue this year.
My neighborhood, it was all pink.
Well, pretty much so, but we're changing it to blue, and this was more blue. And the signs actually said men get breast cancer too. So it was pretty cool to see that. It's nice. I have a lot of accolades. It's nice to win gold and platinum records, but to me, this is a much bigger thing in my life. It's changed my whole life immensely to tell guys, which we don't think because we're idiots, that we could get anything,
And did you get the wrong diagnosis at first? Didn't they misdiagnose you?
Yes. One doctor did in New Jersey, and then my doctor, Alex Switzerland in Cornell, rechecked it, and sure enough, he gave me one of those calls, these standing, sitting calls. And when you get these calls, they're not good. And I said, well, give me the bad news. He said, you have breast cancer. And I said, you got to be kidding me. And he said, but the good news is you caught it. And I wish some men would do this, come in right away when they find something, because you won't have to get chemo. You won't have to go through all that stuff that terrible stuff people go through. And I think maybe if I went through that, I might not have been so brave as to say, hey, man, I had breast cancer and I beat it. Maybe if I went through all that horror, but I didn't. And I think it was God's way, because I'm a major Catholic kid, that his way of saying go out there and tell men that they could get breast cancer. And none of you guys, I'm sure, would ever want even to go down that road. It's a terrible disease. And I meet women who have had it, and they didn't even educate their own husbands or sons. They're kind of clueless. We're all clueless.
Can I ask you, is it rare?
Yes,
how
it's
rare
1%.
It's how much?
1%.
1%.
But still, it could be your dad, your brother. That's a lot if it's somebody that you know, and everybody knows somebody with cancer.
The only reason I ask that is because we've never really heard of men getting breast
Bubba
cancer.
Smith, there's very few public figures, guys that you know who've had it.
That's the only reason I'm asking.
No, right, and because
even 1% is too much, obviously, and you should.
I think
take care
so.
Of
Since I was one of the percent,
right.
And I think now that I'm out there, kind of spreading the word. Hopefully, a guy will go in. I did a recent sign-in. A kid came up to me, and I say kid, and he got it at 17, and he was 20, and he's 3 years with it. And I couldn't believe a 17-year-old kid could get breast cancer. Right. It blew my mind. I really, I had to hold myself in to not break down, because he felt alienated, and there's such a stigma on pink. And pink's great, but we have to, I'm trying at least, and I'm only one voice, as to try to get guys hip to this.
I asked, and just to explain, like I live in Manhattan, and they had the walk on Saturday or Sunday, and it was all pink and it was all women. That's why I brought that up.
Yeah.
You don't see the men marching for breast cancer.
One thing you said about that too, which made me happy, was you said that the feeling in your nipple came back, and I'm big on nipple play, so I was really happy. That was a tremendous relief that the nipple feeling comes back.
Yeah, you're funny. Here's what I did. I actually used that because some guys they really don't get it. And so when couples would come up to me, I figured, let me get around this, and what could I say? So I was, let your lady check you. You could check her. This could lead into lots of good things.
Right.
Now, us being men, immediately we think, oh, great boobs. And so, they all got it. But it was I thought, a kind of sick way to get it across that men get it. But by the immediate sex touching, I'm all for that. Now, that's
until she wants to start checking prostate.
Or other places.
Yeah. Hey, I read the book, and I got to say, honestly, like from what you're talking about even now with the cancer and everything that led up to it, it's the most brutally honest rock biography I've ever read, autobiography.
Yes, the other cancer in the book, Gene Simmons. Let's talk about. That's pretty much how it.
You guys, it never changes.
Well, we've had our history with Gene over the years.
I was excited today that I was going to be here with you guys. You guys are great.
We've had our history with Gene.
Yeah.
It is.
So have I.
He's an interesting fellow.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
We were
to say
reading
the least.
quotes from the book because you say things that people don't say in books, and it was so nice to read somebody being brutally honest, like this particular quote, which I read one earlier. This is a different one. It's just about how you felt on the reunion tour. It was so irritating to hear Gene say, "You're working for me now, and you'll do as I say, or you'll be fired, just like any other employee." I wanted to cut his throat from ear to ear. If he said that to me back in the day, I would have taken a bottle and smashed it across his forehead.
Do you think I'm from Brooklyn?
Oh, dude.
God, that's hilarious.
But who knew that of all the members of KISS, you were the one that would pick up a bat? Like, I was amazed to read your earlier history before the band. What a fucking tough...
Did you see me on Oz with a bat?
I actually didn't. I didn't see that. I went and watched it on YouTube after I read the book.
We used to have a thing, that the four of us could say what we want to say about each other brutally. No one else could. And I felt I had the total right to be brutally about this. And I was not any easier on myself than I was on anybody else that I wrote about. I was just as brutal about what I would go through or what I did in my antics because I'm an honest guy. I believe we all put our pants on the same. We all feel the same. I grew up in an Irish Catholic family in 4 rooms. I did not grow up rich. I grew up in a really poor neighborhood. Making guns was fun. I made a lot of extra money doing that. Nobody knows half of my life, and I'm finding people are more excited about the beginning of my life and of Brooklyn and growing up in gangs and getting to it than the KISS years. And that makes me happy because I really wanted to get that across of my life more than a typical KISS book. Yeah, of course I started the band, and yes, it was a great time of my life, but my childhood was a great time. But Catholic school was an amazing thing for me. I hated it, but that's how it was then, and it was really a brutal education. So I didn't want to go to school. I wanted to just play my drums all day.
You opened the book, and this was amazing. You opened the book talking. It was '94, and you're in the earthquake in California,
Northridge,
and. Can you describe what was kind of happening at that moment? Because it was a very depressing opening, and you also talk about having a large sum of money on the wall behind a picture, which I thought was...
On an memoir.
Oh, it was an arm? Okay. What exactly was happening there?
It's funny. A lot of rock stars probably won't admit it. I was down to $100,000 to my name. I'm talking a lot of money.
10 to 12 million.
Easily 20-something million.
Wow.
And I went through a divorce. I owed the IRS all of a sudden $3 million that came out of nowhere from a 70-something thing that we put money in a coal shelter. Later on, it came back from and it was only $400,000 then, but later on, it came back to $3 million with penalties or else they keep it.
God.
So there's another problem I got. My family now, I don't have my daughter anymore with me as I had every day in my life. My wife marries my attorney.
Right.
How bad can it? It sounds like a soap opera, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I couldn't make this up for you. I couldn't come up with this stuff. And the earthquake, and so I fought also the Star magazine. If you guys remember, I went to the tabloid stuff. Some guy sleeping in the toilets of Santa Monica. I don't think so, but it was.
What happened? He said he was you.
Yeah, and it was right after my mother died. So I was going through really hell with my mother just passing on. We were extremely close, and the earthquake came, and the day after the earthquake, I went to see my doctor, and I got carjacked. And some guy, it just didn't end, broke my face, the side of my face with brass knuckles out of nowhere. I was in some section of L.A. Everything was chaotic from the earthquake. Black guy came around my car, punches me in the face, wanted the car, couldn't open up the safety belt, and tilted. I have 6 screws in my face holding up my whole bone here and the whole side of my cheek. And I wasn't aware of it. How I drove home, I don't know.
And you had a pistol at that time.
I had a lot of pistols. And and I woke up, went back, saw him, then finally got back home. And when I came back to my home, it was shambles. It was just my albums were broken, whatever I had left of them, my crystal, whatever I had of that from the marriage was broken. The toilets blew up. There was water. There was dirt everywhere. Nothing was working. My clothes collapsed. And I felt that's how my life, I felt, was. There was just nothing left for me. And I took out my .357 Magnum, and I put it in my mouth, and I thought I'd check out. And at that moment, I looked over, and I saw a picture of my daughter on top of a dresser, which was the only thing still standing. And there was a light on it, and I believe it was God. It's a way of telling me you got to be an idiot to do this. And I didn't. And I thought that would be a great way to open up the book. At my lowest point of my life, I felt that would be a great way to open it, because then you go on the journey of how I survived through all that. And it was really scary.
And I was amazed you didn't, too. You had a pistol in the car, and the guy hit you. And in the book, you go through this thought process of
which is amazing for me, because usually I would have just went up and put one in him. But and I had a right to, because when I told the police, they said, "Jesus, we would have loved to see you shoot him if you could have found him." But I didn't. Yeah, and for some reason, I got a clarity came over me that this is all you need, is to now go out of this car and go up to this guy and shoot him. And now you got that problem beside everything else you got in your life. And I didn't. And I believe it was God's way of talking to me. I'm a very heavy Catholic kid. I do believe in God. I believe in miracles, because I've had, I don't know how many cat lives I have left, maybe 4. But I've been close to death a few times, quite a few times. And I become now much more, I guess you do become more religious maybe when the Grim Reaper's at your door. And through my cancer battle, and every day above ground, my dad used to say, is a good day. And I look at life now as every day is really a blessing to be where I am in my life.
So you almost got carjacked. You had your last $100,000 in the trunk.
That's it, man. I had it on the back of the ammo, on the sock, or a box hidden. I grabbed it because that's all I had. I took my gun, put it in my sweatpants, and put a robe on and ran out in the street, and it looked like the end of the world. The streets were opening. Johnny pumps were blowing through the air. People were screaming. It was like a movie, man. It was like 9/11 again. It was like looking at that. It was so surreal. It was unbelievable. We don't have earthquake, guys. We're New Yorkers.
Yeah.
We don't see that. You can't. You see it on television, but when you're in one, it's really spooky.
How far into Kiss 2 did you start to? Because again, back I grew up. So many people on Kiss, and you had no idea this stuff was going on internally as a fan. How far into this process did you start to realize, like, this is going to be a fight, or there's going to be problems with a couple of the other members?
3-4 years, 5, 5, yeah, I could start feeling the wanting. The power started coming. The more we were going up the ladder of fortune and fame, the more it was kind of swaying to Mr. Simmons and Stanley, that Ace and I were kind of not getting our musical songs in. It's funny, I wrote the biggest hit in the damn band. And meanwhile, I was kind of always getting put down for this stuff. So it was a battle. It was always a battle. And then eventually I didn't get the great education that maybe the other two guys got. So they would start playing mind games. I don't like games. I like genuine guys. I like real people that tell me like it is, no matter how much it hurts. And I don't like to be messed with. And they would constantly batter. They called it battering, if you read Gene's book, battering my brain. And let me tell you, it takes its toll. I feel today I'm still a casualty of war, of rock and roll wars, because it turns that every day was a battle for one thing or another, for some kind of running the band or being the guy at the head of the band. And eventually they got their way, and I was miserable with it.
And you guys start out as good friends, right?
I thought so. I thought we were pretty much brothers in arms. Right. I thought we all wanted the same thing. We all wanted to do the same thing. We all wanted the same road of success.
Sure.
But that changed immensely, and I realized even when I met them, they had a deal with some band, and they dumped the band because it wasn't their way. That should have gave me an immediate, lights on, and that's the same thing started happening as we would roll along, and now they got their way.
And didn't like you and Ace were more like kind of like the fucking hardcore rock guys, and they were more kind of going into the more cartoonish stuff, or like, I know you talked about Kiss meets the Phantom. which, you know, apparently you're not a huge fan of that process.
Did you hear? You read I was drunk pretty much the whole book.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't believe we got to that point where now we're wrestling with Frankenstein and the Wolfman. You know, we're a rock band. First we're singing about looking for chicks and how great, you know, rock is, and every parent's hated us, and we were going, that's the right track, 'cause that's great rock and roll. And next thing, we're in a movie with Bela Lugosi and Frankenstein, and I hated it. I hated it. This is not the idea for me of where we were going. And it was going Vegas. It was going more and more. We were turning into a Vegas act. I wanted out. I was... And Ace, you know, he and I would have done anything for him. I stuck up for him through all the years. I was in his corner. Gene used to tell him, you know, the best friend you got in this band is Peter Criss. He'll always be there for you. And it broke my heart when he broke my heart in the book I mentioned. And I won't tell the story, but towards the reunion, towards the end, I was devastated, man. I couldn't believe what went on. And it was again about the old MONEY. The money, 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 power, power, power. It's like it never was enough for those guys. And I'm a rock and roller, man. I picked up drums because I wanted to just play music and someday maybe get a little gold 45, have a little picket fence house and take care of my mom and dad. That's all I ever wanted. After the Garden, that was my dream, was to play there for my parents. Everything was cream. You know, everything was good. I didn't know the addiction problems. It was the 60s and 70s. You go to your manager, he had stuff. You go to the record company, they had
You would get coke from
drugs.
all these guys?
Everybody. My lawyers, my business people. I couldn't find a straight guy to tell him, you know, I'm miserable. I'm going through hell. This is turning on me. I'm not enjoying this anymore.
Does it make you question your legal representation when they have coke?
Oh, yeah.
That's not a good sign in a lawyer who's a fucking better coke than your manager.
You know what I'm saying? Or your manager and everybody else, you know, you're sitting there. Or your business guys. I always think these guys had suits. They went to college. They're well educated. I must be in good hands. I'm okay. And they were all drunk. And they were all doing blow and drinking scotch at all our board meetings. And we were drawing cartoons like idiots. And the money was going right out the door. And we weren't even paying attention.
Can you say what Paul would draw? Because I was pretty amazed at that. Everybody would do little sketches, and what Paul.
I could have said that. You could read that. That's pretty heavy.
Oh,
I think
you should tell.
I don't want to give it away. No, come on. I don't want to do that.
All right, let's just say
you do that. You could do it.
All right, let's just say apparently Paul would sketch certain anatomical parts. Really accurately. And really well.
All right.
And how often, let's just say, how often was this like a once in a while thing, these sketches?
No, these are all the time sketches. These are, you know, and then and of course I wanted to get out and party and get out of the meeting. We were kids. Who wanted to sit around with a bunch of guys with suits talking about investing in this and investing in that and invest. The only thing we wanted to invest in was girls, and rock and roll, and have a great time.
And you don't have to worry about blowing any stories. There's every page has a fucking home run on it. There's nothing you're going to say here that's going to make people go, well, I know the whole story.
Oh, you guys kill me.
Believe me, there's nothing you're going to do to blow. This fucking book is so revealing, and it's the honesty behind the emotion.
Thank you so much.
You don't dance around being very angry at these guys for
There's
fucking
anger.
you.
No, I'm still angry. I'm working on that. I'm working on Forgive to Live. I'm working on the anger. I feel again still a casualty of rock and roll. And yeah, there's anger. But you know, if you read it, I'm as hard on me and as brutal on me as I would be on you if you were in the band. I didn't give myself any breaks. I talk of my cocaine addiction, how it made me a madman, how I went absolutely out of my mind. I talk about John Belushi and I's friendship, how it broke my heart, what went on with John. I talk about, I don't give myself any room if I'm not going to give you room. I'm a Brooklyn kid. I grew up, I think the truth, sometimes people would rather hear a lie than hear the truth. And I was not going to play around with this. I said, if I'm going to do this and people like yourself, they're going to read it, I'm not going to get caught in a lie or fabricate how many women I'm going to tell you the truth so I can live with myself and look in the mirror in the morning.
You know what my favorite truth in the book was, and this was something I had always suspected, that Ace has a giant cock. That I always knew.
He's German, you know.
Because his hands bend. can't even play the guitar with his fucking giant hands. I'm like, he's all cock. He has to be. And I'm so happy you confirmed that. I was like, well, I am.
How big we talking, Jimmy?
I don't know.
Peter, how big we talking?
Yeah, what do you think Ace was packing?
I'd say he's 8.
8?
Maybe 9.
But you said he was very wide.
But he's very, yeah.
Girthy.
He's girthy. He's healthy.
And I was so happy to hear that. But Peter had to mention that he got Ace by length. He said I was the longest, Ace was the thickest. It really made me kind of, that was a real, of all the things you said in the book, that's the biggest knife in the stomach for the other guys. It's the fucking, I had length, he had girth, and those two had characters. And could you at least just say what, because Gene, I guess, was really weird about certain things, and what you and Ace would do to Gene while he was sitting there putting his makeup on?
Well, we kind of put them on his shoulder. You know, we would. I mean, at this part of our lives, it was a constant erection. I mean, just everything. You didn't need any Viagra, trust me. And we would sit and get bored, because it would be back in our day. Was you work. You do an album, you go out and push the album. Back in the radio days, you had it. That's what you did. It was there was no. We didn't have computers. You didn't have the internet, so you constantly recorded. You constantly toured with the album, and that's all we ever did. Out of boredom, one night I was making up, and I got an erection, and I said, I'll go over to Gene and put this on his shoulder. and so he was making up, and also he kind of looks at it. Oh, and he freaks out. And then Ace got the idea, and so Ace came over and put it on his other shoulder. And so he's like, oh, you guys. But he didn't really freak out and throw us away and push us away.
Right.
Not that I'm indicating anything, but he actually, after a while, I think got a really big kick out of this little game we would play with him. We never did it to Paul.
No, why not?
I don't know.
Just because I don't know.
Oh, my God.
I don't know. Oh, so fantastic.
Oh, my
Jesus.
God.
I mean, we just didn't. Yeah, he was not as much. Paul's a very. You don't want to mess with Paul in certain ways, and he's just not as. Gene was much more funnier to have fun with that stuff than Paul was. He was not into carrying on with that. He didn't like it, so we stayed away from it.
How annoyed were they? Because one of the most famous interviews you guys ever did was the Tom Snyder one. And you mentioned in the book how that's the first time me and Ace kind of took over. And it was very entertaining, and it was very funny, and you watched Gene and Paul getting very angry. What was the mood like after that interview, which was, I thought, fantastic?
I did, too. When we got to the dressing room, Ace passed out immediately, hit the couch. I still kept laughing about it because we had such a great time. We finally had a great time at an interview. We finally enjoyed ourselves. I knew how pissed off they were. That made it even better because they didn't finally get to take over the interview and take over this. As always, take over. And Gene loves to hear himself talk, so he didn't get a chance to do that. And I knew we really got them PO'd because we did take over. And Tom had the best time, I think, of his life. It's considered one of the best talk shows, the band in the history we ever did. And I had a ball. Tom came in and said, I want to thank you guys. I had the best time of my life. Where's Ace? And he saw him on the floor. He said, when he wakes up, tell him I love him. He sent me a great picture and said, I love your hands, man. I'd like to see your tin toys one day. And they were furious. And I got a feeling then we should do this more often because we got so much feedback from the fans. It's about time you and Ace spoke up, and we enjoyed it so much that we tried, but it still was always a fight to get supremacy of anything in that band.
You felt like those guys were kind of teaming up on you, or
yeah, sure, absolutely. It was, rock and roll. This is what kills me, is an attitude to me. Rock and roll has an attitude. There's no science. It doesn't come out of books. You can't study it. You're it or you're not. You take that attitude with you. That's why I love the Dolls. I love the Ramones. I loved bands that were real rock and roll bands. I still do. And I felt I was that way. It wasn't a science. I didn't want to sell coffins. I didn't care about toys. I just wanted to make records and rock an audience and have a great time. That's why I took up the instrument. There was a science with them. We were a band, not a brand. I don't buy that. We were not a brand. We were four guys looking to make it, dyed our hair blue black in a bathtub in the Village one day with the great Sean Delaney, rest his soul. And, we all had the same, again, where we wanted to go. Money and power, man, really changes things.
And it fucks things up, right?
Yeah, it does. And I didn't grow up with it. And we had my family a hell of a lot of love, and we really cared for one another, and we were very tight Italian-Irish family. I used to walk to school for 12 blocks. I think they were a lot different than we were, Ace and I. Ace was a Bronx kid. He was very crazy. He had a crazy way about him. And I gyrated to him because I want to have fun, too. I thought that's what rock and roll was. Girls
Don't take yourself so seriously.
Drinking. It's not a serious thing. It's a fun thing. You get up there, you play as loud as you can, and have a great time. And I still feel that way about the music.
Do you think it bugs those guys that you had what became the biggest song in the history of the band? I mean, and this was, 76 was Destroyer?
Yeah.
The band was already huge, and it wasn't even the first single released. Didn't they want to B-side it on Detroit Rock City or something?
They did B-side.
Oh, they did B-side.
And thank God.
People start flipping the record over.
I should have his name. I should know it by immediately.
Scott Shannon?
Yes.
Oh.
Got it, and he was wondering, I should know these things. Turned it over and said, let me see what this song sounds like.
Good for him.
The phone never stopped ringing off the hook. And Destroyer was sinking, by the way. The album it was not doing well. It was really going down the tubes. And Beth got us on the radio, got airplay, took the album up to go platinum, double platinum, and the rest was...
Wait, I got to ask.
They never came to my face. They never told me to my face that they hated the fact I wrote the biggest hit in the band. But I indicated that when they were sitting in the console room and I was doing the first vocals for it, and they were making funny faces and laughing at me. And,
oh, man.
And acting like they were crying because it was the worst thing. And Ezrin threw them out. He said, get the hell out of my studio. I want to do this song. I think this is a great, great song for you guys.
But a lot of guys in your camp didn't realize the potential of this song, which is unbelievable.
I didn't either.
You really didn't?
No, I didn't. I just was happy to get a song finally in the band. I always was kind of shunned with that, and so was the other guy. And I always kept trying to get a song, and finally I got the first ballot, and again they tried to bury it, but that didn't work out.
Gene said, and I read, I think your account's a little bit, how long is that clip? It's
a minute? You got a minute there, Peter?
Yeah. Is this accurate?
I got all day.
Is this accurate or no?
Yeah, Gene Simmons, we asked about Beth.
Can you hear this? Wait till we play it.
Peter was sitting with me in the limo. We were driving to Flint, Michigan. It's a true story. And we were going to go do a show. 2 shows sold out. It was a big deal in the 1800s. And, Peter can't write songs. It was his friend Stan Penridge and a guy named Bob Ezrin who produced. But anyway, Peter got writing credit. And he goes, Beck, I hear you calling. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. I go, what's that? What's that thing? He goes, I wrote this. Come on, you didn't write this. Stan Penridge wrote it. Yeah, and it goes like this. Beck, I hear you calling. That's pretty good. You should sing it to Bob Ezrin, our producer. Give me that fucking thing. I should give it to Bob Ezrin, our producer, because he might like it. It could be on our next record and stuff. Destroyer. Really? Yeah, but the Beck thing doesn't work. Beck, I hear you calling. You should get rid of that. How about Beth? Otherwise, they'll think you're in love with Jeff Beck. Because Beck was for Becky. Beck, I hear you calling. So it didn't work. Beck, I hear you. So I suggested he get rid of the k and Beth, I hear you. That sounds better. And that's the story of Beth. But he didn't write it.
Now,
Peter doesn't play a musical instrument. He's a sweet guy. We love him. But it's a guy named Stan Penridge, and Bob Ezrin wrote the middle section.
Have you ever told this story before?
Yeah, I don't think so.
I hope we make some headlines today.
Scoop?
Why not? There you go. That was Gene Simmons from 2008.
No.
What are
you going to do with him?
What are you going to do with him? Well,
put him back on that reality show, right? Another facelift. I wrote the song with Stan. We wrote it in '69 about a guitar player's wife who kept calling the studio, kept calling rehearsal because she wanted to talk to him. Her name was Rebecca. We did it for a joke, so we wrote Beck. We hear you calling, can't come home right now. I was in a limo with Gene. We were together. I knew he'd hate the song because Kiss don't do ballads. That's what he used to say. So I spruced it up, and I played on his leg, and I sang the song in an up-tempo. He had nothing to do with the title. Bob Ezra and I sat next to him finally behind a baby Graham when he was getting ready to do the album. I sang it to him. He said, I love it. Let's get the Philharmonic. I said, you got to be kidding me. Like the New York Philharmonic's going to play on my song. I said, no, absolutely. We need to do a great arrangement. We need to do a big arrangement on this. But I don't like the title. It's ridiculous. We need to change the title. I said, but what do you want to change it to? Anything you want to change it to. Once he said New York Philharmonic, my song was, I would have done anything. And he said, I think Beth would be a great name for this song. And I said, deal, fine. And so Bob took the song, absolutely. He went in, he arranged that great arrangement. We came back to sing it, and those two fools sat in the console room laughing. Until today, they could laugh and say, I can't write. But I still wrote the biggest song. I won a People's Choice Award for it. And every other song I think I wrote was pretty damn good. I did more solo albums than those guys ever did. Whether they all sold, they didn't sell maybe millions of records. But I consider myself a damn good songwriter. And I think and I'll still say I have the best voice in the band. I always had the most rock and roll voice. It's not bragging, but I believe that. The man's out of his mind. He always has been. If he could put a television in front of his face and two things, he would be happy to talk to himself all day. I nicknamed him Professor Dope. Why would I nickname a man Professor Dope? For a guy who's calling me this. We get into, I said this, I said that. In my book, I mentioned they were Machiavellians. These guys are major trippers about power. I got the power. And when we got back, I felt like I started General Motors with all of us, and next thing I'm working for General Motors. And they're making me know that. Trust me, dude. Every day I felt belittled. I was treated like a second-hand citizen. No, it was brutal. And if not, that I didn't. And I'll say it, I needed the money. I was down at that point in my life.
For the reunion, you mean?
Absolutely. And I prayed to God real hard for a second chance. And when it came, I knew that was the second chance. I knew we were going to make a lot of money. And I shaped up immediately. I did everything I had to do, was told to do, and did it. I never got stoned on that whole tour ever. I stopped doing that back in '82 when I went to a rehab. I did what I had to do to make it work, and it was brutal. It was not easy every day to see these guys sitting around like now they're the big shots and the kings of the band. And all of a sudden now I'm reading write-ups that Ace and I were drunks and drug addicts, and that wasn't the first reason why I left the band. It was like we had, I think it was artist indifferences, and they had other better words. But the minute they owned it and got it, then they could slap us in the face.
Can I ask you, because you had a 25% share of the band, all of you guys, and even when you left, you got a quarter of the band, which probably fucking drove them nuts.
Yeah, it did.
How did you lose that? Because I wasn't clear on that. And what happened? Did you just sign the wrong paperwork and all of a sudden it was gone?
Yeah, bad lawyers, bad under the bus. Trust, again, I'm a kid who, I trust people. I wear my
took advantage.
I wear my heart on the sleeve.
Who would give up 25%? They obviously took advantage of you in a weak spot.
I believe so. I wasn't paying attention. I definitely would. No. Over my dead body. Yeah, over my dead body. So, no, I wasn't paying attention. I was signing things because my lawyer said it was a good thing. My manager at the time said it was a good thing.
Was he in cahoots with these guys?
Absolutely. I had the same manager Ace had. I had the same lawyer Ace had. That right there was insanity. You can't usually have the same lawyers.
Right, yeah. Sure.
No one didn't say, and I should have paid attention. I wasn't paying attention. I was paying more attention to relearning Kiss, because it was 17 years since I played that stuff. I was out of the ballpark. It was really tough for me. I hated me that I had to learn my drumming again because it was so technical. I couldn't believe how technical it was. And so I had to relearn all of that. I had no time to think about lawyers and business managers and this. I trusted all these guys that were working for me. I believed they had my heart and my best interests, and they didn't.
How hard was it to go from arenas to some of the slimmer solo years where, like, there was times where, things were looking good and you were doing some tours, and then you tell stories and hear about, well, you'll get to this place and there's 50 people waiting for you, or there's 100 people in the club, and what type of mentality does that put you in when you're going through this kind of valley?
It was it was the lowest for me. I mean, although it saved my life, this band, little band, they were young guys. They were happy as hell to tour with me. I was a big star as far as they were concerned in their eyes. And again, I went through my divorce. I went through my face problem. I still was going through a lot of pain. I had a chump little record deal on a label called TNT. I figured at least it's an album. We got an old Eagle. We got on it, and we toured. And by working and by playing, it at least eased my pain of not being with my wife and daughter anymore, not having that kind of life I was used to. And I was still playing drums, though, and that alone saved me for wanting to hang in there and do my thing. But it was horrifying. We once played a place called the Sandbox. And it was. They actually filled the floor with sand from a beach. And so when I got there, the guy on the drums, which is on a plank of a little floor, and they started dancing, there was so much junk in the air and sand that you couldn't breathe. And I got back in the bus, and I probably drank 25 Rolling Rocks and drank myself to sleep. I was miserable. It was a really lean, hard time in my life. Getting back again with them, they knew it. They knew I was easy pickings. You could see it all over my face. You could tell my demeanor was down. I was still, my eye was still pretty much down here. I had to get surgery. So they had me right where they wanted me, right. And I guess Ace too, but I won't speak for him.
There are some, let me give you book signing plugs too. Peter is signing today, Tuesday at 12:30. The book comes out today. It's the Barnes & Noble here in Manhattan on 5th Avenue and 46th. That's a good big bookstore, so get there. There will be availability, and you get to get your book signed by Peter. And then tomorrow, if you're in Jersey, it's Bookends. It's that great independent bookstore, which is, again, there's a huge downstairs. If it rains, there's plenty of room to be inside. You get your book signed there. Tomorrow, 6 p.m., so you can go right after work. And then Saturday, this coming Saturday, 7 o'clock, the Monmouth Mall in Eatontown. So he's going to hit South Jersey a little bit, and there's a Barnes & Noble there. So there's 3 chances in this area to meet Peter and get your book signed. And just to finalize and say, there's so much we couldn't cut. There's the fucking... the mafia involvement, there's so much shit in this book that there's no way to do it justice in a 30-minute interview. And I'm not even just saying this because I love you.
No,
I can't recommend this book high enough.
What about the hug?
Well, I don't want to ask Pete.
You got to hear this, Peter. You got to hear this.
I got it.
You have to.
After hearing the tape, I could hear it.
This is a good one.
When I was a kid, and Paul did not like this story. When I was a kid, you guys were my heroes, of course. I mean, my you were larger than life. So I would have this really recurring fantasy that Kiss would show up to my house and beat me and hurt me and throw me down the stairs and then hug me and love me and make me all better.
How stupid is that? So all he's looking for is a hug.
I don't know why.
Just to bring it all together, maybe. It's like the circle of life.
Thanks, Peter.
There's a great hug right
The
there.
final member I got my hug from.
He's got a hug from every single one of you guys now.
Paul did it on 57th Street under duress.
I think he was forced by Kenny or somebody.
Yeah, give him a hug.
There might have been guns involved. I don't know, Peter. But you did it willingly.
You know what's great though? I'm proud because Scribner's not chump. This is really a great book company.
Yes,
I always open your door for me, and that's so cool. Really, being a New Yorker, you guys are New Yorkers. It's nice. It's nice to be like home. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks man. So much. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
It's an action-packed show. Oh, my God. Who Kid just walked in here with a Spider-Man mask on.
Yo, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm the nigga Spider-Man, yo.
All right, let me take a picture.
Yeah, we got an Instagram. You got an Instagram.
N-word Spider-Man.
Right? Yeah, because this week I'm going to be the nigga Spider-Man, and then next week I'm going to be the nigga Batman. So I got to be 2
All right, I got you.
heroes of black people. You know what I'm saying?
Is that what's going on?
I was web swinging on these hoes.
I was noticing on your Instagram, DJ Who Kid on Instagram, quite a quite a few hoes met the.
It's hard to breathe through this stuff.
Well, I mean, I took the picture. You can.
I don't know. How to,
you don't know how to take it off.
He did that, yo.
Jesus Christ, who kid?
These white superheroes are ill.
It was a big day today. It was a Jimmy Guest day.
I know. I heard all the gyrating.
There was an energy. Well, Peter, you know Kiss, the band Kiss?
Yeah, of course.
That's Jim's like childhood heroes. Like Kiss.
I heard him on the show.
Peter Criss.
But why he kept saying gyrating though?
I don't know if he kept saying
he
gyrating.
said you made me gyrate.
I don't know if he actually said that.
He said that. I heard it. Why would I remember that? I'm black.
He said to Peter Criss, "You make me gyrate."
He said, "I love gyrating." That's the only word I heard.
Okay, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you got all your shows confused together.
Nah, he's gyrating.
Maybe he said that. Maybe he didn't. But a lot of casualties around here of Jimmy Guest Day. We've talked about this on the show before. Jimmy Guest Day is when somebody comes in, because Jim is an obsessive person. You know that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You've heard about his sexual addiction quite a bit. Yeah. He's an obsessive person. I know, Sal, you were a casualty of Jimmy Guest Day. You learned the hard way. Sal is now doing the prep sheets for the guests, like, the little bios. I finally got taken off after years of criticism on the research I was doing for these guests. I finally, but for the grace of God, was removed from that duty, which it's been one of the greatest things that's ever happened to me on the show.
It's a wrap. You took over.
Now Sal is in charge of the prep sheets, and today, Sal, you were one of the casualties of Jimmy Guest Day.
Damn, you got annihilated today?
What am I gonna do?
You did.
What am I going to do?
Did you know it was coming? You've never experienced
it was coming.
I saw it was coming because the whole camera thing was going on. I was
And
like,
the
all right,
gyrating.
This is happening.
So it was coming and gyrating.
Yeah.
You're all obsessed with the web slinging.
We're swinging on these hoes.
It's the Spider-Man thing. Have you been here for Jimmy Guest Day yet?
Yeah, many times.
Well, what was the last one you were here for?
The last one I remember was probably.
I mean, this is not a guest day. This is a Jimmy Guest Day.
No, Jimmy Guest Day would be like.
Did he have an erection when he came in?
It's a possibility. He's
Tony
had it
Iommi.
before,
Tony Iommi was a rough
That's
one.
a Jimmy Guest Day.
Who else would be another?
So he has to remember every show.
Yeah, he should. I mean, these are memorable shows.
Wow. I don't remember shit.
I know, but white people have to do things like this. We can't just walk in and start talking shit and impress black people. It doesn't work in
I had
reverse.
Hulk Hogan last weekend. That's it.
The Johnny Rotten one recently. That was another rough one.
Yeah, but that wasn't Peter Criss level.
No, it wasn't Peter Criss level, but it was definitely Jimmy Guest Day.
So, but this was the first time you were a casualty. How did it feel?
It sucks. It's just like
you had a lashing. They lashed you.
He did. He got a lashing because he wrote the prep sheet. First of all, if you're going to write a prep sheet for somebody from Kiss and give it to Norton, there is no right way to do it.
You're not going to win.
Because he's been obsessed with this band since he was a kid. So what information are you going to put on that sheet that he's not going to make fun of?
Every question was wrong then.
Well, no. You have to put facts, and at the same time, you also got to put some interesting things. And I put a few facts that was brought up in the interview that Peter Criss brought up.
Okay.
And I also put things that I think Jimmy might find interesting that he wouldn't happen to know. But
he probably
Jimmy
knew him.
probably knew him.
He probably knew him. And then he got on your case because, he's throwing that book that you see there, Who Kid.
That book is ill, kid.
He wrote what's it called?
Makeup to Breakup.
In your mouth.
Is that makeup like stuff on the face, or
it's a pun? Is what it is. It's wordplay, Who Kid. They used a little wordplay.
Was he the original? Remember they had a TV show where they were flying in midair? Was he one of them?
I think we were talking about, was that Kiss Meets the Phantom of the Park?
Remember Kiss had a TV show, and they were superheroes, and they were flying in midair.
I think it's the movie, the TV movie.
That was a movie? No, that was a weekly show.
Did Kiss have a weekly show, Eric?
I think they did.
I don't know.
That's beyond my.
Well, Sal is the guest prepper, right?
Fucking old now.
Well,
he was 80 walking out of here. Shit.
Hey, did Kiss have a weekly TV show?
They used to have like specials, I think, yearly.
I think you're thinking of their made-for-TV movie.
Yeah. All I know is they were in midair flying like super niggas, man.
Yeah, wrestling Frankenstein.
Yo, it was like all four of them. They were like, shh.
Right. But he was on Jim was on Sal's case because he didn't write anything from the book on the prep sheet.
No, I put some facts that were only revealed from the book on the prep sheet.
You did.
I did.
You should have defended yourself.
And you didn't even have the TV show
come in
question on
during
there?
a Jimmy interview. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, right before you could. And then I was in here, and Opie, I was holding the camera because you did video everything.
Okay.
I was holding the video camera, though, because Peter Criss isn't here yet. And Opie starts asking about Jocktober, a celebration we do that I'm in charge of.
Jocktober?
Yeah, you know how all radio stations, I mean, maybe hip-hop stations don't do it as much.
Underwears or something? What was
No,
that
man. No, not jock straps.
Oh.
No.
Fuck each other?
No, we don't do that. What it is, other radio stations do Rocktober. Like, that's a big thing for a radio station.
Yeah.
They do Rocktober. They play rock songs. So 5 years ago, I can't believe it's been that long, but 5 years ago, we started doing Jocktober, where every day for the month of October.
Like hunks, they come through here.
No, man.
Oh.
No, not hunks.
It's a jock, right?
No, I'm talking about disc jockeys.
Oh, they like, you on my jock. Like, you on my dick.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm talking about radio jocks. And what we do is every day we find a random show in America.
Oh, okay.
Or Canada. We just totally random show, and I listen to them, and I pull clips, and then we just kill them.
I heard one of them shows you did. Yeah.
Right.
I walked into it.
We kill them.
So the suckier the better.
Right. So that's
Okay.
Jocktober. Where was I going? Well, before I had to explain Jocktober.
You're saying something about Ope was about to set it up? Ope was about to do
Right.
Jocktober?
So Ope calls me in and he's asking a question about Jocktober because we didn't do it today. Yes, I noticed. Thank you. We didn't do it today. And so I started answering. And Peter Criss is not in the room yet. And Jim looks at me like I'm crazy. And he goes, while I'm answering Ope's question on the air, he goes, What the fuck are you doing? Put the camera on. What the fuck are you doing? I'm just like, I was answering the question.
Nah.
Plug it in. Turn it on. What the fuck? It's Jimmy Guest Day. I was a casualty. You saw it go down.
Screamed at you too, son?
He screamed at me. I've been
Nah.
casualty before.
You got props.
I get a little of both.
Dibs.
I get a little. What's dibs?
It's like, like.
That sounds a little sexual to me.
Gyrating.
It sounds about the same.
I can't believe you didn't hear that word. I heard
didn't-
it.
Yeah, Sal, you were listening to the interview. Did
That's
you
the
hear?
first thing I heard. I heard like, yo.
I don't remember hearing
Peter
gyrating.
Criss was like, yo, I love gyrating.
I don't know. All right, Eric, can you see if you can
Can
find?
you rewind the goddamn audio?
Can you find the clip of Peter Criss saying?
Am I going crazy?
I love gyrate. Well,
was
you
it
do have a
really
Spider-Man mask on your head.
I'm Spider Nigga right now. Yo, I heard that.
This was towards the end of the
It was like towards the end, just
All right.
before O&A got off.
And he said, "I love." You're actually making poor Eric look for.
I love gyrating. Gyrating is great.
Are you sure he said that, Sal?
Actually, I think he did.
He
say
might
it.
have.
did.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I heard it now.
I turned on your show in your office, and that's the first thing I heard. I was like, I'm going to kill this guy. This guy's a Kiss legend talking about gyrating.
Gyrating. What? Eric, were you a casualty of Jimmy Day at all? Jimmy Guest Day?
Today, no.
You skated.
Yeah, I had nothing to do with it.
He hit in the corner.
Because luckily, you know why? I'll tell you why.
Lighting, man.
Because Jim already has so many Kiss autographs that it's okay. Like, he's got Peter Criss to
he's
sign a
good.
bunch of stuff. Normally, Eric would have been in charge of getting things autographed.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? And that's
Malcolm
a very...
McDowell Day was rough.
Why was that? You know Malcolm McDowell is...
I know you're
who
talking
did
about. What
Clockwork
happened?
Orange,
Yeah.
Caligula. Liam, by the way, our talent booker, is walking down the hall laughing at you because he just sees Hookid with his... Hookid is still wearing his Spider-Man mask, by the
Spider
way.
Nigga, man.
Let me Instagram that while you're
I can't even
explaining.
talk through this. How the fuck he...
Eric, explain what happened.
Swinging through the hood.
The night before, Jim went out and bought over $2,000 worth
No
of
way.
Clockwork Orange
Memorabilia? Oh, no way.
Like theater cut posters, old playbill. Not playbill, but old those special cuts that they put by the ticket booth at
Shit,
the movie
he went
thing.
in,
Stuff
son.
from Japan and Europe.
What?
Yeah, that whole corner there was set up like a museum.
He signed all of them?
Everything.
And you had to make sure that this is $2,000 worth of stuff.
I had multiple markers ready to go at all times.
Like, nothing could be ruined. Is there anybody... you kind of freak out when Star Wars nerds are in here.
Oh, I go nuts, man. I got a boner and everything.
And you know what? And Eric, this is a great idea because you love your memorabilia. You know what Who Kid does? Every time there's somebody from a gangster movie in here, Who Kid gets them to sign a baseball bat.
Yeah.
And I go, Who Kid? Why would you get them to sign a baseball bat? And he goes, because they're gangsters. They hit people with baseball bats.
I'm good. I got Ray Liotta soon. I'm gonna get him to sign it, and then I'm gonna hit my wife with
Is
it.
that why you had one with Carol Burnett?
Yeah.
Oh,
She's gangster, yo.
Okay, we got the quote, Eric.
She's ill.
Thank God for Anthony Cumia. At least there's one professional broadcaster around here. Peter said that he gyrated more towards Ace, but what he meant was gravitated.
So why is he using such a sexual word for that? That's very homoistic.
You think so?
Yeah, I like it.
And that's why you came in and go, you enjoy it.
I love it.
You're a sexual guy.
It's okay to be homo now.
It is?
I got this gay-ass Spider-Man on my head, right?
Hang on, I'm writing this down.
I told
DJ
you I heard
Kid
it.
is on
I was not going
O&A.
crazy. I told you.
You did hear him say it right.
Thank you.
Now, calling himself as
gay, man.
Spider. I'm putting this on Instagram right now so everybody can see
Peter
it.
Criss.
And word. Okay, go check out Not Sam on Twitter and Instagram. It's pass through. All right, so now everybody can see that you're dressed as Spider Nigga for whatever reason.
Method Man is gonna sue him though, Peter Criss. You know that's the title of his biggest song. Him and Mary J. Blige have Makeup to Breakups.
Really?
Yeah. So there's gonna be a lawsuit.
Method
First
Man's
ever.
gonna. Is there gonna be some kind of classic rock, classic hip hop beef happening?
It's guaranteed, man.
You know,
60-year-old nigga gotta go.
You know who, kid? You know who you missed? Who was on the after show last week?
Who was there?
Vivica A. Fox was in here.
What?
Yep.
Was her like body parts in here, or she was
yeah,
there?
of course. Yes, of course. Her body parts were in here. Yeah,
She had plastic surgery.
She had them attached to her.
It's funny you said that. 'cause
And she was saying, I talked to her about 50 Cent a little bit.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
What did they talk about?
Well, she said that 50 was one of the loves of her life, and that he was delicious, and that
For real?
she implied that they had sexual intercourse quite a bit.
Get out of here.
That's right. That's right. And then
That's not what Fifth told me.
And what did Fifth tell you?
He's like, you not.
He said not. Wow. Because I heard in the Game song, he said anything is possible if 50 fucked Vivica.
Oh.
Right. So I thought that was like something you guys in hip hop, felt
but
true about.
I don't know, man. She was very infatuated with him.
Reef, your Who Kid, your boss Reef just walked in here.
Yeah.
And he sees you wearing a Spider-Man outfit. This is a big day for Who Kid.
The nigga Spider-Man, you know what I'm saying?
I need you. I mean, you were on. This is a big day for you because you were on.
Oh, I was with your boy Howard.
You were on Howard Stern's show
You're
today.
a two-timing whore.
I had all these people texting me going,
Oh, for real?
"What the fuck? What's DJ Who Kid doing on that?" I was like, "It's cool."
I love every show up here. This
You're
is Sirius XM.
two-timing
I guess I gotta
male
choose. I gotta
whore.
choose a side or something.
Everybody know DJ Who Kid is a whore, man.
I thought I was white. I don't know. Like
He's trying to get that white audience however he
Yeah.
can. You've seen him, Reef, over the years. Who Kid is just struggling to get those white votes.
Listen.
I'm white moisturized.
This guy is going for the white party.
He loves it.
Peter Criss talking about gyrating today.
Who Kid is about 2 steps away from voting for Mitt Romney, just so white people love him.
Nah, I don't know if I can go that far. I'm a nigga at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
But yeah, Vivica A. Fox was in here.
Wow.
And you know what she said at the end of the interview? She took off her shoe.
I thought she took off her fucking arm.
And no, she didn't take off her arm. Her body parts are attached. She took off her shoe.
So you think.
And she had a giant spike heel on.
Wow.
And Nicole from the Morning Mashup was in here, and she called them fuck me pumps.
Wow.
And she said, see, you want to bang Vivica because of those shoes. And I said I wanted to before I saw the shoes.
What?
And then Vivica said, yeah, we'll do them with these shoes, and made a motion as if she was going to shove the heel of her shoe up my asshole.
Did you do it?
No, the show ended. We didn't have any time left.
That would have been history.
You would have. Now,
I don't know if I would have did that.
You wouldn't.
I would put it in my mouth.
You would put it in your mouth.
I like heels in my mouth.
A minute ago, you said you were okay with Peter Criss gyrating on Ace.
Well, that's Kiss, though.
You don't mind Kiss gyrating on each other.
It's a rock group.
Wait a minute, they were gay?
Well, Peter Criss, unfortunately, he said he gyrated towards Ace Frehley. He meant gravitated towards, but he said gyrated. That's all Who Kid or Spider.
Because I got this homo alarm in my wallet, and it goes off.
Yeah. And you said Spider-Man?
Spider nigga.
Oh, right. Okay, I got that wrong.
I'm swinging these hoes.
Now, what were you doing? What were you doing on Howard Stern's show?
It was a white rap battle.
A white rap
It
battle.
was 2 white dudes that were battling each other, and I had to judge them.
Did he get?
They were horrible.
Did both of them were?
Yeah, they sucked ass.
Did Howard Stern get any?
2 homos. Huh?
2 homos.
Yo, that's what homos do, right?
Did
If I
Howard-
say something that's not scientific,
I don't know if homos rap or not.
they suck
and they may.
ass. They suck each other ass.
I guess so.
Okay.
If they're in love. Now tell me this. I need to know. Did Howard Stern get any information out of you that I have not been able to get out of you? Because then I will feel betrayed.
I don't think so. Nah, he didn't get nothing out of me. You know, my secrets is with you, man.
Right, because you'll
No
come
homo,
in here.
though.
Did you talk about Lil Wayne on Howard Stern show?
Only his pants, but
What, jeggings specifically?
Yeah, jeggings.
Okay,
yeah.
good. 'Cause we've had the jeggings
Very
conversation
generic.
before.
Very generic.
Who kid wears jeggings?
I got jeggings on now.
Yeah, you do, because you want that white vote that Lil Wayne has. You're going to start
Backpack,
skateboarding
yeah.
and stuff.
He wants
Yeah.
to do Wheezy.
You do. Would you have sex with Lil Wayne?
Nah.
You wouldn't.
I don't know. He's kissing people now, so I don't know.
Who's he kissing?
He just kissed, what's his name, right?
Who? Lil Wayne?
The guy from Love of Hip Hop. What's his name in Atlanta?
The guy? Lil Wayne?
Stevie, whatever, Stevie J, right?
Lil Wayne kissed a guy named Stevie J?
Well, your man had with the internet.
Stop starting movies.
Is this
It's
true?
online. He kissed him in the mouth.
Sal, what do you know about this? You know, you kind of have a pulse on hip hop.
Get Sal on the internet, man.
I have no fucking.
Did Lil Wayne kiss a man named Stevie J?
Listen.
We're looking it up.
Do
right
you,
Look it up, please.
everyone listening,
That's
do
what-
yourselves a favor.
Yeah.
Don't listen to this guy because
It's online.
Reef, you're Who Kid's boss from Shade 45. You have to deal with
And
this.
I have to deflect.
Yeah.
It's online.
This guy will talk shit about more people.
Yeah. Do you get a lot of lawsuits that are based around?
No, you know, we
DJ
have
Who
a
Kid?
drop that that we spontaneously use. The views of DJ Who Kid are not that of Shade 45 or Sirius XM.
Right,
Radio.
because he comes in and he talks shit.
Look, Sal, prove me wrong. I know I lie a lot.
All right, look
and I
at-
got this gay ass Spider-Man shit on my head.
That's right. What, is it
But-
Spider-Man?
Spider nigga.
Oh.
Yeah. But,
Look up Lil Wayne,
Stevie J. Tongue.
Stevie J. Just a kiss. Don't write tongue. That's a little specific, Who Kid. That's a little specific, because I sure don't know if they tongue. Was it a tongue kiss?
I mean, the videos don't lie, man.
It's video now.
Shit is real out there. It's like Tupac on the internet.
Shit is real in the streets.
Tupac right now, baby.
Wow.
You have this guy on enough that I think I should give you the drop.
Yeah,
So you can just hit it. Like when he says some outlandish shit, just be like,
If you
the
could
views
just-
of DJ Who Kid
Do not reflect those of Sam Roberts.
Oh,
which
wait a
should-
minute.
Okay, what's this? And this shit happens with the video says.
See, look. You think I'm lying? Look.
Okay, I mean, Reef, you're seeing it for yourself.
At Club Live, the famous club in
it's hard.
Miami.
That looks like Stevie
Look,
J and
and he wiped his mouth.
It looks like they're kissing each other on the
wait a
lips.
minute.
I told
Reef,
you, look,
Reef.
this is live in Miami.
You're the boss. You're.
I don't know. It's dark though. I can't 100% tell.
People
but,
think I lie, but,
but
yo,
that's flagrant enough.
You're
you
the
get a
boss of
pass.
Shade
thank
45.
You get a
real,
pass.
real. You know what I'm saying? I heard Peter Criss talk about gyrating, and now you see Lil Wayne tonguing fucking dudes.
Yes. Only
With
here.
jeggings
yeah.
on. Yeah.
Eat a dick, Howard Stern. We got the
Got
exclusive.
the exclusive tongue.
You didn't talk about this on Howard, did
No,
you?
I didn't.
Thank God. We got the
Exclusively here.
exclusive only on After Opie and Anthony
And I
Live.
got this gay Spider-Man shit on my head. Only here.
You didn't tell Howard about it?
Nah,
Spider
no
nigga?
spider nigga, no nothing.
Yeah.
Did you say the N word on Howard Stern?
I said, what up, my niggas?
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
But
Just
that's me,
because
though.
it makes white people feel more comfortable
Yeah, they
when you
comfortable
come
as
in.
fuck,
and, yeah,
son.
yeah, you like it.
Yo, I felt like the calmness.
How did you end up in charge of Shade 45, Reef?
I know people.
Yeah, he's Jewish.
Okay. Oh, is that what it is? Is it Jewish thing? Okay, that makes a lot of
I
sense.
know. I'm Eminem's manager and myself we go way back.
Oh, okay, okay.
So when we were, flat broke.
Hell yeah.
And, you know, everybody comes up together.
I know.
That's
Reef-
right.
and then
Especially Who Kid comes up with everybody. He comes wherever.
You love that word, come, huh? Nah, but he did What Up Gangsta, 50 Cent's biggest record ever.
What do you mean he did it?
He produced it.
You're the producer of What Up Gangsta?
What Up Gangsta?
Wow.
What up, Gangsta?
That's a huge song.
I have my permanent hood pass.
Yeah, that's it. You don't really need to. So are you producer?
Yeah, I do it all.
But you don't really need to produce after that song, do you?
Yeah.
Like you have
Yes,
that.
First Jew unit. You know what I'm saying?
Is that what?
No. Paul was first.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
So wait.
Excuse
So what do you play? Sal, give me What Up Gangsta. What are you texting?
He's
It's
looking at
amazing.
Stevie J kissing.
I think he has a boner from Lil Wayne tonguing.
Exactly. He's jerking
got it in
off.
super slow mo.
He's jerking off the Lil Wayne and Stevie J kissing.
You're still watching that?
Can you find that song for me, Sal?
Sal put it on Zoom.
What's the name of the song?
That's not
What
even-
Up
What up,
Gangsta?
gangster? 50 Cent.
It's a giant
From
song.
the Get Rich or Die Trying LP.
And you produced that. So.
Yes,
and
I
that
did.
for white people, produce means you made the beat.
I made the track. Yeah.
Right.
The biggest
rapping
50 Cent record, we still perform it to this day.
and people love it.
They love it.
Even white girls love that song.
Yeah.
It's true. My wife loves that song.
Really?
She's a white Jewish girl.
Let me tell you, I've not seen a lot
You
of
know
white
that
people
song, right?
What Up
group to that
Gangsta?
record.
Can you scream the hook if you know it?
Well, I'm not going to go embarrass myself like
You gotta,
that.
you gotta
I mean,
scream the
that's
hook.
just humiliating.
What up, gangsta? There it is.
Oh,
Listen
there it
to
goes.
this. This is history for you.
This is the first white hip hop record.
I had no idea.
No, it's not.
A white man created this beat.
Yes.
This is great for our people.
This is.
A Jewish man, too.
Get down.
Wow.
Yes.
This is big,
And
son.
this is a huge song.
History.
Yeah. No, there's a good story with this whole thing.
Yeah?
Because we had done this before he even had his deal. He had done
Right, because this was before
This is when
in a
Ja Rule
club.
got punched in his face.
Yep.
Wasn't this like a kind of bonus track on this album?
No, this was the intro right after the little
Right,
the
right,
dropping
right,
quarters.
right.
Oh, yeah. I put it together. I never got paid for that. That's the only thing I produce on the album is the 2 quarters dropping in the intro.
Is your name in the credits?
I hate 50, man. Turn the mic off.
But meanwhile, you just came back from Dubai with the.
I know. I just
You
had
got
it.
any good stories?
Well, of course he does.
Yeah. By the way, your Instagram.
That's what I'm saying.
Gets me in so much trouble. I don't know how. Like when my wife is looking at your Instagram, being
You're
like,
in the photo.
Yeah, you can't hang out with this guy.
Well, no. Fortunately, I know what type of photos to take with you, but she's like. The only thing that are in his Kid's Instagram is pictures of bitches.
Now, I saw one photo on your Instagram of what appeared to be a female's ass in the shower, and it was nude.
Yeah, she stood
How
up.
do you get that picture?
She stood up from the tub.
How do you just slide in there with your camera phone?
I said, I need to take a photo of
He
you taking a
slipped
bath.
it in.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
So
now, clearly because of your Instagram, I'm never going to be able to go on the road with you.
Never,
ever.
No.
A,
You fuck
and then
bitches.
B, and then B, I'm getting all these questions about your personal life. Like, wait, isn't he married? Like, what?
Yeah, but you explained that before. You are married, Who Kid, but
I fuck bitches.
right, you cheat, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
That's what every man does. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but not quite as often as you. I don't
Turn
think.
Reef mic off real quick.
Now you fuck bitches.
but
What
for
on the
those of
daily?
you- for those
Is
of you
that-
that do have an iPhone or what have you, in addition to having your SiriusXM mobile app,
Oh my God, you're a company man.
I am.
You are.
True Blue.
Yeah.
Go follow DJ Who Kid on Instagram. Always interesting.
Yeah,
Always
always.
fucking bitches.
You fuck a lot of. Do you fuck all these bitches that are on your Instagram?
Yeah.
You do. Now, when you get
Yes, he pays.
when you get bitches doing the kissy cam thing, you always Who Kid has this thing when he's DJing.
Kissy tour.
I guess he gets bored
Kissy
and he
kissy
just
tour.
starts getting girls to kiss each other. He takes their photos, he puts it on Instagram. Do you fuck a lot of these girls too?
Yeah. What
You
the
do.
fuck you think I'm doing out there?
I don't know. DJing. I thought you were
a
a
nigga. I
nigga.
got web swing these hoes.
Is that what it is? So where did this Spider-Man mask come from?
I don't know. Everybody thought I was the spider nigga because every time I touch a bitch, I get sticky on them.
And when you say web slinging, you mean you're shooting cum at them, correct?
Actually, in the hood, like in the Bronx or Brooklyn, I used to swing from the building to building.
Right.
So they used to call me Spider Nigga.
No, and it's also referred to Superman that hoe, correct?
That's some Soldier Boy bullshit. But not negative. That's gyrating right there.
Oh, okay. That's some gyrating shit. I'll try to avoid that then.
Peter Criss.
I'm understanding. So, do you ever worry about like STDs?
No, they got pills for that, right?
I don't think so. No.
There's no pills for that.
I mean, there's pills for some, but like
You never caught herpes in your mouth or anything like that.
herpes doesn't go. There's no cure for herpes. I don't have it.
You don't have herpes?
Do you?
I don't have anything.
I don't think that's true. I think you have herpes. As a matter of fact.
I saw something in your mouth one time when you were up here talking.
I don't know what that was, but people do wonder how I ended up getting on your show. But I don't know.
Were you eating beets that day?
I don't know what it was. I'm not sure.
It's kind of bloody that day.
So you have no STDs?
Nah.
Have you ever had any? You've had the crabs.
I had the crabs when I was young. And you never want to admit to crabs in high school.
I didn't have crabs.
You
Although, what did Akon say on your show once?
He said he had crabs many times in high school.
And
He's in Africa. He's fucking in Africa,
He
man.
said every man has had crabs once.
He's African.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rite of passage.
Right. I guess.
You must have crabs for 6 weeks.
Reef said he never had crabs either, which I find that very odd.
So why is that? I mean, I've never.
But he's so hairy.
Oh, are you a hairy guy, Reef?
Hey, yo.
Now,
shit.
How often would you say?
Because I've hooked mad bitches back in the day.
How often would you say you have intercourse? Sexual intercourse?
Probably like, I don't know, 2-3 times a week.
2-3 times a week, but it's all with different bitches.
Yeah, always.
Like I probably have intercourse about the same amount of time. It's always with my wife though. It's always the same girl.
Serious?
Yeah.
That sucks.
Do you
Big
sleep
time.
like
in
that?
separate beds?
You and your wife. That's a great question.
No, I sleep in the same bed with her. I just don't fuck her.
You don't. Mainly because your dick is worn out from all the bitches on the road.
Spider niggas out there, yo.
Just sitting there.
You know how much enemies I fight every day?
So does your wife ever ask you to have sex?
Yeah.
And it's what is it, like Married with Children? Like Al never wants to have sex.
Yo, perfect.
Same thing,
Yeah,
except
that's
the
it.
black version.
The nigga version, yeah.
Right. Now, but doesn't your wife ever say, "Listen, I've seen your Instagram. I know you're having sex with other women."
She has a BlackBerry, so she's in the dark.
She doesn't look into Instagram.
She doesn't know anything.
She doesn't. She has no idea.
He keeps her in the dark.
So you come. I'll bet he does. So you come back.
And as a matter of fact, her car definitely doesn't have Sirius XM.
No.
It actually has an 8-track player.
So you won't allow her to have modern technology.
And a ham radio.
Right.
She ain't hearing shit.
No.
Just like she ain't getting shit. Nobody's getting this dick in that house. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Now you come back though. You come back on the road, and she's like, "I would really like that dick of yours."
Yeah.
What do you just say? No, thank you.
I just said no, bitch.
Doesn't she ever say, "Listen, you must be having affairs"? Like, if we haven't had sex in so long, I know you have a sexual appetite, because at one point we were having sex. You're
like
in this
2 years ago. Yeah.
You're in this sexually charged hip hop world.
Yeah.
What's going on here? Did she ever say this? Are you on the down low? Is that the problem? Does she ever ask that?
She never asked the gay stuff, though.
No, she never thought
definitely
that.
not gay, because, I got a big dick, man.
And gay guys don't have big dicks.
I don't think so.
I don't know for
Could
sure.
they fuck each other in the ass? You can have a big dick doing that.
That's science.
What
It makes
do you know
sense.
about that?
You know how many rappers and R&B singers I know?
Name one. Name another gay one. No, we've played this game before.
Say
Hey, what? Here's the drop.
Yeah, exactly.
The views of DJ Who Kid
It's
are
all
not
jokes.
that of Shade 45, Opie, Anthony, and Sirius XM.
Not almost every rapper and singer is gay. Man.
Most are.
Most are.
Not Rick James.
Nah, he just did gay acts. Like, he'll kidnap you and tie you up.
Now, tell me.
Stick you with a dildo.
Your wife never says,
And a
like.
crack pipe.
Your wife never says, "Why wouldn't you have sex with me?"
Yeah, and I said, get the fuck out of here. We got kids.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's my excuse.
She doesn't. You don't think that she thinks that. All
Does
right.
she go somewhere else to get some action?
I hope so, but...
Would you be okay with that if she was cheating on you?
Yeah, I would. I'll try to get Hulk Hogan to go over there.
Have you checked your bank account?
Did you? Would you allow Hulk Hogan to have sex with your
I
wife?
would let him tap that. You know what I mean? What?
But you'd have to film it.
If I get the butt cheeks out there, yeah.
Make some cash on the side.
Yeah, you get your retirement plan.
Yeah. Wow.
I can't believe you don't cheat, Sam.
No, I mean, I've only been married for 4 or 5 months.
So I'm giving you.
Well, don't worry, it'll be over soon.
I'm giving you a couple.
Forget it. Once you have a kid, then
Then
you might as well get yourself a fleshlight.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad.
6 months, 6, 7 months.
Yeah.
No, give it like 2. Give it like 2 years, depending upon when and if you have a baby.
Right. Okay. It's not gonna be. Yeah, it'll probably be
Oh, my fellas out there, you know what I'm talking
a couple
about.
years before we have kids, and then it'll be time for Fleshlight or a DJ Who Kid.
Let me tell you something. All men
exactly.
cheat.
Right. All.
Everybody cheats. Nobody want to admit
E-Rock.
it. E-Rock cheats.
E-Rock in there?
He look like a cheater.
E-Rock, you have sex with other women outside your marriage?
No, not at all.
You don't.
All right.
Now,
E-Rock.
is that because nobody will have you, or is that your choice?
That's probably the first answer.
Okay. So the E-Rock has difficulty cheating because women won't have him.
How much does E-Rock weigh?
He weighs about 400 pounds. Is that right, Eric?
Not true at all.
All right, I misjudged. I just based on sight only. I don't have a scale. How much do you weigh?
230.
All right,
So you probably get some pussy. You can pay for pussy.
It's probably more like 265, but
Trust me, Who Kid can give you expert advice on the payment option.
Yeah.
He's been known to run up, the hotel.
Would you ever
bills.
consider going on a tour with Who Kid and maybe picking up some prostitutes, some hoes with him? He can get you black ones, Asian ones, whatever you want. Would you ever consider that for the show as a bit?
I get you a black mouth on that dick. You know what I mean?
You could do that for Eric?
Yeah.
Eric,
Please,
would you
let it
want
just not be yours?
Would you want to? Well, he didn't specify. Would you want a black mouth on that dick, Eric?
No, I'm good.
All right. Who
Thank
Kid's
you.
off?
Oh, shit. Jim Norton's in here.
You survived Peter Criss. Everything went well.
Yeah, I did him for the Boneyard tonight too. He was great, man.
Yeah.
What a nice guy.
Who Kid
gave me
was-
a bunch of hugs.
Who Kid was
He was so nice.
confused because apparently at one point this is what Who Kid picked up on the interview. He was listening.
Where's my camera?
I thought it was a wallet. I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
He had it in
I'm
his
being a nigga, you know?
pocket. He was trying to take it. At one point, Peter said that he gyrated more towards Ace. He meant gravitated.
Yes.
But Who Kid has been obsessed with the fact that he thinks that gay acts were happening. I tried to tell him. It was a simple slip of the tongue.
And they didn't even hear the word gyrate.
I caught it.
I missed it.
I caught it. But I will say this, and I won't even give it away, but I was not exaggerating when I tell you that.
I'm going to tell Who Kid the teaser that you gave the audience at the end of the show.
Mhm.
Yes.
I mean, this book is apparent. I haven't read it, but apparently this Peter Criss book is the most And for Jim knows everything about Kiss. So for him to be reacting like this and to be like, this book is beyond revealing is pretty amazing.
Even the STD stuff is in the book?
There is some mention. I don't think he's got
No, but he said other members had it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
He said, here's the
But they were lucky because back then
There was no condoms.
Here's the tease.
back then the worst you get is maybe the clap.
So,
You know,
Peter
you get
Criss-
a shot in the ass, pause. And
Peter
then you're good.
Peter Criss was in bed with a girl and someone else.
What?
Male or female?
Peter Criss was getting his dick sucked under a blanket.
Hot.
And another person got into bed.
Public figure?
Yeah. And
What?
Peter said he didn't know what was going on under those covers.
Yeah.
Which I think means that Peter possibly got a double blowjob, but can't say that for legal reasons because, again, you don't want somebody suing you.
Right.
Okay.
But
But when you read the book, you know who he's talking about.
He says it. You said it was a mayor?
No.
I'm not saying who it is. I'm not.
By the book.
It literally was like a shovel to my teeth.
Ed Koch?
I would, to me, more surprising than Ed Koch.
Wow.
You were surprised by it.
It's probably the most surprising sentence I've ever read in a book. And I'm not overselling the book. Peter left already.
Wow.
I couldn't fucking believe it.
Like it's altered your perception.
No, not at all. I mean, in a way, like, I was shocked to read it, but I know what my life has been like, so nothing surprised me.
He said tranny sucked him off before.
Yeah, that's true.
Who hasn't been sucked up by a tranny? That's like saying, to your best.
kept his hand
My
down.
arm is hurting right now.
Yeah, who could use his fucking rotor cuff? Probably.
I got the gay Spider-Man shit on my head. Like,
Who Kid made his Howard Stern debut today.
Oh, how was it?
it was mad cool.
Good.
Some
Yeah, I've
whack
never done
rappers was on there.
What's that?
I had to judge some whack rappers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But he told us that he saved. He doesn't reveal any secrets on Howard. All the good
It was
information.
very generic up there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I could bring all the gay shit over here.
Real quick, before you leave, Hookie, because we only got a minute left.
Yeah, that really is an odd getup you have on the head there.
Yeah, it's like the nigga Spider-Man.
You look like the dude from True Blood.
Lafayette?
Yeah, Lafayette.
Yo, where the eyes at, son?
Yo, you have that on backwards?
Listen, Who Kid, I need you to hear this. This is a jingle that somebody sent in for E-Rock, and people have been asking me to play it for you.
Peter on the board like I run the show. Hoagie in my mouth, hoagie in my mouth. E-Rock Army nigga. E-Rock Army nigga.
That's hot.
Fat boy in the seat, bikini girls on the screen. Coke floats in my cup, Coke floats in my cup.
What do you think of that? Okay, Coke floats in my cup.
That's one of the hottest shits I ever heard. son.
E-Rock Army!
Ooh, that shit is crazy shit.
Yeah. It's called E-Rock Army Nigga by
E-Rock Army Nigga.
George Huckus.
That's hot. I need that in my
You
iPod.
like that?
What?
Reeve, you think that would get a couple spins at Shape 45?
We might have to put him on like a hate it or love it kind of thing. to
Okay.
see,
Okay,
you know?
get the pulse of the Shade 45
yes,
audience.
of the Shade listeners.
I understand.
I
Well,
want to put this mask on Jim, man.
Jim Norton, congratulations on a
Jim.
wonderful day for you.
Yes, it was a lot of fun.
It's very
Thanks.
gyrating.
Also, by the way, let's not overshadow the Big Show, who is in
Big
today.
Show was great, and
Big Show
so
was
is
awesome.
DL.
DL
DL
is always
is a brilliant comic, man. He's really a fucking funny dude. Every time he comes on, he's got topical stuff. He's
And
got a really smart angle. He's a great
Honest,
comic.
He's great. And Who Kid Show, obviously
Yeah,
Saturdays
makeup
on
on?
Shade 45.
Oh, and this
Oh,
weekend's
Jesus,
the
that was
Halloween.
terrible.
This weekend's the special Halloween.
Bad joke.
Oh yeah, I got
Halloween show.
Yeah, I got-
All right.
Halloween.
We got to make room for Ron and Fez. Thank you all for being here.
Hey, Fez.
We'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye, everybody. Coke floats in my cup. E-Rock Army, nigga.
The Opie and Anthony show is now over. For real this time.